Chapter 7. God Gave Me My Money. The Incorporation of America and the Persistence of Evangelical Enchantment. In the years between Reconstruction and the end of World War I, the modern corporation supplanted the small proprietorship as the center of the nation's political economy. Especially from 1890 to 1916, and reaching a crescendo in the years between 1897 and 1903, leading bankers, investors, and industrialists orchestrated the consolidation of enterprise across the entire range of U.S. capitalism, from sugar, tobacco, paper, and petroleum, to metals, coal, machinery, and railways. The pace of combination was swift, and its magnitude was gargantuan. By 1899, the corporations comprised 1/8 of all manufacturing firms, but employed almost 2/3 of all workers in the manufacturing sector. Just 6 years later, they made up almost 1/4 of all manufacturing establishments and employed nearly 3/4 of all wage earners in the sector. Corporate consolidation was enabled by favorable changes in jurisprudence and statutory law. In its 1886 Santa Clara decision, the Supreme Court bestowed on corporations the rights and privileges of natural persons under the 5th and 14th Amendments. Later, corporate personhood was ratified in the provisions of the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1890. In the Standard Oil case of 1911, the court's rule of reason interpretation of the Sherman Act put a judicial imprimatur on corporate concentration. With the establishment of the Federal Reserve System in 1913, and with the passage in 1914 of the Federal Trade Commission Act and the Clayton Antitrust Act, the main legal, regulatory, and financial architecture of corporate consolidation was complete. The invisible hand of the evangelical dispensation was replaced by the visible hands of managers, administrators, technicians, and other experts united in an anti-competitive consensus. In those sectors still embroiled in the old-fashioned competitive ethos, smaller firms scrambled or serviced the titans. David now worked for Goliath. The modern corporation marked a Copernican revolution in the cosmology of American capitalism, triggering a protracted conflict over the nature and destiny of American democracy. By separating ownership and effective control of the enterprise, the corporate form broke the traditional link between property and productive labor. By appropriating the craft knowledge and organizational prowess once possessed by artisan proprietors, corporate managers and technical professionals, the professional managerial class decreed the divorce of mental and manual labor. Since the evangelical Ancien Régime tied citizenship to mastery of property, the prospect of a large and permanent proletariat seemed to augur the dissolution of the covenant and the end of the evangelical soul's economy. At the same time, what Alan Trachtenberg dubbed the Incorporation of America set off a contest over the meaning of modernity. Much of the cultural turbulence of the era stemmed from the demise of evangelical dispensation. The transformation of the independent male proprietor into a waged or salaried worker, together with the exodus of women from the household into the wage labor force, precipitated the sexual revolution that unsettled evangelical covenants of gender, sexual conduct, and reproduction. Feminism emerged from the collapse of the evangelical patriarch's estate. Evangelical religious culture reeled under the demographic assault of Jewish and Catholic immigrants, imported as low-cost labor to feed the mills of the Protestant covenant. And as the evangelical theology waned, liberal Protestant leaders blessed the scientific knowledge and professional expertise essential to corporate business. In the wake of evangelical hegemony came a new consumer culture, disseminating visions of being in the world at odds with the old-time gospel. Advertising, marketing, museums, motion pictures, the popular, resplendent venues of metropolitan commerce and entertainment. Corporate capitalism seemed to be enabling Americans to forsake the Puritan evangelical covenant. Historians have quarreled over the meaning of the incorporation of America. Did the demise of proprietary capitalism eviscerate liberal democracy, leaving us with only its hollow forms, or did it portend a consummation of democracy embracing the Whitmanesque multitudes? Did consumer culture offer Americans the promise of liberation from skinflint Protestant strictures, or is it a gilded distraction from our corporate indenture, a new, more pleasant, therapeutic servility to advertising, marketing, and professional authority? Did corporate enterprise enable the first arduous steps toward freedom from possessive individualism, or did it merely fashion a new social form for accumulation and its discontents? Was it, as James Livingston describes the alternatives, the last act of a bitter tragedy or the first act in an unfinished comedy? We should reject this Manichaean framework. The incorporation of America was a tragicomic blend of civilization and barbarism. We should also dispute the notion that the corporation has been a major sponsor of disenchantment. With the coming of corporate society, so the story goes, the sacred Protestant canopy of capitalism collapsed, to be replaced by a secular firmament of cultural and political authority, managerial, professional, technical, and scientific. As William Leach contends, the new corporate commercial culture dropped the older religious dimension. In a similarly stark fashion, Lears maintains that the postbellum era witnessed a transition to secular and corporate modes of modern culture. The nascent America of incorporation bore a secularizing culture where larger frameworks of meaning were fading. As the moral and metaphysical vernacular of Protestant producerism became unintelligible, the idiom of managerial and professional expertise helped redefine the old Republican vision of the public good in corporate and technocratic terms. Meanwhile, appeals to secular expertise merged with calls for virility and imperial adventure to galvanize the regeneration of the white Protestant establishment. Thus, corporate domination fostered and ratified the disenchantment of American culture. To be sure, the inherited frameworks of meaning were fading. Traditional Protestantism plays little, if any, role in the popular tales of pluck and success by Horatio Alger, Jr., the postbellum laureate of self-improvement. Unlike Timothy Shea Arthur, Alger never assigned God a prominent role in his tales. When Walter Conrad, hero of Strive and Succeed, 1872, thanks God for having so ordered events as to lead to his good fortune, his gratitude to Providence is rare for a character among Alger's dramatis personae of winners. More sensitive literary observers, such as William Dean Howells, feared that God was a victim of industrial progress. Like Basil March, the protagonist of A Hazard of New Fortunes, 1890, Howells glimpsed a lawless, godless world in the maelstrom of urban industrialization. Yet, Howells could also hint at the spiritual residue of the old regime. In The Rise of Silas Lapham, 1885, Howells's Comedy of Manners and Social Mobility, the eponymous protagonist, a paint manufacturer, assesses the mysterious value of his product. "I believe in my paint," Lapham says. "I believe it's a blessing to the world. I mix it with faith, and after that I grind it up with the best quality of boiled linseed oil that money will buy." Lapham's paint is a proprietary enchantment, a material substance leavened with the spirit of the entrepreneurial believer. With varying degrees of discretion, some business titans violated the canons of Protestant orthodoxy. Encouraged by his friend Victoria Woodhull, the flamboyant advocate of free love and spiritualism, railroad magnate Cornelius Vanderbilt attended seances where the dear departed offered stock tips. J.P. Morgan, an Episcopal vestryman, toyed with the occult and astrological charts. Andrew Carnegie considered clergy of all persuasions a league of mountebanks. Organized religion, he once said, was claptrap. After reading the evolutionary philosophy of Herbert Spencer, Carnegie got rid of theology and the supernatural, he recalled in his autobiography, and found the truth of evolution. Yet, Carnegie clung to his own superstitions. Perhaps most telling was his memory of an episode from his early days in business, recounted in the spring of 1896 for Youth's Companion, a popular weekly aimed at children and young adults that featured sentimental fiction, inspirational tales, and evangelical piety. After receiving his first dividend check for $5 from a railroad company, Carnegie brandished it in front of his friends. None of us had ever received anything but from toil, he recalled. A return from capital was something strange and new. Carnegie and his companions marveled at how money could make money, how, without any attention from me, this mysterious golden visitor should come. Capital was a kind of magic, conjuring riches without labor, perseverance, or even concentration. Contemptuous of traditional religion, Carnegie believed, or at least traded on the belief, in the mercenary sorcery of capital. Still, even as corporations undermined and remade the foundations of American capitalism, the symbolic universe of the evangelical dispensation did not simply disappear. Rather than forsake the mythology of evangelical economics, many Americans adapted it to the new conditions of capital accumulation. The nascent corporate order was dressed in the costume of the proprietor, and Americans gave the starring roles in the drama to a cast of Promethean heroes and villains, putting faces on the impersonal furies of consolidation. Carnegie, Rockefeller, Morgan, robber barons, titans, or captains of industry. Faced with the inexorable crumbling of the evangelical capitalist cosmos, many of the business intelligentsia redoubled their devotion to orthodoxy. The virtues of the godly entrepreneur were extolled by the business clerisy, who continued to teach the metaphysical principles of the laissez-faire cosmology. In textbooks, journals, and middle-class periodicals, pre-war economics put the mandate of heaven on the fortunes amassed in the new capitalism. Epitomized by Arthur T. Hadley of Yale and Amasa Walker of Amherst, the professors of economics affirmed the capitalist ways of God to humanity. Science accepts our Lord's methods. As W. D. Wilson of Cornell pontificated, the discipline of economics traces the footsteps of providential intelligence, as Arthur Latham Perry intoned. Confronted by restive industrial workers, postbellum economists displayed less cheer than their clerical predecessors. They drew more heavily on the Protestant Malthusian lineage of sanctimonious cruelty. With his signature relish for severity, William Graham Sumner of Yale observed that, before the tribunal of nature, convened from before time by the Almighty, a man has no more right to life than a rattlesnake. The Lord maketh the selfishness of man to work for the material welfare of his kind, proclaimed Edward Atkinson, cotton manufacturer and popular economist. The theology of evangelical laissez-faire remained vibrant among business people and their apologists. God still strode through the boss's office as gracefully as he'd walked through Eden, a partner in every business transaction, as one fortunate businessman asserted. Stephen Merritt, a flourishing New York undertaker, bragged of his co-partnership with Yahweh, a venture that produced a history of wonders in my business affairs. Henry J. Latham, a prosperous manufacturer, observed that after his conversion, mistakes and accidents which at first seemed disastrous resulted to his advantage. Someone, Latham concluded, was silently guiding and guarding these apparently fortuitous events. Alexander S. Bacon, a prominent attorney, claimed that God furnishes the capital and directs the counsels of every successful enterprise. The Almighty's omnipotence and versatility extended into every branch of commercial activity. As a Brooklyn merchant averred, "The Lord is my banker, my insurer, my deliverer, my patron, and my blessed guardian of temporal things." Evangelical enchantment pervaded the literature of business success well into the early 20th century. If God was absent from Alger's pages, he appeared frequently in those of William Taylor Adams and William Makepeace Thayer. Writing under the pseudonym Oliver Optic, Adams, a Massachusetts teacher and politician, proffered religious instruction and success advice for thousands of young boys, both in his novels and in Oliver's Optics magazine, published in the 1860s and 1870s. In Work and Win, or Nobody Newman on a Cruise, 1865, Optic regaled readers on God's material rewards for holiness, perseverance, and patient, plodding labor. Echoing the academic economists, Thayer assured his readers that God uses the transactions of this world to give all who do His will the highest success here and the greatest glory hereafter. Heir to the legacy of Finney, Thayer justified Christianity by pointing to its investment portfolio. Christianity has proved itself worthy of general confidence by practical operations. He wrote in Ethics for Success, 1893, a reader aimed at high school students. The Bible, he added, is a business manual of exceptional quality. Beseeching young men to acquire the market virtues of tact, push, and principle, 1882, Thayer professed the divine rules of business, stressing to his pious go-getters that religion demands success. In Onward to Fame and Fortune, 1897, he provided a gilded lesson in the theology of monetary fetishism. Money is bread. Money is raiment. Money is shelter. Money is education. Refinement is science, invention, discovery, and enterprise. Other heralds of business success shared Thayer's evangelical enchantment. Popular volumes such as God in Business, 1885, and The Wonders of Prayer, 1885, brimmed with stories and vignettes of divine intercession in the capitalist universe. The marketplace remained a theater of God's judgments, produced and directed by Providence. If God's general providence still superintended the accumulation of capital, He retained the option of a special providence in commercial and pecuniary matters. As one minister opined, the laws that governed the economy remained in force, but the covenant still recognized an exigency that may make necessary their suspension to remind us of God's presence and solicitude. Readers pored over anecdotes of God's marvelous gifts to the striving, faithful, and disciplined. Consecrated currency, a $10 bill with remarkable associations, recoveries of stolen money and bonds, and deliverances from debt, insolvency, and ruin. That wonderful $25, another evidence of the ever-present Spirit of God. While settling debts and circulating banknotes, God also furnished capital, softened the hearts of creditors, arranged for carriages, and paid hotel bills on business trips. Business journalists and other apologists for pecuniary metaphysics often used a sacramental, fetishistic vernacular, announcing that it is the duty of some men to make a great deal of money, Josiah Strong told Our Country, 1885, that money confers on the wise man a kind of omnipresence. Money is the modern miracle worker. It has a wonderful multiplying and transferring power. Expounding his Philosophy of Successful Human Activity in The Science of Business, 1905, Arthur Frederick Sheldon, a well-known business teacher and eminence of Chicago's Rotary Club, told listeners and readers that the honest character, infused by God, was the inward and spiritual grace of which temperament is the outward and visible sign. Outlining the 10 laws of success, in the summer of 1910, for the National Association of Accountants and Bookkeepers, John R. Meader asserted that financial moguls possessed a sort of halo. Far from being mementos of plunder, their fortunes were the outward and visible sign of blessing on their ingenuity. William Peter Hamilton, editor of the Wall Street Journal, mused that while Cecil Rhodes had needed money for his Cape to Cairo railway, the line was an outward and visible sign of his spiritual significance. Hamilton failed to mention that the railway was never completed. Arthur Nash, a successful men's clothing manufacturer, contended that his profits were material results of his faith, an outward and visible sign of his adherence to the golden rule in business. The sacramental theology of business received its pithiest statement from Reverend M.D. Babcock, who asserted in his widely read Thoughts for Everyday Living, 1901, that business is religion and religion is business. Like Freeman Hunt and earlier theologians of business, Babcock claimed that since the world is God's workshop, entrepreneurs were unwavering stewards of the Almighty's otherwise unregulated factories. God's remunerative design of the cosmos makes life sacramental, turning water into wine. Like Babcock, Russell Conwell proselytized the gospel of wealth in the evangelical Timber Pastor of Grace Baptist Church in Philadelphia, the largest and most affluent Baptist congregation in the country, and first president of Temple University at its founding in 1888. Conwell became famous as a preacher, traveling to churches, colleges, and conventions to deliver his sermon, Acres of Diamonds. Conwell became famous as a preacher, traveling to churches, colleges, and conventions to deliver his sermon, Acres of Diamonds. He preached the homily more than 6,000 times. First published as a booklet in 1890, Acres of Diamonds is a masterpiece in the annals of capitalist evangelism. The title itself recalled the city depicted at the end of the book of Revelation, where sapphires, rubies, and other jewels adorn the streets of heaven. Conwell pithily restated the evangelo-capitalist faith. To make money honestly is to preach the gospel. His crassness could be disarming. Seldom in the literature of evangelical economics has monetary fetishism been so brazen. Money printed your Bible. Money builds your churches. Money sends your missionaries. Money is power. Money is force. Money will do good. Like earlier sages of mercenary divination, Conwell insisted that spiritual discipline paid handsome material dividends. As he observed in another popular sermon, aptly titled Praying for Money, prosperity provided evidence for the power of consistent prayer in producing objective results. These objective results could be traced to the monetary leaven of divine creation. Conwell's world is charged with the drudgery of God. The lilies of the field were beauteous, hard-working tokens of the Protestant ethic. If a lily could speak, he reflected in another of his homilies, you would hear the songs of the angels. Yet, forgetting that Jesus had recommended the lilies for their lack of toil and spinning, Conwell heard those seraphic voices sing of careful, assiduous labor. "Consider the lilies," he suggested. "They display an industrious foresight in spreading their roots to acquire water." For Conwell, as for other devotees of the evangelo-capitalist covenant, nature was an Eden of capital goods, and profit was the grain of the universe. In Conwell's proprietary metaphysics, the earth was a garden of financial delights, studded with acres of diamonds. To his audiences, dreaming of independence in a corporate age, this message endowed their fruitless perseverance with the glamour of divinity. One of Conwell's friends and admirers was John Wanamaker, the merchant and merchandising virtuoso. Owner of stores in Philadelphia and New York, and one of America's richest men, Wanamaker believed that God was the chief executive officer of his stores. "One hand alone has made it possible for us to have this day of felicity," he told employees at a ceremony in June 1910. "Plainly written over all these years, guiding and guarding, is the one signature of the good God." Reflecting the old evangelical synthesis of divinity and pecuniary reason, Wanamaker believed that God was always a factor in business decisions. "It is a poor oversight to leave God out of our calculations based on mercenary ontology. The earth is a vast magazine of materials," Wanamaker maintained, and "man is the artisan placed in the world to collect, subdue, and form them for their proper use, the production and sale of vendible commodities." Although Wanamaker once called money the most helpless god, he himself cast a powerful spell over the subjects of his mercantile dominion. Comparing Wanamaker to Lincoln, Jefferson, and Washington, Joseph H. Apple, one of the company's chief executives, gushed that his boss had been called by God to lead the way in the evolution of merchandising. One liturgical consummation of the Wanamaker cult was Jubilee Night, the 50th anniversary of the Philadelphia store on October 28, 1911. The ceremony was the high point of a year-long series of events, including a homage from President William Howard Taft, who invoked the blessing of God on Wanamaker's power of concentration and cooperation. Celebrated in the store's grand court, a veritable cathedral, as Wanamaker once marveled, with stained glass windows and seraphic statuary, Jubilee Night featured encomia from business and labor leaders, clergy, and politicians. After the hymns of praise, employees festooned the chief and his son Rodman with florid charms of manna, presenting Wanamaker with a bouquet of 50 yellow chrysanthemums, emblems of human perfection and enduring worth. The accompanying card read, as well as symbols of your achievement and our reverence. Rodman received a bouquet of 50 white chrysanthemums as emblems of the rising sun, symbolic of the strength and power required and possessed by you. The Jubilee was a gorgeous ritual of servility to a misenchanted plutocracy. A generous benefactor of charities, Wanamaker was one of the more benign devotees of the declining evangelical gospel, as some of the defenders of the old-time capitalism had a sharper, more ferocious edge. When William Graham Sumner, professor of sociology at Yale, explained what social classes owe each other, 1884, in a word, nothing, he reiterated the evangelical economic cosmology in Darwinist terms. God and nature have ordained the chances and conditions of life on earth for all. The market was the sacred crucible of agony where character and progress developed. Along with war, market competition comprised that great discipline of adversity and prosperity by which God makes men and nations strong. Sumner was always keenly aware of the religious nature of economic life. In Folkways, 1906, Sumner traced the origins of property and money to the tribal universe of enchantment. Amulets, trophies, and ornaments believed to be abodes of powerful spirits. The surliest ombudsman of the evangelical covenant was George F. Bayer, one of Morgan's more adroit and indefatigable lawyers, who was also president of the Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron Company. When the United Mine Workers struck eastern Pennsylvania's anthracite coal fields in May 1902, the mine owners asked Bayer to direct their legal counteroffensive. When Union President John Mitchell recommended mediation of the strike by a committee of prominent business people and clergy, Bayer rejected any outside arbitration, declaring that anthracite mining is a business and not a religious, sentimental, or academic proposition. Yet, in private, Bayer asserted that coal mining was indeed a religious proposition. In a letter to a minister that was leaked to the press in the midst of the showdown, Bayer justified his intransigence in terms of evangelical enchantment. Workers should entrust their welfare, he asserted, not to labor agitators, but to Christian men to whom God in his infinite wisdom has given the control of the property interests of the country. Bayer's maxim of plutocratic sanctimony bore witness to the skinflint vigor of the Puritan evangelical covenant. In the theology of American capitalism, Bayer remained a fundamentalist, an old covenanter, as one magazine profile described him. Bayer never renounced his conviction of capital's divine and benevolent despotism, attributing strikes and class conflict to blasphemous envy and pride. Strikes began with Genesis. Cain was the first striker. He mused to a gathering in Colorado Springs shortly after the anthracite strike. He killed Abel because Abel was the more prosperous fellow. John D. Rockefeller Sr. was more laconic than Bayer about the source of his enormous fortune. God gave me my money, he once famously claimed, without a trace of irony or facetiousness. Pilloried as a ruthless criminal by the muckraker Ida Tarbell, the founder of Standard Oil was a devout and austere Baptist who affirmed the evangelical covenant. Rockefeller's parents had embodied the symbiosis of market carnival and Protestant enchantment. His father, William Doc Rockefeller, was a traveling salesman who peddled trinkets, potions, elixirs, and patent medicines. Advertising himself as an herbal doctor and botanic physician, Doc, also known to his neighbors in Richford, New York as Devil Bill, was the consummate charlatan, a vagabond master of bunkum who preyed on the credulity of his rural customers. Often disappearing from Richford for months as he sold his wares on the road, Doc would return with a fat wad of cash, a livery of horses, and a fashionable wardrobe. For his debt-ridden family, every return of the patriarch was an extravaganza. As Rockefeller's biographer puts it, money, for John, was God's bounty, the blessed stuff that relieved all of life's cares. Doc's long-suffering wife Eliza took refuge in the Baptist church. From Eliza and her Baptist brethren, John and his siblings first learned the virtues of hard work, frugality, and charity. Willful waste makes wasteful want, she preached to her thrifty brood. Where Doc indulged his children with money, Eliza taught them the Protestant ethic with a Bible and a well-worn birch. Unsparing with the rod while Doc spoiled the child, Eliza gave moral and metaphysical sanction to John's lifelong passion for lucre. Rockefeller's cold and insatiable venality stemmed from his evangelo-carnival upbringing. "I never had a craving for anything in my life," the richest man in the world once claimed. From his earliest days in business to his imperium in the oil industry, Rockefeller accumulated riches with a phlegmatic, amoral sanctimony. H.G. Wells once remarked on Rockefeller's mild, pleasant, thin-lipped face which in his view belied all melodramatic nonsense about the personal villainy of capitalists. In the mid-1850s, at age 16, Rockefeller found work as a bookkeeper for a produce firm in Cleveland. One day, the owner stashed a $4,000 banknote in the company safe. Rockefeller recalled much later that several times during the day he would open the safe and gaze longingly at the note. Like Johnson's Volpone, Rockefeller longed to open the shrine so that he could behold his saint, the holy relic, the tabernacle bread, the manna in the shell, the blessed boodle that Doc would bring home. Despite his solid veneer, Rockefeller effervesced about the numinous properties of the world whose money God gave him. "The whole process seems a miracle," he once said of the petroleum industry. "What a blessing the oil has been to mankind." Pecuniary prowess was also a bequest from God, a talent intended not for one's own enrichment, but for the sake of the larger, less talented multitude. "The power to make money is a gift from God," Rockefeller explained to the New York American in 1906. "Having been endowed with the gift I possess, I believe it is my duty to make money, and still more money." But Rockefeller considered his fortune a trust, with himself as the wise and responsible steward. The money God gave him was, "for the good of my fellow man, according to the dictates of my conscience." Rockefeller's philanthropy was not some lavish penance for his business practices. Rather, as Ron Chernow recognized, it was a form of spiritual double-entry bookkeeping. Mammon piled up the money. God spent it according to Rockefeller's lights. Thus, Rockefeller saw no corruption or scandal in his mercenary homilies to Sunday school students. It was, he preached to the unsuspecting children, a religious duty to get all the money you can, fairly and honestly. Echoing Richard Baxter's warning that a man would be punished for every mite of profit he forgoes, Rockefeller maintained as religion, one business partner recalled, that "no man has done his business properly who has missed a single dollar he could have secured in the doing of it. Be ye perfect in accumulation." Rockefeller also pointed to the incorporation of capitalist enchantment. Faith and work were the rocks upon which Standard Oil was built. Rockefeller never doubted that Standard Oil was a vehicle of godly purpose. The Standard's annihilation of competitors was godlike, Rockefeller once mused, for it had pulled this broken-down industry out of the slough of despond. Thus, the company was not the malevolent behemoth denounced by Tarbell and other critics. It was rather an angel of mercy, as he told the New York World in 1917. Standard Oil had descended from heaven to battle the demons of ineptitude. Rockefeller and his fellow captains of enchantment were missionaries of light, steering the car of salvation to its divinely appointed destination. Rockefeller conceded that the modern corporation relied on expertise as well as on the ways of providence. The angel enlisted the earthly labors of the professional managerial class. Success in business depended not only on prayer and the will of God, but on rational, sane, modern, progressive administration. Uneasy with the Darwinism promulgated by titans such as Carnegie, Rockefeller maintained that the angel of mercy represented a higher phase of business evolution. If earlier, more primitive periods of capitalism had enjoined the law of competition, Standard Oil and other corporations preached the doctrine of cooperation. Under the aegis of the corporate form, Standard Oil represented yet another synthesis of Protestant enchantment and pecuniary reason. Chapter 8. The Soulful Corporation. Corporate Fetishism and the Incorporation of Enchantment. Rockefeller's divinization of Standard Oil displayed the spell of corporate fetishism. As the godly male proprietor yielded to the legal fiction of the corporation, the corporate reconstruction of capitalist enchantment entailed an all-encompassing metamorphosis in the tenets of the covenant theology. The corporate soul's economy mandated a new jurisprudence of corporate personhood, an ideal of a corporation with a soul, management theory and its mechanization of communion, a pecuniary metaphysics of advertising, an idol of modern communion idealized in the ideology of corporate liberalism, and a progressive imperialist eschatology. By the end of World War I, a new beatific vision lay at the heart of the moral imagination of American capitalism, the mass production of a beloved community founded on corporate property relations. Charles Francis Adams, Jr., Henry's older brother, and, like him, a historian, had a premonition of corporate enchantment shortly after the Civil War. An astute investor, a member of the Massachusetts Railroad Commission, and a president of Union Pacific Railroad, Adams was no enemy of business. Still, he recoiled from the scale of corruption he witnessed in American business, and his tirade, A Chapter of Erie, 1869, an account of the Erie War between financial moguls for control of the Erie Railway, was one of the earliest and most eloquent alarms at the magnitude of corporate malevolence. Fought by a colorful cast of warriors, the wily Cornelius Vanderbilt, the treacherous Jay Gould and Jim Fisk, as well as Tammany Hall, the Erie War was a spectacle of venality, complete with secret meetings at plush hotels and banquets at Delmonico's. Wall Street revealed itself as a haunt of gamblers and a den of thieves. Adams wrote, "The offices of our great corporations appeared as the secret chambers in which trustees plotted the spoliation of their wards." Those secret chambers worried Adams more than the chicanery of Tammany Hall. He rued the enchantment of corporations more than he loathed municipal corruption. After reporting on the Erie War, Adams dwelled on the meaning of the carnage, sounding all the portentous notes of Republican umbrage and rectitude. Although they were creatures of state legislatures, corporations were already establishing despotisms which no spasmodic popular effort will be able to shake off. Corporations have no souls, Adams asserted, reiterating the old maxim of the common law. Yet Adams foresaw a time when corporations, given souls and then mastery of the common life, would infiltrate and destroy representative democracy. If Vanderbilt represented the autocratic power of Caesarism introduced into corporate life, then the executive branch of Republican government would itself be compelled to put Caesarism at once in control of the corporation and the proletariat to bring our vaunted institutions within the rule of all historic precedent. Adams strongly implied that corporate ensoulment led inexorably to authoritarian government. Whitman's democratic vistas would be permanently gilded by corporate fetishism. At the time of the Erie War, corporations occupied an ambiguous place in the evangelical capitalist cosmos. Their existence was undeniable and even efficacious, but their metaphysical and moral legitimacy was questionable. In the 1819 Dartmouth College case, for instance, Chief Justice John Marshall had conferred rights, privileges, and immortality on entities whose artificiality he openly acknowledged. But while the Supreme Court's finding in Santa Clara that corporations were persons under the 5th and 14th Amendments was certainly not unprecedented, the decision was remarkable for its cavalier brevity. Bereft of any argument whatsoever, Santa Clara was more an arbitrary edict than a carefully considered opinion. Neither Chief Justice Morrison Remick Waite nor Justice John Harlan, who delivered the decision, presented any defense of their position. Indeed, they could not. as their equation of corporations with natural persons went beyond anything in previous jurisprudence. The first jurist to recognize the significance of the case was Delphin M. Delma, the attorney for the county of Santa Clara, whose eloquent failure was a harbinger of metaphysical and political battles to come. Besides arguing his case on constitutional grounds, Delma engaged in a futile polemic against the metaphysics of corporate personhood, dissenting from what he considered an odious perversion of the 14th Amendment. Corporations possessed rights and privileges which are not enjoyed by any man in his individual capacity, he conceded, but the principle of equal protection under the law did not require that corporations should be governed by the same laws as natural persons. Delma hinted that the non-decision bore even larger moral and metaphysical implications. The intent of the amendment, he reminded the court, had been to raise the humble, the downtrodden, and the oppressed, not to make the creature of the state, the bodiless, soulless, and mystic creature called a corporation, the equal of the creature of God. Delma clearly implied that the stakes in the case were religious as well as political. If the court ruled in favor of the railroad company, corporations would acquire the image and likeness of God that belonged only to natural persons. American jurists addressed the issue of corporate ontology only after the Santa Clara decision, exhibiting an impatience with metaphysical speculation and a keen awareness of the dangers of fetishism. As University of Chicago law professor Ernst Freund wrote in The Legal Nature of Corporations, 1897, one of the seminal texts in the post-Santa Clara discussion of corporate personality, it was pointless to hope for an unattainable metaphysical unity in our thinking about personhood. More than a decade later, Maurice Wormser, professor of law at the University of Illinois, eschewed any hope of identifying the true anatomy of the corporate concept. In a landmark 1911 essay on corporate personality in the Harvard Law Review, Arthur Machen confessed the confusion of American jurisprudence. A corporation cannot possibly be both an artificial person and an imaginary or fictitious person, he declared. An artificial lake is not an imaginary one, nor is an artificial waterfall a fictitious waterfall. In such metaphysical mazes, Machen observed, it is easy to lose one's self. The solution, they all agreed, was pragmatic and pecuniary. Corporations needed and even deserved the status of personhood in order to facilitate business. The attribution of personhood to a business corporation is a matter of discretion, Freund asserted, determined by practical requirements and practical purposes. Practical, defined as capitalist. Likewise, Wormser opined that the irreducibly social and material nature of corporations was the essential root and gist of things. Although Machen was more inclined to write of corporate personality as real, the corporation is an objectively real entity, he believed. It still derived, in his view, from a group of men whose membership is changing. Jurists acknowledged that a strong and irresistible propensity to fetishism existed in the human imagination. Echoing Durkheim, Sir James Fraser, and other contemporary students of archaic enchantment, legal students of corporate personality ventured into religious territory. Wormser feared that corporate personality could be easily exalted into a fetish. If corporate personhood was a convenient fiction for economic and legal purposes, the corporation itself must not be converted into a fetish, he warned a convention of lawyers and legal scholars in 1923. It must not be worshipped in the way savages worship a red cow or an ornamental totem pole as a supposed incarnation of a sacred spirit. Machen cautioned readers of the Harvard Law Review that the corporation should not be exalted into a divinity. a deity before which we must stand in reverent awe, believing where we cannot prove. There is no command to fall down and worship the imaginary corporate personality, like the golden image which Nebuchadnezzar set up. In the presence of Standard Oil, U.S. Steel, and other corporations, jurists experienced intimations of idolatry, and ominous sunrise of the mercenary gods. Like the jurists, other Americans struggled to make sense of the emerging dispensation. The American people were writing the epilogue of one drama. The economist Simon N. Patten mused in The New Basis of Civilization, 1907, while the curtain was rising upon the prologue of another, presenting a new cast of characters. The economic revolution is here, but the intellectual revolution that will rouse men to its stupendous meaning has not done its work. That intellectual revolution of language and imagery occupied a wide range of writers. Journalists, economists, and reformers referred politely to consolidation and combination, while populists fulminated against plutocracy, the money power, or industrial and financial Bourbons. Carnegie hailed the empire of business, 1913, while W.J. Gent marveled at our benevolent feudalism, 1902, graced by a sense of ethics and somewhat restrained by a fear of democracy. The incorporation of enchantment depended on popular acceptance of corporate personhood, and the spell of this fetish was by no means guaranteed. In the evangelical soul's economy, personhood and moral responsibility inhered in flesh and blood proprietors. Local farmers, artisans, shopkeepers, and bankers were readily known and accountable. The incompetent or dishonest businessman could be rebuked in his shop, rumored about in the street, or shamed in church on Sunday. In the new economy of the latter 19th century, the national scale of corporations introduced an unprecedented anonymity to American economic life. As ownership, production, and distribution grew more collective and subdivided, praise and blame became difficult, if not impossible, to assign. Owners and employees, executives and workers, producers and customers no longer necessarily knew one another. As the writer Seymour Eaton, creator of the Roosevelt or Teddy Bear, observed in his Sermons on Advertising, 1907, people prefer to know individuals. They like to feel like they are being served by men. If they want to kick someone in frustration, it is unsatisfactory to kick an express company or a railroad or Brown, Smith and Company. Increasingly deprived of the human scale of proprietary personality, Americans suspected something insidious in the impersonality of corporations. In the 1890s, the popular imagery of corporate industry assumed its modern form: gargantuan factories, shrouded in smoke, enslaving workers reduced to cogs by an inscrutable and ravenous corporation. Popular opposition to corporations stemmed as much from a sense of their existential illegitimacy as from a fear of their unbridled power. In the 1890s and 1900s, corporate soullessness opened a new chapter in the history of popular metaphysics, the corporation's eerie mixture of personhood and impersonality. How could a corporation be both personal and impersonal at once? A company with a name, yet anonymous, unaccountable, even immaterial. As populist firebrand James H. Cyclone Davis explained in 1894, the corporation was a mere ideal thing, an artificial creation of imaginary workmanship set up as a person to move among natural persons. This illegitimate person was without one human sympathy, and one of its most pernicious effects was to drain natural persons of their own humanity, as the owners and employees of the corporation feel no personal concern for the moral quality of the acts that produce money. Forged in the fire of populist polemic, soulless corporation and kindred terms became weapons in the rhetorical arsenal employed by critics of corporate business, especially after the great merger wave that ended in 1903. William Fewthy Gibbons, a popular scribe for the social gospel, was especially fond of the phrase. In 1902, Gibbons published both a non-fiction philippic against the soulless corporation and a novel about striking coal miners, those black diamond men, whose first chapter was entitled The Soulless Corporation. Critics railed against the corporation's diabolical blend of metaphysical and moral evil. In Frank Norris's The Octopus, 1901, a story of conflict between ranchers and a railroad company in the San Joaquin Valley, Presley, the poet protagonist, describes the corporation as the soulless force, the iron-hearted power, the monster, the colossus, the octopus. Later, in The Titan, 1914, Theodore Dreiser rued the Day of the Trust as a moment when Americans beheld a set of giants, titans, who, without heart or soul, were setting forth to enchain and enslave them. Writing in Everybody's Magazine in early 1912, radical journalist C.P. Connolly inveighed that the blood of a man crippled by a railroad freight car had stained the right-of-way of a soulless corporation. Even business people occasionally joined the critics of corporate soullessness. The editors of Commerce and Finance felt compelled to lament, in 1917, when a Missouri state court upheld the soulless corporation in a price-fixing case. As late as 1920, A.P. Richardson, a prominent accountant and editor of the profession's most respected journal, wondered what it would take to convince business people that a corporation has no soul, and that, without a soul, the relations of man to man degenerate. This swelling chorus of popular opprobrium forced beleaguered corporate executives to defend the soulfulness of their firms. John H. Patterson, president of the National Cash Register Company, insisted in 1899 that it is the duty of the company to show that it is not a corporation without a soul. Insurance company executive George W. Perkins, also a representative of Morgan on the board of U.S. Steel and later a progressive politician, observed in 1903 that business needed to disarm the prejudice against the trusts. Acutely aware that they and their employers inhabited a moral and existential limbo, the business intelligentsia moved to endow the modern corporation with a soul. The strategies of soulfulness varied greatly in manner and effectiveness. Welfare capitalism, the provision by companies of numerous programs, benefits, and amenities to their employees, began in part as a response to the problem of soullessness. At its most inept, this approach was dismissed as a cynical ploy to avert class conflict and government regulation. At its most skillful, it produced Gertrude Beeks, director of International Harvesters Welfare Programs, who found herself anointed an angel of peace in the business and popular press. The invention of a soul for the corporation led to the professionalization of image production. As Roland Marchand and other historians have shown, the profession of public relations arose, in part, as the conjurers of a corporate soul, a vision that transformed a satanic leviathan into the friendly neighborhood behemoth. Public relations experts and advertisers labored mightily to convince a skeptical public that when a company communicates, a man is talking, as adman Claude C. Hopkins put it, a man who takes pride in his accomplishments, not a soulless corporation. One common and effective strategy depicted the corporation as a humble servant, an indefatigable minister to the wishes of the sovereign consumer. In a typical paean to corporate service and soulfulness, the American underwriter observed in 1917 that soulful corporation seems an apt title for the greatest of all life insurance companies, the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company of New York. In a 1922 issue of Printers, Inc., the leading advertising journal, Hugh E. Agnew described how Pacific Gas and Electric makes itself a personality through carefully crafted imagery. Its image professionals succeeded in portraying the corporation as a strong, tireless servant, a servant so domesticated that it warms, lights, and makes comfortable the homes of the land. Although many Americans continued to withhold their affection from soulful corporations, these strategies of ensoulment could be remarkably effective in winning hearts and minds. In 1915, after the Santa Fe Railroad agreed to pay damages for lives and property lost, when one of its cars exploded in Ardmore, Oklahoma, the town's citizens erected a billboard to the company. "Great is the Santa Fe, one corporation with a soul." To be sure, the ensoulment of corporations by image professionals was a way to assuage popular unease and disarm criticism. But something more exalted and disturbing was at work in the movement for corporate soulfulness. As early as 1879, economist John Bates Clark had forecast that when the corporation shall fairly pass the point in its development when it acquires a fully grown corporate soul, it will become a cooperative society. By the eve of World War I, management professor Patton could assert that the corporation was now the social basis of religion. The campaign for corporate ensoulment suggested that the corporation was being recast as the object of longings for beloved community. It was not only that, as one spokesperson for the National Association of Manufacturers wrote in the association's journal in 1918, corporations demonstrated that God's work is done through man's hands. The corporation was a vessel of other, more sublime intentions of divinity. Carroll D. Wright, Massachusetts Commissioner of Labor and later Chief of the U.S. Bureau of Labor, asserted in 1882 that the corporation was an instrument of God for the upbuilding of the race. 2 decades later, Wright reiterated his faith in the mission of the soulful corporation. Representing the coordinate works of the Creator and his grandest creation, man, the technological and organizational prowess of the corporation allies man to his Creator. At the same time, with its careful division of labor and its peaceful resolution of workplace conflict, the corporation follows the Pauline plan of adjusting a difficulty arising between two members of a church. These views of the soulful corporation as a form of beloved community were widespread among business writers and executives. In the summer of 1908, for example, John Kimberly Mumford, a prolific journalist and a tireless booster for corporate enterprise, searched the heart of a soulless corporation in a series of articles in Harper's Weekly. 20 years earlier, Mumford recalled, the size of corporations had suggested to Americans an impertinence greater than Lucifer's. Now, more and more Americans realized that the boundless needs which the corporation and its vast expansion have created were the modern furnace in which God, for his own purposes, tries out the race of man. Focusing especially on International Harvesters' welfare programs, Mumford contended that the cafeterias and company picnics bore the visible signs of a new order, a change of the world's heart. Marie Gross, Beek's successor as welfare manager, had the face of an apostle. The impending transformation of capitalist society would be so complete that Mumford fell back on the oldest terms of enchantment to explain the change. It is the age a magician releasing new spirits on earth that has wrought the change, and from this time forth the jinn will never return to the bottle. Other business journalists hailed executives as the vanguard of a corporate millennium. Having made her reputation as a crusader with her history of Rockefeller's Standard Oil, Tarbell became an acolyte of soulful corporations with her paean to New Ideals in Business. 1916. Profiling Henry Ford and his motor company in The American Magazine in 1914, Tarbell praised the firm's sociological department, charged to put Jesus Christ in my factory, and headed by an Episcopal minister as the harbinger of the golden rule in business. In a trilogy of books on the steel industry, Arundel Cotter, an editor and correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, marveled at the absolute harmony achieved by executives such as Elbert H. Gary of U.S. Steel and Charles M. Schwab of Bethlehem Steel. In United States Steel, the corporation with a soul, Cotter not only described the company as a true democracy and the highest form of socialism, but portrayed the firm as a model of efficient, productive, soulful community. The man who gives, gets, as one manager parroted, and Cotter wrote of the charitable spirit that animated the vast human machinery of U.S. Steel. Corporate executives seconded these lavish affirmations of corporate community. In the March 1912 issue of World's Work, for example, William G. McAdoo, president of the Hudson and Manhattan Railroad Company and later Treasury Secretary under President Woodrow Wilson, let readers inside the soul of a corporation. The Hudson and Manhattan was more than a railway line, McAdoo explained. It was a beloved community of transport. The corporation possessed an esprit de corps of service to each other as well as to the public. We are all working together for the good of each other, McAdoo asserted. Executives, managers, and railroad workers shared a spirit of common devotedness, of common sympathy. Soulful firms needed temples in which to house their beloved communities, and architects supplied the blueprints. Epitomized in the skyscraper, the rapid evolution of American corporate architecture provided ready material for sensitive observers. George Santayana used architecture as a metaphor for the divisions of American culture. The American will inhabits the skyscraper, he wrote in 1911, a monument to aggressive enterprise. One obstacle to the creation of a corporate architecture lay in the fine arts tradition to which most American architects and critics were beholden. Two traditionalists, such as Russell Sturgis, a prominent critic and enthusiast of Ruskin, commercial and industrial needs were irrelevant and even inimical to the pursuit of beauty in architecture. Fine art and active mercantile pursuits are mutually exclusive, Sturgis asserted in a 1908 issue of the Architectural Record. Business requirements are the very defeat, the very ruin of architectural effect. Still, architects needed to make a living in a raucous business civilization, and as a result, they differed sharply over the aesthetics of business architecture. Yet, even as Sturgis was writing, his highbrow orthodoxy was waning. Beginning in the 1880s, a cohort of architects and critics, including John Wellborn Root, Peter Brooks, H. H. Richardson, Daniel H. Burnham, Louis Sullivan, and Montgomery Schuyler, had advanced the view that commerce and industry did not preclude aesthetic merit. Sometimes their reasoning was bluntly pecuniary. As Burnham told the Merchants Club of Chicago in 1897, beauty has always paid better than any other commodity, and always will. But others discerned a genuine splendor in the might of the corporate metropolis. Oscar Lovell Triggs, a professor of English at the University of Chicago and a frequent commentator on architecture, marveled at the skyline traced by the city's escalating business buildings. Radiating daring, strength, titanic energy, intelligence, and majesty, the commercial temple is the exact equivalent of the modern business ideal, Triggs wrote in 1898. Comparisons of department stores, and later shopping malls, to temples, churches, or cathedrals have by now become tedious and even misleading cliches. Yet, it remains true that many architects, business people, and critics saw enchanting implications in the new corporate architecture. If corporations could have souls, then their headquarters were shrines, as devoted as any ancient temple complex to trafficking in the wares of enchantment. While traveling through America in 1908, G. Lowes Dickinson discerned a religious longing in corporate architecture. Gazing across the East River from his hotel room in Brooklyn, he admired the blazing basilicas of Manhattan, outshining the firmament of stars with their powerful, towering electrical lights. While he knew they were citadels of business, Dickinson sensed that the skyline was still divine somehow in its potentialities. Even Ezra Pound, soon to be a far-right critic of usury and finance capital, couldn't help but be enchanted by the nocturnal skyline when he visited Manhattan during a brief trip home from London in 1910. On a brilliant night, the great buildings lose reality and take on their magical powers. "Here is our poetry," Pound wrote, "for we have pulled down the stars to our will." The Metropolitan and Woolworth buildings in New York exemplified the architecture of corporate enchantment. In 1905, John R. Hegeman, president of Metropolitan Life, commissioned Napoleon Lebrun to design a new headquarters at 24th and Madison. He instructed Lebrun to use as his model the Campanile of St. Mark's in Venice, one of Hegeman's favorite civic and religious monuments. Completed in 1909, the Metropolitan was the tallest structure in the city. 6 years later, speaking at the annual Metropolitan Life Convention, art historian William Henry Atherton complimented Hegeman and his board of directors for their choice of model, for a tower with its light and belfry has always been a source of inspiration. By the time Atherton spoke, the Woolworth Building had surpassed the Metropolitan as the highest building in Gotham. Designed by Cass Gilbert in 1913 as the corporate headquarters for Frank W. Woolworth, it was the epitome of business Gothic. Glazed terracotta panels, a tower of sheeted copper, a grand arcade with glass mosaics, and marble imported from Greece. A sensation in the architectural and popular presses, its grandeur was magnified 4 years later by its manager, Edwin A. Cochrane, who dubbed it the Cathedral of Commerce. 1917. A veritable devotional manual, Cochrane's booklet featured a foreword by Reverend S. Parks Cadman, a prominent Congregationalist pastor from Brooklyn. Like the temples and cathedrals of antiquity and the Middle Ages, the commercial edifices of the modern age reflected the spiritual aspirations they embodied and expressed. Not that Cadman bemoaned these spiritual aspirations. Far from being a temple to Mammon, the Woolworth Building pierced into space like a battlement of the paradise of God which St. John beheld. A vessel of the image of God, the Woolworth was a chosen habitation of that spirit of man which binds alien people into unity and peace. Woolworth himself received the unctuous flattery desired by any potentate. The name Frank W. Woolworth has been indelibly inscribed throughout the length and breadth of our land and abroad. His opulent office was named the Empire Room. Corporate architecture had its most eloquent advocate in Louis Sullivan, whose writing blended professional acumen with grandiose metaphysical speculation. After a brief and unhappy stint at MIT learning a mishmash of architectural theology, Sullivan moved to Philadelphia and then to Chicago, where he worked briefly for Burnham before joining Dankmar Adler in 1878. Over the next 20 years, Sullivan recast the Chicago cityscape with the Auditorium Building, 1889, the Chicago Stock Exchange Building, 1894, and the Carson, Peary, Scott and Company Building, 1896. Together with the Wainwright Building in St. Louis, 1891, and the Guarantee Building in Buffalo, 1896, Sullivan's business edifices announced the commencement of architectural modernism. They also reflected Sullivan's conviction that architecture was essentially religious. With me, architecture is not an art, but a religion. From early in his career, Sullivan articulated an unsystematic theology of architecture. While at MIT, he later recalled, he had resolved to effect through his work a complete reversal and inversion of the commonly accepted intellectual and theological concept of the nature of man. Rejecting original sin, Sullivan began to worship man as a being, a presence containing wondrous powers, mysterious, hidden powers. Rather than trust in the Christian God, Sullivan put faith in the earth, faith in life, faith in man. Obscuring any distinction between the human and the divine, the spiritual, he mused in his autobiography, is a term interchangeable with the physical. Sullivan expounded a secular parody of a sacramental view of the world and of architecture. The essence of things, he thought, is always taking shape in the matter of things. Thus, Sullivan's maxim that form ever follows function did not indicate a crass practicality. The function of a building was always expressive of spiritual as well as pecuniary meaning. If matter was interchangeable with spirit, Sullivan could see architecture as the outward and visible sign of something inward and invisible. As you are, so are your buildings, and as are your buildings, so are you. Like Emerson, Sullivan affirmed the divinization of power. Hailing the doer, ever growing in power, Sullivan avowed that power and its infinite expansion were the core of human divinity. The architect was a model of the divinized power that suffused the universe. At its best, architectural design reflected a great spirit which resides both in the architect's silent subjectivity and in the unfailing bounty of nature. Determined to overcome the stifling legacy of Christian humility, Sullivan lauded the ego, the I am, the unique, as the most precious of man's powers. If Ayn Rand's egotistical architect, Howard Rourke in The Fountainhead, has a precursor, it is Sullivan, not Frank Lloyd Wright. Yet this egoism was not malevolent. The great spirit that embraced the architect's ego enabled him to enter into that extraordinary communion that the sacred writers called to walk with God. Since human divinity was untrammeled power, Sullivan hallowed the forces of the market. Outlining his eschatology of capitalism at the annual convention of the American Institute of Architects in October 1894, he expressed his apprehension at the murky materialism of corporations, so prodigious, so grotesque, so monstrous, yet asserted nonetheless that this very monstrosity contains the elements of change. From its own intensity, its own excess, its own complex striving, the rage to accumulate predetermines the golden age of the world. Through the scientific and technological development sponsored by corporate enterprise, humanity had arrived at a materialism so profound, so exalted, as to prove the fittest basis for a coming era of spiritual splendor. The draftsman of spiritual splendor was an avid celebrant of corporate power, saluting the talent and ambition of urban financiers, managers, and professionals. Chicago, he wrote in 1891, owed its greatness to its brainy men, whose avarice and savvy were qualities as noble, daring, and inspired as ever quickened knights of old to deeds of chivalry. In the tall office building artistically considered, 1896, one of the finest paeans to corporate architecture ever written, Sullivan asserted that in the skyscraper, a new grouping of social conditions has found a habitation and a name, acknowledging that it was the joint product of the speculator, the engineer, and the builder, and not, apparently, the workers who actually built it. Sullivan boasted that the architect imparted to this edifice of strife and greed the higher forms of sensibility and culture. The lofty form of the skyscraper followed the loftiness of the social function that Sullivan attributed to corporate business. The force and power of altitude stemmed from the glory and pride of exaltation. The skyscraper was the new, the unexpected, the eloquent peroration of most bold, most sinister, most forbidding conditions. From bottom to top, the skyscraper was a unit without a single dissenting line. In Sullivan's architectural theology, the skyscraper was a seamlessly integrated tabernacle of the soulful corporation. Sullivan's corporate sublime was a beatific vision rendered in concrete and steel, and it reminds us that the soulful corporation had very visible, tactile features. Emerging from the moral imagination of the professional managerial class, the soulful corporation was their answer to popular moral and metaphysical suspicions. In the course of bestowing a soul or personality on an impersonal legal fiction, business ideologues converted the corporation into an enchanted colossus of capital. The mystical body of the corporation was also a counterfeit, beloved community, a holy family whose products and services bore the soulful personality of the company. The image and likeness of the enchanted corporation would appear in public relations and advertising. Its canon law and technology of community would take form as management theory. Under the sign of the corporate soul, the corporation inherited the title to the venerable American errand, the establishment of a heavenly city on the property relations of capitalism. Chapter 9. Blazers of the One True Way, Corporate Humanism, Management Theory, and the Mechanization of Communion. However soulful the corporation, class conflict remained an indelible feature of industrial capitalism. In the 3 decades after the Civil War, the American economy was shaken by 2 shock waves of labor unrest: the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the climactic episode of the panic that began in 1873, and the Homestead and Pullman strikes of 1892 and 1894. Eager to end class warfare and avert the radicalization of workers, business reformers of the 1880s and 1890s urged capitalists to abandon the old ways of accumulation. As the minister and journalist Nicholas Payne Gilman wrote in 1899, the source of industrial unrest lay in the personal alienation of the employer from his fellow men who work for him. To overcome this estrangement, restore tranquility, and ensure profitability in the future, business people needed to seek the sagacious application of ideal justice and righteousness to the employer's function. In the spirit of Andrew Urey and the British evangelical clerics of capital, Gilman imagined the industrial workplace as a beatific site of production, a factory pervaded by humaneness, kindness, and fraternity. Gilman's hopes were taken up by corporate management, while management theory offered a new covenant of humaneness, kindness, and fraternity from within the culture of corporate professionalism. The emergence of a professional stratum of managers to oversee and coordinate the activities of the modern corporation was one of the defining developments of modern America. Heir to the proprietor's organizational labor, the manager increasingly seemed to be the only figure capable of understanding, leading and humanizing the Promethean forces unleashed by corporate business. In this view, managers, like other professionals, possessed sophisticated, even recondite skills whose deployment enables them to master the complexities of markets, administration, and technology. Thus, the visible hand of management displaced the invisible hand of the market as the orchestrating force of capitalism. Meanwhile, the convergence of corporate management with the rising cadre of engineers, scientists, and technicians gave birth to the professional managerial class, whose varieties of skilled expertise comprised the fund of knowledge on which the corporation and corporate society relied. Historians have tended to treat management literature as a scientific body of knowledge about the efficient organization of large-scale business enterprise. Writing of DuPont, U.S. Steel, and General Electric, Olivier Zuns asserts that the earliest managerial theory represented a concerted effort on the part of men in charge to think about managerial structure, investment strategies, expert knowledge, and employee relations. In this view, management theory is the anatomical science of corporate capitalism. Yet other historians have depicted the growth of management and management theory not as a response to the emergence of corporate enterprise, but as instruments in its very creation. Consummating the philosophy of manufactures, first sketched by Babbage and Urey, management theory was, in their view, part of a larger strategy by corporate capital to expropriate the technical and organizational skills of workers and give them to experts more amenable to capitalist imperatives. If, as Big Bill Haywood of the Industrial Workers of the World, IWW, put it, the manager's brains lay under the workman's cap, then corporate capital needed to dispossess the worker of his intelligence as well as his access to production. The crusade of enclosure that began in England now engulfed American industry, and like their evangelical predecessors in improvement, American corporate leaders had to strangle the hydra of misrule. Much of the professional managerial class arose from this war of annexation. Management is, in this view, simply class war by other means. Enveloped in the aura of expertise, management theory has been what David F. Noble dubs a technology of social production, a toolkit of industrial exploitation. Beginning with the scientific management movement of the 1910s, associated with Frederick W. Taylor and the Taylor Society, management theory has evolved as a method of dispossession, surveillance, and control. No managerial ideologue has ever been clearer than Taylor himself about the basis for management's claims to power and authority. Taylor never attributed the need for a managerial class to technological or organizational complexity. With an almost disarming candor, he acknowledged that management originated in the owner's desire to assert complete control over workers and the labor process through an industrial form of enclosure. Workmen, Taylor wrote in The Principles of Scientific Management, 1913, possess the mass of traditional knowledge, a large part of which is not in the possession of management. Because managers either lacked workers' knowledge or possessed it only deficiently, the shop was really run by the workmen and not by the bosses. Taylor realized with chagrin that the combined knowledge and skill of the workmen who were under him was certainly 10 times as great as his own. The issue was power, not complexity, the mesmerizing talisman of the managerial mandarins. Yet, management theory has always been more than a weapon in the arsenal of corporate hegemony. To understand why, we need to fully think through the implications of what Alfred Zonretel has dubbed managerial fetishism. Like the soulful corporation, corporate management thinking emerged from the turbulent transformation of the evangelical, moral, and political economy. From its inception in the late 19th century, management theory has marked an attempt to forge a beloved community on the foundations of corporate capitalism. In the wake of a waning evangelical hegemony, the corporate intelligentsia offered managerial expertise as the surrogate for Protestant theology and moralism. Management theory contains a corporate conception of selfhood, a corporate humanism, in which the business corporation, legally a person, becomes a site of personal fulfillment and devotion. At the same time, if management literature has provided a technology of social production, it has also recorded the American quest for community in cupidity. Despite its professional veneer, management theory represents a refashioning of enchantment under corporate auspices, the animation of rational authority with the galvanizing charge of charisma. Like the soulful corporation, for which it provides a canon law and moral theology, management theory is another form of fetishism. It beguiles, captures, and codifies the deepest human aspirations. At its most ardent and insidious, management theory has sought to realize the mechanization of communion. Although the genesis of management theory can be traced to corporate welfare departments, especially to the celebrated sociological department of Henry Ford's automobile plant in Detroit, its enchanting character can be seen in the professional culture of engineering. As the ranks of civil, mechanical, and electrical engineers swelled between the Civil War and the Armistice, the engineer became one of the principal icons of industrial modernity, appearing in exhibitions and advertisements, as well as popular and highbrow fiction. Fusing the romantic, the practical, and the mercenary, the figure of the engineer embodied utopian longing, technological mastery, and scorn for waste and inefficiency. Often this ideal expressed a desire for Magus-like power and imagination. Jack Hale, the hero of John Fox Jr.'s The Trail of the Lonesome Pine, 1908, has the vision of a seer when he surveys Cumberland Gap, believing it the heaven-born site for the unborn city of his dreams. In Harold Bell Wright's The Winning of Barbara Worth, 1911, the protagonist, eager to reclaim a desert area, the palm of the hand of God, dubs the coming days of engineering splendor the age of the seer and his companions. Zane Grey wrote of engineering with eschatological grandeur in The UP Trail, 1918. Engineers, Grey marveled, were infused by the spirit of some great thing to be that strange call of life which foreordained a heritage for the future. For many Americans, engineers were heroic magi, not soulless technocrats. Unlike Weber's disenchanted technicians, they were specialists with spirit. Conquering nature and extending the bounds of beneficent technical empire, they planned the extension of the American errand to improve and redeem the planet. In the popular imagination, engineers, in Cecilia Ticci's words, renewed the spiritual mission embedded for over 2.5 centuries in the national experience. Heirs to Bacon, Winthrop, and the antebellum technologists, engineers were the new magi of the covenant. The magical powers of engineering had been captured by Mark Twain in A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, 1889. Like William Morris in A Dream of John Ball, Twain sent his protagonist back in time. Knocked unconscious during a fight, Hank Morgan, head superintendent of a gun factory, awakens in 6th century England. After narrowly escaping execution, remembering the date of a solar eclipse, he predicts and thus causes the incident. Morgan swiftly debunks and usurps the official regime of Arthurian enchantment, especially Merlin the magician, who becomes his most intrepid antagonist. Anointed the boss, he embarks on an arrogant and energetic project of modernization, directing the construction of an enormous apparatus of industry, transport, and communication. All over the realm, he plants the nuclei of future vast factories, the iron and steel missionaries of my future civilization. Spells, incantations, and prayers give way to scientific enlightenment and technological mastery. Everywhere, commerce and wage labor undermine the foundations of feudal subordination and chivalry. Serfs learn to read. Nobles become railway conductors. Knights exchange errantry for careers as salespeople of mouthwash, toothpaste, and polish. Yet, if Twain's fable affirmed the victory of industrial modernity over superstition, it also hinted that technical and managerial experts were the new regime of enchantment. Morgan is often referred to as a magician, a wizard, or an enchanter, and he himself describes his rivalry with Merlin as a duel between two mighty magicians, a duel not of muscle, but of mind, not of human skill, but of superhuman art and craft, a final struggle for supremacy between the two master enchanters of the age. Reading from the unfinished manuscript to an audience in Baltimore in January 1888, Twain paused and asked his listeners to consider the trivial miracles and wonders wrought by the humbug magicians and enchanters of that old day, and contrast them with the mighty miracles wrought by science in our day of steam and electricity. Morgan's attempt to impose modernity was a form of social engineering, and it suggested that the quest of engineers to master nature would embrace human nature as well. Before World War I, most management theorizing took place in the professional periodicals of engineers. By the 1910s, engineers were the vanguard of managerial science, extending its sway from machine shops into electrical and chemical manufacturing firms. Centered in the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, ASME, the drive to create a coherent body of managerial literature first appeared in the 1880s. In an 1886 paper to the ASME, Henry Towne, an engineer and manufacturer from Stamford, Connecticut, issued a clarion call to his colleagues. While the science of engineering had a large and systematic literature, the management of work is unorganized, is almost without literature, and has no organization or medium for the interchange of experience. Towne urged the ASME to establish a clearinghouse for managerial experience and reflection. At the same time, Towne underscored the conflation of technical efficiency, pecuniary reason, and beloved community that marked all subsequent management theory. Noting that the ASME's monogram, the symbol of the dollar, was frequently conjoined to the figures of an engineer's calculations, Towne reiterated that the final issue of an engineer's work was a question of dollars and cents. The returns to capital remained the standard by which the new social engineers would subordinate each to the harmonious development of the whole. Over the next decade, other engineers echoed and amplified Towne's hopes for a science of management. In his presidential address to the American Society of Civil Engineers in 1895, George S. Morrison, the nation's premier bridge engineer, informed his colleagues that "We are the priests of material development. We are the priests of the new epoch, without superstitions." Morrison's 1903 tract, The New Epoch, was a banal but popular artifact of mechanical utopianism. The exalted engineers of popular fiction were replicated in the minds of the engineering elite. The new business schools joined the engineering profession in forging a corporate clerisy. Upholding the priesthood of all proprietors, the evangelical dispensation had largely refrained from formal business education. Until well after the Civil War, most training in business was informal and unsystematic. Commercial colleges offered brief courses of study in literacy, numeracy, and bookkeeping. In the 1880s, in tandem with the corporate construction of the professional and managerial apparatus, business education assumed the disciplinary and pedagogical trappings it wears today. Over the next 2 decades, a consensus emerged among executives, economists, and journalists that the longevity of corporate capitalism depended more on the creation of a business intelligentsia than on the accumulation of capital. As one writer opined in World's Work in 1904, the success of the great corporation today depends primarily upon the possibility of securing not capital, but brains. What Ruskin had vilified as alchemy and witchcraft now donned the robes of the academy. Business schools of all kinds proliferated, offering instruction in everything from finance and marketing to advertising, fashion, and industrial design. The Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, 1881, the College of Commerce and Politics at the University of Chicago, 1898, the College of Commerce at the University of California at Berkeley, 1898, Harvard Business School, 1908, the New York School of Fine and Applied Art, 1909, later the Parsons School, the School of Retailing at New York University, 1919. Meanwhile, artistic and scientific institutions such as the Brooklyn Museum, the Newark Museum, and the American Museum of Natural History sponsored expositions of industrial products and embarked on extensive collaborations with urban merchants, manufacturers, and designers. Many advocates of formalized business education saw the new schools as outposts of a civilizing mission. President of Bethlehem Iron, later Steel, Corporation, and a co-founder of Swarthmore College, Joseph Wharton envisioned his School of Finance and Economy as an academy for philosopher executives. In his founding charter for the school, Wharton asserted his hope that professional managers would emerge as a class of men likely to become pillars of the state. In addition to running successful businesses, the new class of mandarins would also contribute to the solution of the social problems incident to our civilization. John Cotton Dana, curator of the Newark Museum and a leading proponent of partnership between business and the arts, rejected religion and turned instead, for moral improvement, to the pecuniary and technological rationality of corporate capitalism. Business runs the world. Dana pontificated in 1909. The world gets civilized just as fast as men learn to run things on plain business principles. By the eve of World War I, the growth of corporate management in numbers and prestige had culminated in the founding of the National Association of Corporation Schools, NACS, the first professional society of managers. The very name underlined the symbiotic relationship of managerial expertise and corporate hegemony. The NACS changed its name to the American Management Association in 1923. The NACS could exude an eerily religious fervor to vocational guidance and other branches of professional management. At the NACS's annual convention in Buffalo in 1917, one speaker enthused, without a trace of irony, that vocational education and other kinds of corporation training portended the surrender of the soul to the machine-made God of the 20th century utility. In his apparently undisputed opinion, the gospel of efficiency was a modern brand of Christianity. I see in efficiency, he continued, the individual, as Christ saw him, in his soul. Calling on his brethren to teach the holiness of labor, he proclaimed his confidence that, properly managed, the average worker could experience joy, progress, and reward in the things he does. Joy was the goal of the most infamous species of management thought, Taylorism, or scientific management. Scientific management is easily and rightly vilified as a form of social engineering, a program for dehumanization, a beatific vision for control freaks. Historians have long recognized that Taylor's time and motion studies marked a pinnacle, or perhaps a nadir, in the development of the modern superego, the bourgeois quest to bring desire and impulse under systematic, rational control. Just as other Victorian prodigies of self-mastery sought to bring sexual life and erotic fantasy under the authority of reason, witness John Harvey Kellogg and his regimen of diet, enemas, and girdles, Taylor extended the empire of reason into the smallest details of the workplace. Thus, in this view, Taylorism and scientific management represent archetypes of disenchantment. If, as Weber contended, the modern project of rationalization began in Protestant theology and moralism, Taylor and his colleagues brought the process under the aegis of science and technology. But rationalization and enchantment have never been mutually exclusive. From early Puritan modernity in England to the evangelical dispensation in America, pecuniary reason and instrumental rationality have overlapped with intimations of divinity in the world. Undertaken through the decline of evangelical hegemony, the corporate reconstruction of American capitalism was no less a crusade for beloved community. Witness the ideal of the soulful corporation. Like other prophets of management, Taylor thought of his industrial research as more than a science of workplace authority. As one of his first biographers revealed, Taylor thought of himself as one of the dreamers. 1910, praised by Herbert Kaufman, a newspaperman and popular specialist in inspirational twaddle. Their vision lies within their souls. Through all the ages they have heard the voice of destiny call to them from the unknown vasts. They are the chosen few, the blazers of the way. That might seem exalted for time and motion studies, but Taylor believed that his science of work was a blueprint for brotherly love. Like many a prophet, theologian, or philosopher, Taylor transformed his inner demons into a powerful moral imagination. Raised among the Quaker blue bloods of Philadelphia, Taylor lived the explosive contradictions of a privileged but repressive upbringing. His father was a gentle and somewhat lackadaisical lawyer. His mother, Emily, was an erudite and Spartan pillar of Victorian propriety. Emily's parental style was Dickensian, by way of Thomas Gradgrind. She subjected young Fred and his siblings not only to a regimen of work, drill, and discipline, but also to a fierce competition in which child was remorselessly pitted against child. Later, while a student at Phillips Exeter, Taylor sought to acquire complete control of his mind and body. Rather than wander pleasurably in the woods, he measured the length of his walking stride so as to cover the greatest distance with the least expenditure of energy. Afraid of nightmares caused, so he thought, by lying on his back, he slept in a harness rigged with sticks to prick him when he reclined. Before he arrived at dances, he would carefully categorize all the girls in terms of their relative attractiveness. An indefatigable killjoy, he insisted fanatically on strict adherence to the rules of any game he was playing. This behavior would seem to suggest the most leaden and thoroughgoing disenchantment. But as Sudhir Karkar observes, these ritualistic habits were akin to magical thinking, the repetition of thoughts or actions in order to subdue the unpredictable. Fearful and trembling in the valley of the wonderful, forests, slumber, women, young man Taylor relied on reason, stripped of imagination, and reduced to technology. Though longing for ecstasy, Taylor rued the uncontrollable, so the repressed returned with a prosaic vengeance, overwhelming him with a fanatical devotion to order. Rooted in a similar effort to master the intractable material of humanity, scientific management arose, in part, from the psychic regions of enchantment. The story of Taylorism has been told many times. Taylor's own 2-decade apprenticeship in shop floor technology and politics, his considerably oversold accomplishments at the Midvale Steel Works, embodied in Schmidt, the Ajax of scientific management, his stormy tenure as president of the ASME, 1906 to 1907, the publicity afforded by the Eastern Rates case of 1910, in which Louis Brandeis drew on Taylor's principles of efficiency to argue for wage hikes without railroad rate increases, the 1911 strike at the Federal Arsenal in Watertown, Massachusetts, which both occasioned a much-publicized congressional investigation of the movement and prompted Taylor to write The Principles of Scientific Management, an exposition and defense of his work. In the same year, Taylor's followers in the ASME, or as they dubbed themselves, his disciples, broke with the organization to form the Society to Promote the Science of Management, or the Taylor Society. Through its bulletin as well as other evangelizing projects, conventions, lectures, and numerous books and essays, the Taylor Society disseminated the Master's teachings, the wresting of all technical knowledge from workers, and its reconstruction as science in the possession of management, the scientific study and selection of workers, the reunion of science and the worker under the direction of managers, the breakdown of tasks to determine the most efficient method of their performance, the one best way. Fulfilling the dreams of Urey and Babbage, scientific management was the most comprehensive ideology of capitalist authority yet devised. Critics of Taylorism abounded. The most formidable enemy was Robert F. Hoxie, a University of Chicago labor economist and a special investigator for the U.S. Commission on Industrial Relations. After berating Taylor and his disciples for overstating their science's contribution to productivity, Hoxie added insult to injury by noting that the movement was cursed with fakirs and industrial patent medicine men, charlatans with clipboards and stopwatches. Helen Moreau, executive secretary to the Women's Trade Union League, observed in 1914 that the difference between scientific management and organized labor is that the aim of the latter is to make men. The aim of the former is to make goods. Yet, the aim of scientific management was to make men and rebuild their characters. Indeed, as Taylor and his disciples often pointed out, the reconstruction and even redemption of men was its primary goal. Repelled by the apparent soullessness of engineering specs and blueprints, critics of technocracy and other scientific utopias often forget the desires for communion that impel the embrace of mechanized mutuality. It's banal to reiterate that scientific management was a form of human engineering. What's more intriguing, as well as more disturbing, is its larger and deeper aspirations. Taylor's ominous pronouncement in The Principles of Scientific Management: in the past, the man was first. In the future, the system will be first, was to his mind an augury of beatitude, a declaration of industrial interdependence in which all would find fulfillment. Taylor always presented scientific management not merely as a technique of productive efficiency, but also as a program for a corporate humanism. Taylor insisted on the profoundly humane implications of industrial discipline, musing that a life which is one continuous struggle with other men is hardly worth living. Taylor saw the end of this Hobbesian war in the embrace of his managerial wisdom. With the adoption of scientific management, class war in the workplace would give way to close, intimate, personal cooperation between the management and the men. In a visionary gesture to the end of alienation, Taylor imagined a corporate self, a moral personality constructed on the basis of labor and scientific knowledge. In a properly managed workplace, each man possesses his own individuality and loses none of his originality and proper personal initiative, while at the same time agreeing to be controlled by and work harmoniously with many other men. Taylor repeated these utopian claims, even in the face of withering skepticism. Testifying before the Special Congressional Committee charged to investigate the Watertown strike, Taylor expounded with prophetic ardor on the prospects for industrial amity. Yes, he crowed, productivity would increase with frictionless class relations. The size of the surplus created by their joint effort is truly astounding. But then, Taylor dwelled on the broader moral and spiritual renovation made possible by scientific management. The embrace of industrial cooperation under the auspices of trained managerial professionals constituted a great mental revolution. He declared, not so much for efficiency, but for the substitution of peace for war, of hearty brotherly cooperation for contention and strife, of replacing suspicious watchfulness with mutual confidence, of becoming friends instead of enemies. Taylor restated the American dream first imagined by Puritans and evangelicals, the consummation of history in the felicitous, lucrative rapport of labor and capital. Though the master himself was indifferent to conventional religion, his disciples, as the inner circle in the Taylor Society dubbed themselves, bore the Ark of the Covenant with the zeal of converts and the haughty self-assurance of clerics. Lawyer and jurist Felix Frankfurter was not engaging in hyperbole when he berated the Taylor Society for its imperious and dogmatic faith in scientific management. Writing of a prominent scientific manager he had befriended, Randolph Bourne remarked that his self-assured proficiency suggested a walking evangel, an insistent, reiterate note of a new thing that is to dominate mankind. This new thing combined religious devotion, philosophical subtlety, and the precision of productive efficiency. One of a mystic number of 7 men chosen by the great founder, Taylor, the managerial evangelist, preached a new gospel of scientific knowledge and industrial peace. Though resisted, like any missionary, by benighted heathens, manufacturers and labor leaders locked in unregenerate class struggle, the new manager trusted that the truth of the gospel would overcome those who seemed to him, as Bourne put it, as foolish as the obscurantists who opposed Galileo. Bourne feared that apostles of the new religion, the one best way, would seek the extension of Taylorist principles to areas of life outside the purview of managerial scrutiny. His friend maintained that the new management theory was a course in character building, a regimen of virtue akin to the wisdom of antiquity. Surveying the empire of business with stoic calm, the scientific manager was an industrial Marcus Aurelius. The religious character of scientific management was evident not only to contemporary observers, but also to members of the movement as well. As the members of the Efficiency Society avowed their enchantment In the inaugural issue of their journal in 1913, they were apostles of a single faith, a faith so large, so universal, that it benefits all fields, and in varying guises inhabits all nature, animate and inanimate. Testifying before the Interstate Commerce Commission in the fall of 1910, Frank Gilbreth nodded in agreement when one commissioner observed that scientific management had become a sort of substitute for religion with you. Gilbreth's fellow disciples were at least as evangelical. Taylor, H.L. Persons declared, was a seeker of truth. Morris Cook asserted that Taylor had taken the Sermon on the Mount and turned it into a practical, profitable, working formula. The promise of Christianity awaited the day when the principles of scientific management have permeated every nook and cranny of the working world. Cook fondly quoted a French priest who had sermonized that the love of God is the Taylor system of the inner life. H. L. Gant concluded Organizing for Work, 1919, by tracing a direct historical line from Christ to Taylor. Christ, Gant explained, was the real founder of scientific management, the first great economist. Indeed, scientific management was merely applied Christianity. Although the great leaders of the Church of the Middle Ages had recognized Christ's status, their scholastic intellectualism had obscured his managerial wisdom, which implied that Taylor and his disciples were the heirs of medieval clerical authority. But if medieval clerics and Protestant proprietors had awaited the fullness of redemption at the end of time, scientific managers bore witness to a consummation on this side of paradise. Harrington Emerson, for instance, opened his textbook, Efficiency as a Basis for Operation and Wages, 1919, by assuring readers of the capacity of scientific management to confer on modern civilization attributes formerly attributed to divinity: infinite goodness, infinite wisdom, infinite power. To be sure, many writers and enthusiasts were coldly pragmatic about Taylorism. Even as they shared the movement's religious spirit, they stated clearly and unapologetically that managers aimed at class subordination and the enlargement of surplus value. Gilbreth asserted forthrightly in his Primer of Scientific Management, 1912, that one of the chief purposes of the new science was to mystify and mechanize workers. The laborer does not understand it, nor is he expected to understand it. Originally one of Taylor's most trusted disciples, Gilbreth became one of the master's most hated competitors, recoiling from the humanistic cant so common among managerial missionaries. It is the aim of scientific management to induce men to act as nearly like machines as possible, he admitted proudly. Hugo Münsterberg, one of the founders of industrial psychology and a prominent public face of scientific management, conceded that the principal objective of what he dubbed economic psychotechnics was to produce most completely the influence on human minds which are desired in the interests of business. Despite these avowedly mercenary pronouncements, progressives lauded scientific management as the social technology of communion. Brandeis praised Taylor's infinite patience and genius, hailing him as a revelator of industrial truth. After visiting Ford's sociological department, Ida Tarbell became a promoter of enlightened corporate leadership. In a series of articles for American Magazine in 1914, Tarbell waxed ecstatic as she described the golden rule in business. Trained in scientific management, the corporate manager was an entirely new type of employer, an educator and friend of men, whose factory was a school of character. Even the staff of the New Republic succumbed to the mystique of scientific management. Mr. Taylor and his followers have made a major contribution to civilization, as one editorial concluded near Christmas, 1916. Walter Lippmann enthused that the managerial class would administer the modern communion portended by corporate organization. If patriarchal avarice had driven the old chop-whiskered merchants, he wrote in Drift and Mastery, 1914, the civilizing passions of science and public service inspired managers who tempered the primal desire to have and to hold and to conquer. Herbert Croly anointed Taylor's handiwork the great critical and regenerative influence in business organization. A utopian discourse that revealed the relation between scientific business and economic democracy. The many faces of management theory, one mechanical and scientific, the other brotherly and even religious, fused more completely and lissomely after World War I. Prompted by the labor militancy of the war years, the emergence of what came to be called industrial or human relations marked an evolution, not a repudiation, of Taylorism and scientific management. Eager to wash his hands of the blood spilled in the Ludlow massacre of April 1914, John D. Rockefeller, Jr. espoused a new industrial creed when speaking to the Chamber of Commerce in Atlantic City in December 1918. W. L. Mackenzie King, a Canadian politician who also worked as an industrial relations consultant for General Electric, Bethlehem Steel, and the Rockefellers, exhorted business people in Industry and Humanity, 1918, to bring the economy of God to earth. King's advocacy of enlightened management inspired those who hoped for a soulful corporation. Two of the more portentous documents of industrial relations were Industrial Goodwill, 1919, and Industrial Government, 1921, a two-volume collection of reports by industrial researchers working under the direction of John R. Commons. Originally a missionary for the social gospel, Commons had been dismissed from Syracuse University for his advocacy of workers' rights and the living wage. Hired by the University of Wisconsin, Commons embarked on a career as a labor historian and industrial relations specialist, serving on the U.S. Commission on Industrial Relations and establishing the first program in the field at Wisconsin. Although Commons had dismissed Ford's sociological department and other managerial schemes as mere schemes of industrial autocracy, he warmed to scientific management when he accompanied Taylor on factory tours during the 1910s. Impressed by Junior Rockefeller's penitent professions of benevolence and reform, Commons put aside the childish things of youth and assumed the maturity of corporate management. Commons and his colleagues presented a semi-ecclesial account of the corporation and its human members. A corporation is said to have no soul, but Commons replied that its soul resided in its goodwill. Goodwill, which Commons used interchangeably with soul and personality, signified the sum total of human relationships in the corporate workplace. A multiple of all the different personalities that kept the business going, goodwill was a spirit of brotherhood that united workers and employers in the consciousness of a common cause. From this mystical body, corporate selfhood projected personality into its products, advertising, customer service, even its stocks and bonds. Indeed, Commons wrote, "The modern corporation specializes in personality." Corporate personhood consisted, the Commons team maintained, in zeal for progress and pride in a great enterprise, an excitement that lit up the most menial and stupefying task with the rays of a great industrial vision. If this seemed quite a bit to expect from pushing a broom, feeding a machine, or typing yet another letter, Commons and his researchers insisted that through the imaginative vistas opened up by corporate production, the modern firm afforded more chances for personality than ever were known before in industry. Led by the new professional managerial workers who annulled the old covenant of authoritarian proprietorship and replaced it with the new law of personality, corporations would move from business to humanity. As one of Commons's researchers put it without a trace of irony, management was moving from figures to feelings as instruments of control. Thus, the new humanism in management was the magnanimous orchestration of emotional and spiritual life. The managerial shift from business to humanity was a glimpse of the corporate future. Searching, like the evangelical economists, for amity in the midst of competition, managerial clerics developed a science and technology of brotherhood. Finney's arithmetic of faith, the evangelical fusion of religious emotion and pecuniary reason, assumed a new form in the time and motion studies of Taylor, Gilbreth, and other scientific managers. The fabrication of sentiment, implicit in Taylor's work and clearly recommended by the Commons team, would inspire the human relations lineage of Mary Parker Follett, Elton Mayo, Peter Drucker, and later philosophers of management. In its subtle move from figures to feelings, management theory extended the American technological sublime into the realm of human personality. At the same time, the cultivation of good feelings, once originally directed toward the paternal proprietor, could now be lavished on the corporate person. The attribution of soul and personality to the capitalist firm epitomized the corporate reconstruction of charisma. Chapter 10. The Spirit of the Thing. Advertising and the Incorporation of the Beatific Vision. While managers pursued the mechanization of charisma and communion at the point of production, other corporate professionals took the point of consumption as a gateway to enchantment. The rise of modern consumer culture in the half-century after the Civil War has sparked a sizable literature, and at this point, we should need no further persuasion that commodities bear enormous psychic and existential freight. Yet, this trove of knowledge about consumer culture is also an embarrassment of riches, for historians remain deeply divided about its ultimate historical significance. For a long time, the dominant view of consumer culture was negative and censorious. In this view, the atrophy of producerist values left Americans suspended in a metaphysical and moral vacuum, prey to the wiles of commodity fetishism. Dispossessed from property and production, unbound from the work ethic, and indentured to corporate hierarchies, they increasingly embraced what Lears has called a gospel of therapeutic release. With the erosion of Protestantism, traditional aspirations to transcendence gave way to self-fulfillment and immediate gratification. Goals that, given economic growth, no longer seemed sinful or unattainable. But while it freed Americans from the more onerous strictures of evangelical morality, consumer culture also imprisoned the self in a culture of advertising, marketing, and professional advice. With enviable aesthetic and moral virtuosity, corporate image professionals redefined freedom and happiness as access to consumer pleasures. Unlike heaven, the dream life of capitalism, as Leach dubs it, is an endless pageant of goods and services. Democracy became, in Marchand's words, a republic of goods, while the image of the human person became, as Leach describes it, an insatiable, desiring machine, an animal governed by an infinity of desires. The horrible irony of American consumer culture is that, despite its claims to foster liberation, the land of desire, or culture of narcissism, is more thoroughly controlled through pleasure and anxiety than through threats of physical coercion. Yet, in another, more optimistic view, consumer culture is a great emancipator, emptying the Protestant dungeons of patriarchy, privation, and parochialism. The apocalypse of the producer's republic becomes the advent of a moral revolution. By sweeping away the family farm and workshop, corporate capitalism dethroned the patriarch, emasculated evangelical moralism, and cleared space for new political movements: feminism, racial equality, sexual liberation. Thanks to the corporate form of ownership, proprietorship, and labor began to recede as the primary sources of personal identity. Thanks to industrial productivity, thrift and self-denial began to give way to self-fulfillment as the axis of moral order. In dance halls, department stores, and amusement parks, and in the images of plenty disseminated by advertising, consumers entertained the prospect of living beyond the strictures of scarcity. Enlarging the material and conceptual boundaries of human possibility, consumer culture enabled Americans to envision the transcendence of pecuniary reason. In the midst of plenty, the imagination becomes ambitious. As Walter Lippmann observed in Drift and Mastery, rebellion against misery is at last justified, and dreams have a basis in fact. Champions of consumer culture see, not decadence, but a new order of justice and generosity. Far from raising a pandemonium of nihilists, consumer culture is a new school of character, a soul's economy rooted in abundance. Whether they see consumer culture as a form of bondage or as a prophecy of impending jubilee, historians agree that it draws its power from the deepest recesses of desire. Indeed, as James Livingston has written of advertising, it represents the last utopian idiom of our time. For their own avowedly pecuniary purposes, the inventors of modern consumer culture recruited these ineffable aspirations. They knew that consumers desired more than mere accumulation of objects. They studied and captured the immortal longing for the enchanted, beloved community. Just as Walt Whitman wanted things and people to become his friendly companions, advertisers and other late 19th century enchanters attempted, in Lears's words, to effect the reanimation of the inanimate world under the aegis of major corporations. I would venture further than Lears or Livingston. Consumer culture is a counterfeit, beatific vision, a realm of coruscating misenchantment, a corporate atlas for a parodic sacramental way of being in the world. Conjured up to intensify, not to mellow, the rage to produce and accumulate, consumer culture served the managerial quest for communion through mechanization. Advertisers were appealing to human desires for self-transfiguration. They were employing the language of religion for avowedly commercial purposes, but they also believed that the goods they marketed possessed spiritual and moral treasures. Like soulful executives and scientific managers, ad men believed that the culture of consumption held a promise of beloved community. Although the history of advertising is well-trodden ground, it remains an essential point of departure in any tale of consumer culture. In the decades after Reconstruction, the modern advertising industry emerged from the bedlam of patent medicine peddlers, sideshow barkers, circus impresarios, and other itinerant performers. Indelibly marked by bunkum, fraud, and exotic sensuality, the antebellum carnival culture bore no shred of respectability. Outside the world of carnival, advertising was an almost entirely local affair, controlled by small-town merchants and newspaper editors. With the rise of corporations and a national marketplace, ambitious and far-seeing editors and salespeople saw the opportunity to create a new market for commercial imagery. Beginning in the 1870s, a new breed of advertisers, George P. Rowell, Francis Wayland Ayer, Albert Lasker, J. Walter Thompson, and Charles Austin Bates sought both to establish durable connections to national corporations and to purge commercial imagery and its creators of any hint of dishonesty. One of the primary objectives of advertising agencies was the achievement of professional recognition and legitimacy. Ayer, who had founded N.W. Ayer & Sons in 1869, pioneered the use of marketing surveys and other statistically based methods that lent to advertising an aura of scientific veracity. Trade journals such as Fame, Publicity, and Printers' Ink proliferated. The latter, founded by Rowell in 1888, was the fledgling profession's premier periodical until well into the next century. Over the next 20 years, Claude C. Hopkins, Ernest Elmo Calkins, Ralph Holden, and other ad men completed the metamorphosis of advertising from a species of carnival into a respected profession. As Calkins and Holden proudly asserted in Modern Advertising, 1905, where the older advertising had been an untrustworthy instrument of quacks and charlatans, the new advertisers sought to transform it from an art to a science, or at least to a profession worthy of the ambition and energy of trained minds. Employing plain speech rather than carnivalesque playfulness, advertisers increasingly invoked the epistemological conventions of modern science, whose cultural authority was rising among the middle and working classes. Calkins, Hopkins, and other ad men drew on the work of applied psychologists, such as Walter Dill Scott, director of Northwestern's Psychological Laboratory and an instructor in the university's business school. Like their counterparts in scientific management, Scott and other advocates of scientific advertising believed that business now required an empirical, experimental basis. The day of reckless, sporadic, haphazard advertising is rapidly coming to an end. Scott crowed triumphantly in Atlantic Monthly in January 1904. Business could now establish advertising on a theoretical basis deduced from psychology. By the end of World War I, advertisers had overcome associations with the carnivalesque successfully enough to join managers as members of the professional managerial class. Speaking with numerous business people while visiting the United States, G. Lowes Dickinson observed that they considered advertising a serious, important, and elevating department of business, a discipline rooted in a profound study of human nature. Former President William Howard Taft could declare, at a testimonial dinner for Ayer in 1919, that advertising had been cleansed of many of its evil tendencies, and that it was now a form of publicity so useful and elevating which might have been vicious and deplorable. Just as advertisers sought professional repute, the actual makers of commercial imagery, illustrators, photographers, graphic artists, aspired to aesthetic respectability. The market for commercial art expanded along several lines. Illustrators found opportunities with book publishers and with general interest magazines such as Collier's, Ladies' Home Journal, the Saturday Evening Post, and Everybody's. The growth of advertising agencies and corporate advertising departments, together with technological developments in lithography and photography, offered unprecedented opportunities for artists to design posters, billboards, calendars, and print advertisements. Artists with a decidedly pecuniary or administrative bent gravitated toward art direction. The Art Directors Club was founded in 1920 with considerable encouragement from Calkins. While the new political economy of commercial art afforded steady and occasionally quite lucrative employment, it also raised issues about the aesthetic character of images produced for mercenary purposes. Indeed, the increasing ubiquity of mass-produced commercial images between 1890 and 1920 triggered a heated and sometimes acrimonious debate about the meaning and boundaries of art. This art war of the early 20th century pitted stalwart defenders of the fine art tradition, often housed in museums and academies, against the practitioners and partisans of commercial art in agencies and corporations. To a remarkable degree, this conflict forged the terms of artistic debate with which we are all too familiar: the creative independence of the artist against subservience to the imperatives of business, the affirmation of purely aesthetic considerations against the need to cater to popular sensibilities. Art as beauty, transcendence, and truth against art as marketable commodity. This antagonism saw its most renowned literary portrayal in Dreiser's The Genius, 1915, in which the painter Eugene Whitla is corrupted and destroyed by the presence and dangled lure of money. Yet, if Dreiser affirmed the ideals of self-expression and aesthetic integrity, the new generation of commercial artists, from Charles Dana Gibson and Howard Pyle to Maxfield Parrish, contended that they could arrange a rapprochement between art and corporate business. Insistent that their work was as aesthetically accomplished as that of their highbrow peers, commercial practitioners demanded to be taken seriously as artists as well as productive workers. Even scientific advertisers such as Scott and Calkins promoted these aesthetic ambitions. The designer of advertisements must be something more than a skilled artisan, Scott wrote in The Theory of Advertising, 1903. He must be an artist and must be able to put soul into his work. The art demands the work of an artist. Although his status as a cultural warrior for business rose mainly after World War I, Calkins was, almost from the beginning of his career, a tireless advocate for the inclusion of commercial illustration in the realm of the fine arts. Calkins organized the first advertising art exhibits in 1908, and his push to establish the Art Directors Club stemmed from his conviction that commercial art was a worthy aesthetic pursuit. Indeed, as Michel Bogart and others have demonstrated, the boundaries between highbrow and popular art in America were much more permeable at the turn of the century than they later became. In 1907, when the Museum of Modern Art considered establishing a collection of black and white advertising illustrations, it received the support not only of illustrators, but also of leading painters, such as John Singer Sargent. Such a collection was necessary, one curator argued, to distinguish illustrations of genuine aesthetic merit from the mass of commercial trash that under the name of art is daily being dished up to an unsuspecting public. To be sure, many agency executives and art directors dismissed the aesthetic aspirations of their artists. In the churlish refrain of bourgeois culture, they were in business to make money. Art was a pastime of fashionable women, effeminate men, and bohemian longhairs. Too much aesthetic virtuosity, over-smartness, as one executive called it, risked confusing or offending clients and customers. Yet, while plain speech persisted in much of advertising copy and imagery, more and more agencies and art departments came to recognize the aesthetic and commercial value of visual over smartness. In an increasingly crowded marketplace of commodities and images, manufacturers and advertisers needed to distinguish their products from those of their competitors. and visual appeal was an obvious and powerful weapon in the battle for sales. Industry leaders began to assert that advertisements had to do more than convey information about a product. They had to generate an aura that invested the object with immaterial properties. As the ad executive James H. Collins observed in Printers, Inc. in 1901, the successful advertiser now embedded his product in an economy of symbols, a constellation of words and images that evoked emotional associations over and above straightforward use values. The most effective ads not only hawked goods, they elicited hopes, told edifying stories, built camaraderie with merchandise. Smiling faces and personable products began to abound in American advertising in the first decade of the 20th century, well before Roland Barthes revealed the mythologies encoded in advertisements. Industry professionals and journalists were spreading the new folklore of commodities. In the first of a series of Collier's articles on The New American Trade, in 1909, Samuel Hopkins Adams called attention to the decent and companionable myths that enveloped cream of wheat, Campbell's soups, and Quaker oats. The myths were evidently so decent and companionable that they rather charmed Adams, one of the more indefatigable and prolific muckrakers, who wrote pleasantly of the hale old friends and round-eyed chubs who crowded the new visual universe. Whitman's friendly companions were everywhere. Adams's appreciation of myths undoubtedly impressed W.R. Emery, an advertising manager for Everybody's and a salient cleric in the new capitalist economy of symbols. Writing on the personality of a product in a 1910 issue of Printers, Inc., Emery produced a theoretical essay on the corporate ensoulment of commodities. Every machine, every enterprise, every product has its personality, which may contribute to the advancement of the salesman, the distributor, and the manufacturer himself. The attribution of life to a standardized object was not visual flourish or humbug, as Emery explained. It was a product's personality that vitalizes an inanimate object, that makes it mean more than a mere expression of power, that kindles enthusiasm, that brings about the intimacy of acquaintanceship. As Marcel Mauss might have put it, advertisers endowed commodities with the manna of a corporation. Of course, Emery underlined the pecuniary rationale for the corporate enchantment of products. Like the soul of a corporation, the personality of a commodity was a tangible asset when capitalized. It achieved a fuller, or its fullest, reality when converted into capital. Thus, Emery's insistence that products had souls was more than mercenary sophistry. The animation of commodities followed naturally from the pecuniary metaphysics of corporate enchantment. Emery's promotion of enchantment had already been lampooned by H.G. Wells in Tono Bungay, 1908, an indictment of the new advertising culture that was far more elegant and perspicacious than Dreiser's. Though set in Britain, Wells's send-up of market amorality was readily appreciated by American readers. Tono Bungay, the eponymous tonic, was modeled after Carter's Little Liver Pills, a patent medicine concocted by Samuel J. Carter in 1864 and still popular 40 years later. Tono Bungay is invented by Edward Pondreveau, a failed pharmacist and genial quack determined to get rich and hobnob with the aristocracy. To promote the product, he enlists his nephew, George, a scientist who's painfully ambivalent about the duplicity. Ashamed to be peddling rubbish for the consumption of foolish, credulous, and depressed people, the claims he and his uncle make for the tonic's restorative powers are, "A ton of bunk, eh?" George carries his bad conscience all the way to the bank, yet he comes to realize he's also trafficking in powerful human desires. His epiphany arrives when he chats with Ewart, an artist employed to embellish the elixir, who descants on the property of commerce. Far from being a crassly manipulative affair, the relationship of ad-man to customer is, to Ewart, one of vatic sublimity, poet answering to poet, soul to soul. Trapped in the humdrum tyranny of the workplace, people are frustrated artists. Ewart tells George, "Think of all the little overworked clerks and jaded women and overworked people. Nobody wants to keep sticking labels on silly bottles at so many farthings a gross." In addition to curing physical ills, Tono Bungay salves the wounds inflicted by mechanization and managerial control. Yet, Ewart muses that the potion also allays other, more ontological maladies as well. In a brilliant meditation on the fraudulent paradise depicted in advertising, Wells limns the figured sacramental desire that enlivens commodity fetishism. "My special and distinctive duty," Ewart declares, "is to give Tono Bungay substance and an outward and visible bottle." Offering a beatific vision, advertising enchants both lifeless things and enervated, impoverished souls. As Ewart explains to George, the advertiser is a magician of meaning, bestowing value on mass-produced objects. He takes something that isn't worth anything, or something that isn't particularly worth anything, and he makes it worth something. Transfiguring the world of goods through the consecrating alchemy of commercial art, advertising is mercy. It's salvation, it's rescue work. It takes all sort of fallen commodities by the hand and raises them. With their longings for rapturous fulfillment, ordinary people are like fallen commodities, exiles from the garden of enchantment. They are overstrained with wanting to be. Ewart asserts they have a hunger to be, for once, really alive, to the fingertips. That's what this, in the highest sense, muck stands for. He insists, the achievement of existential exuberance, the transubstantiation of humanity, health, strength, and beauty in a bottle, the magic philter, like a fairy tale. An epitome of commodity fetishism, Tono Bungay is a false promise of eternal happiness, a simulacrum of sacramental presence. As Uncle Edward reminds his vexed protege, "We mint faith, George." A misguided and exploitable longing for bodily and spiritual exhilaration. As a good Fabian socialist, Wells considered most advertising a thoroughly cynical business. His comparison to religion was invidious as well as incisive. Like priests and magicians, advertisers were the latest investors in the exploitation of credulity. American advertisers could have supplied Wells with even more ample and shameless evidence that advertising played on religious faith. Take, for instance, Sermons on Advertising, 1907, by Seymour Eaton, a Philadelphia journalist, promoter, and creator of The Teddy Bear. Published the same year as Tono Bungay by the J. Walter Thompson Agency, it consisted of short sermons, each prefaced by a biblical passage contained in a book that was framed as a church to be attended by an elect. With a faint gesture to Calvinist theology, the cover emphasized that the volume was a limited edition, and that it had been published exclusively for original pew holders. The next page was an entrance doormat, which instructed the readers/congregants to please leave umbrellas and wraps in the vestibule. Once the faithful were assembled, Eaton delivered his homily, for the most part a collection of advertising nostrums decked out in biblical allusions. Advertising must appeal to the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Commodities resembled the luscious vintage of Eden, sensuous, forbidden, the property of divinity. Goods were like the apple on the tree of life, an exclusive fruit reserved specially for the gods. That is why we want it. We are all Adams and Eves, Eaton observed. Having preached the Word, he concluded the book by announcing that the congregation is now dismissed. Yet, Eaton laced his sermons with a biting and discordant cynicism that suggested a tongue lodged firmly in cheek. All conventional life is more or less sham, he snarled at one point, as spotted with hypocrisy as a child with measles. Elsewhere, Eaton advised that a strong personality can add a heavenly halo to a very ordinary hobo lie. This unabashed mendacity suggested that the line between truth and falsehood was not so much clear as irrelevant to Eaton, as well as to J. Walter Thompson and other advertising professionals. Others in the industry lacked Eaton's blend of solemnity and prevarication. Even as they acknowledged the fabricated quality of product, personality, and symbolism, neither Emery nor Collins exhibited anything but sincerity. For them, no moral or metaphysical crisis attended the attribution of personality to a mass-produced commodity. Like others among the ideological vanguard of corporate America, the first generation of advertisers were true believers in the promise of commodity civilization. When, in 1899, L. Frank Baum, author of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, 1900, and editor of The Show Window, a leading decorative periodical, wrote that successful window displays evoke the possibilities lying dormant in the beautiful goods, he articulated the existential aspirations of commodity fetishism. Often the sons of ministers, some of the leading advertising agents and theorists, openly expressed their hostility to Protestant strictures against display and self-gratification. Drawing moral lessons from the carnival tent, ad men often defended their profession as an enterprise in moral and spiritual education, or rather re-education, as evangelical Protestantism was a common background and enemy. Hopkins exemplified the pattern of strict upbringing and measured rebellion. Raised by harsh, poor fundamentalist parents in rural Michigan, he learned that pleasure was a snare and a delusion. Every joy in life was a sin, he remembered bitterly. In a dramatic episode at the age of 18, Hopkins, then a student for the ministry, preached a sermon in his local church that ended with a stem-winding tirade against asceticism, countenancing the harmless joys of life which had been barred to me. He left the church and never looked back. Over a long and lucrative career, during which he worked for Lord and Thomas, Palmolive, Quaker Oats, and Pepsodent were a few of his clients, Hopkins pursued advertising as a surrogate for the ministry, referring to his work as his vocation. Though he never shed the Protestant work ethic, he worked, he wrote, for the love of working. He asserted that advertising earned him many rewards beyond money. As his autobiography clearly suggests, those rewards included the slow attrition of evangelical disapproval of indulgence in sensual delight. When Hopkins attributed his vocational success to his love of simple things, of common people, and to his love and knowledge of the masses, he linked his sense of fellowship to the rejection of skinflint morality. Though he eschewed evangelical moralism, Hopkins remained a moralist, a cleric, in the advertising ministry. As the author of the textbook Scientific Advertising, 1923, Hopkins reflected the striving of professionals and managers for personal perfection through science and technology. Promulgated by advertising, what Lears has called the perfectionist project recast old Protestant yearnings for regeneration in the idiom of scientific mastery. The fluid, expansive conception of the self at the heart of revivalism and carnival merged with ideals of managerial efficiency. Thus, however different and even antagonistic they may appear to writers such as Daniel Bell, who saw in the opposition of work and consumption a cultural contradiction of capitalism, management and advertising bore greater affinities than we often realize. Hopkins's conception of his work as a vocation was indeed akin to the calling of professional management, the search for a technology of communion. As committed to scientific psychology as Hopkins was, Calkins anointed the advertising profession the avant-garde of the modern moral imagination, an heir to the tradition of religious prophecy. Advertising, he explained in 1905, modifies the course of a people's daily thoughts, gives them new words and phrases, new ideas, new fashions, new prejudices, and new customs. People buy, believe, and think the things that the advertiser wants them to buy, believe, and think. Commencing a theme on which he would expand in the 1920s, when he would call on business to occupy the place once held, but now lost by religion, Calkins compared the modern ad-man to Peter the Hermit or a Savonarola, fiercely and earnestly impressing a crowd with his convictions. These were far from isolated sentiments among advertisers and their ideologues, many of whom piously expounded on the religious, enchanting nature of advertising. Speaking to the Sphinx Club at the Waldorf Astoria in 1897, Artemus Ward, renowned as a pitchman for Sapolio soap, declared that advertising rested on a foundation of faith. It was evil to pervert the God-given opportunities which advertising offers in dealing with our fellow men. Calling on his profession to remain inviolate and untarnished, Ward launched into a peroration on the sacred office of advertising. It stands to me as an aspiration, a religion. Ward had been equally grandiloquent 5 years earlier, marveling in fame on the capacity of goods to offer intimations of the supernatural. The enjoyment of commodities hinted that beyond our touch, beyond our waking, beyond our working, and almost in the land of dreams, lie things beyond our present thought, greater, wider, stronger than those we lay hold on now. To each, a world opens, he beckoned. To everyone, possibilities are present. Our greatest and most successful advertisers are mystics. One contributor to Printer's Ink mused in 1904 in an essay on the occult mystical side of advertising. Capable of inducing soulful vibrations in customers, these mystics possess a keener insight into the nature of things. Over a decade later, the leading advertising journal was still sounding this soulful note. The advertising department of a corporation was the invisible department, wrote another professional. It was the soul department. Most of the incompetence and vice of advertising agents could be traced to their harboring a wobbly soul. In 1920, Thomas Masson, managing editor of Life, opined in Printer's Ink that advertising is the master spirit of the age, arguing that the advertiser must be converted to the value of his product and experience it in just the way one experiences religion. Masson concluded with sacramental flourish that an ad must be the outward and visible sign of an inward and spiritual conviction. Few epitomized the advertising culture of enchantment better than Elbert Hubbard, one of the country's most popular promoters and lecturers before World War I. Hubbard was a virtuoso of artifice. Though best known today as the founder of the Roycroft Arts and Crafts Colony in East Aurora, New York, Hubbard was no implacable foe of industrial degradation. After a spell as a salesman for Larkin Soap, Hubbard found his true calling as a writer of publicity preachments, jingles for everything from toothpicks to motor trucks that he sold to local businesses and corporations. Though a self-proclaimed socialist and admirer of William Morris, he socialized with class enemies like Elbert H. Gary and John D. Rockefeller. Although Roycroft's shares were owned by workers, furniture, bookbinding, and metalwork were the most profitable endeavors, Hubbard was a benevolent managerial despot. Eventually, he repudiated his socialist convictions and devoted his life to spirited defense of free enterprise. In A Message to Garcia, 1899, a best-selling and still popular encomium to business success, Hubbard maintained against reformers and radicals that all employers are not rapacious and high-handed. Fusing the artist and the businessman, Hubbard was a pioneer of bourgeois bohemianism. "Business should be beautiful," he wrote in 1915, "and it is fast becoming so." In his handsomely illustrated monthly publications, The Philistine, a periodical of protest, and the Fra magazine, exponent of the American philosophy, Hubbard blended satire with advertising and exhortations to self-improvement. All of life was a market, and all men are advertisers. The only man who should not advertise is the man who has nothing to offer the world. A precursor of the corporate conquest of cool, the self-styled Fra Albertus, was among the first to see eccentricity as a valuable marketing tool. His protest was usually mere quirkiness, and his heterodoxy stopped with the American philosophy of unregulated competition. With his long hair, Quaker hat, and calculated nonconformity, Hubbard was a prototype of the hipster entrepreneur. The put-on was fairly obvious even then. In a 1911 profile of Hubbard for Cosmopolitan, one writer quipped that the advertiser Bard had struck pay dirt on Parnassus. Hubbard was no gypsy spirit. He was, in fact, as sane as a cash register. In the Roycroft religion, the collection is the supreme sacrament. Hubbard was a Moses turned real estate promoter and booming lots in the promised land. Yet, when the Cosmopolitan's profiler noted that money was the supreme sacrament of the Roycroft religion, he touched, however sardonically, on a real truth about Hubbard. Precisely in his savvy with surfaces, Hubbard evinced his unwavering faith in the American philosophy. As one of his friends recalled after Hubbard and his wife went down with the Lusitania, Fra Albertus deified commerce and religionized his business. Dismissive of theology and organized religion as old-fashioned scams, Hubbard reserved his piety for capitalism. "We believe in big business and the religion of business," he proclaimed in Fra. "There is room in business for all your religion, all your poetry, all your love." Rather than wait for a Protestant heaven of flinty self-denial, advertisers and promoters like himself were intent upon bringing about paradise here and now. Advertising was the homiletic and visual evangelism of the religion of business. When I want to hear really good sermons nowadays, we attend a weekly lunch of the Ad Club. Hubbard's regular column in Philistine consisted of random musings, heart-to-heart talks with Philistines by the pastor of his flock. As always with Hubbard, the line between authenticity and bunkum was almost invisible. Hubbard's religion of business merged the divine and the profane under the sign of the dollar. "There is no gulf between the secular and the sacred," he once pontificated. "The useful is the divine, and the helpful is the sacred." Profitable investment and labor was a priestly office of capitalist enchantment, as entrepreneurial adventure channeled the power of divinity. I make my appeal to the divinity in men. Hubbard once asserted, man's business is to be a good conductor of the divine current. Maxfield Parrish conducted the current of divinity in his popular images, which brought to an exquisite level of visibility the enchantment of commercial art. Best known for his lush and dreamlike prints, Parrish achieved the consummate point of corporate image production, the transition from enchantment of commodities to enchantment as a commodity. Known as the Peter Pan of illustrators, Parrish was the most successful and beloved commercial artist of the 20th century. Versatile and prolific, he produced an extensive portfolio of advertisements, prints, posters, murals, calendars, and book and magazine illustrations. Known especially for Parrish blues, his work was so ubiquitous that F. Scott Fitzgerald could refer in one of his earliest stories to the color of Maxfield Parrish moonlight. Though born and raised, like Frederick Taylor, among Philadelphia Quaker patricians, Parrish catered to middle-class tastes. His prints, especially Daybreak, graced the walls of millions of homes. Although he longed for acceptance by modernist painters who dismissed him as a hack and a sellout, Parrish came to take a kind of relish in his status as a vendor of exoticism. "I've always considered myself a popular artist," he said late in his life, and throughout his career he took unashamed and lucrative advantage of the corporate economy of art. Money assuaged any pain he felt at rejection by the avant-garde. "Art is long, but business is business," he once wrote to one of his clients. Yet the quality of his work cannot be reduced to purely mercenary factors. While Parrish was one of the most gifted masters in the history of commodity fetishism, he aspired not only to animate and embellish, but also to market beatitude itself. Parrish's work is a gallery of beatific visions, the mass production of visual enchantment. Born in 1870 into a wealthy Quaker family, his father was a painter and self-styled bohemian, Parrish intended to become an architect when he enrolled at Haverford College. The future businessman artist was the very embodiment of starry-eyed romanticism. His roommate recalled that Parrish possessed a liberal allowance of make-believe and inhabited a cosmos entirely of his own concoction. Their room became famous for its wall decorations, painted almost entirely by Parrish. While a student at the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, Parrish traveled to the Chicago World's Fair, where the Fine Arts Building confirmed his convictions about the truth of the imagination. "One only has to come here," he wrote to his mother, "to find that what is known as caricature is, after all, a literal rendering of truth." When Howard Pyle, one of the country's leading commercial illustrators, praised a portfolio that Parrish had sent him, the young artist embarked on his career. Handsome and affable as well as talented, he made numerous contacts in the world of commercial art, and by the mid-1890s he was the most up-and-coming book illustrator in the country. Over a dozen years, Parrish won praise for Mother Goose in Prose, 1897, Knickerbocker's History of New York, 1897, Edith Wharton's Italian Villas and Their Gardens, 1904, and The Arabian Nights, 1909. At the same time, he took commissions for covers and illustrations from Collier's, Scribner's, Hearst's, Harper's, Good Housekeeping, and Everybody's. He illustrated catalogs for Wanamaker's, painted murals such as Florentine Fate for the Curtis Publishing headquarters in Philadelphia, decorated Christmas gift boxes for Crane's Chocolates, featuring the Rubaiyat, Cleopatra, and the Garden of Allah, glamorized Edison Mazda bulbs for General Electric, and designed posters for Royal Baking Powder, Colgate, and Santa Claus soap. Working to erase the line that divided fine art from commercial illustration, Parrish pushed the imaginative possibilities of advertising to what were then its farthest limits. As he wrote to a lithographer of an advertisement for Jell-O, "The king and queen might eat thereof, and noblemen besides." 1921. He wanted his images to offer a contrast to the usual run of realism and prettiness. Parrish's distinctive economy of symbols, medieval, Renaissance, or Oriental settings full of knaves, jesters, maidens, knights, princes, monarchs, and mythological and fairy tale characters, often overwhelmed the merchandise. His pictures could be so captivating that, as one industry critic complained, the public stared in delight but forgot to notice what the pictures advertised. Though in his most gorgeous advertisements for General Electric, Spirit of the Night, and Prometheus, the bulb is clearly visible. The Crane's chocolate boxes were typical. The Rubaiyat depicts a young couple reading together, foregrounded against luminous mountains. Cleopatra portrays a garlanded monarch, reclining in a boat, surrounded by slaves and attendants. The Garden of Allah shows 3 young women laughing alongside a pool. While working for Cranes, Parrish created similar scenes for Dierkes Cosmetics, with girls sitting on swings or frolicking with elves. Rendered with the vivid, almost photographic verisimilitude that characterized all of Parrish's work, the settings evoke perennial longings for luxe, calm, et volupté. The only things missing are the chocolates and cosmetics. The premier commercial artist of his time admitted openly that the actual commodity held little interest for him. Rather than merely festoon a product with pretty pictures, Parrish sought to exhibit the spirit of the thing, in which we take the most joy and happiness in life. Indeed, Parrish's image are perhaps better described as commercial evocations rather than illustrations. The product, per se, was not the point. The issue for Parrish was the elusive, the transcendent, the mana of the thing. In Parrish's world of commodities, Crane's chocolates were tokens of paradise. General Electric's bulbs and lamps were gifts from Prometheus, or the torches of Mazda, the Persian god of light. Fisk tires were vehicles of Mother Goose, with red cape unfurling gloriously in the wind. What Parrish said about his landscape paintings to an interviewer in 1952 could have been said as aptly of his commercial work. Realism should never be the end in view. Yet, realism and the spirit of the thing were never antithetical in Parrish's mind. Ridiculing him for catering to middle-brow sensibilities, his detractors overlooked the obvious. Parrish appealed to popular romanticism. While in no way overtly religious, the Friends terminated his membership on account of his want of interest. Parrish exhibited what one of his enthusiasts described as a strong sense of romance. And if romanticism is a modern form of desire for a sacramental way of being, then his imagery was a magnificent refraction of sacramental rapture into commercial art. When he told a friend that he wanted viewers of his work to take delight in the trivial qualities of the material world, he invoked, in however inadvertent a fashion, the romantic search for ecstasy. Parrish was never as reconciled to the values of business civilization as he sometimes professed to be. The Peter Pan of illustration was a simple, unabashed believer in beauty who once confided to a client that he would rather do things like ideal gardens, spring, autumn, youth, the spirit of the sea, the joy of living. While engaged in his commissioned work, Parrish continued to paint, mainly landscapes whose style and composition are often indistinguishable from his commercial work. On canvases such as Dream Castle in the Sky, 1908, and Young Girl in a Landscape, 1918, as well as on the Dream Garden mosaic for the lobby of the Curtis Building in Philadelphia, Parrish painted an alternative world, majestic, vivacious, yet also serene, bereft of fetishized commodities and the need to advertise and accumulate. Depicting a glory that he believed resided at the ineffable heart of the world, Parrish's dreamland of goods arose from his misdirected faith in a world of wonder, a world whose revelation could only be shared, he thought, through commodified images. Having mastered the art of fetishizing commodities, Parrish quickly and avidly mastered the art of commercializing enchantment. Very similar in style to his landscapes, the best examples of Parrish's commodification of enchantment are the prints he began to produce and market in the late 1910s. Charles Crane, president of Crane Chocolates, as well as father of the author Hart Crane, had already commissioned the Chicago art publishers to make color prints of the candy box decorations, and by 1919 they were turning a considerable profit. Seeing an opportunity to escape from advertising, Parrish contracted with the House of Art, a New York fine arts publishing firm, to make paintings that would be sold as color reproductions. These prints, especially Daybreak, 1922, Interlude, 1922, Stars, 1926, and Dreaming, 1928, depict scenes of Arcadian repose and reverie, young women in various degrees of undress, set amidst floral canopies, columns, starry nights, and rocky shores. Whether lounging on porticos or sitting on rocks, their nudity or diaphanous raiment suggest a state of erotic innocence, a felicitous world where sensuous beauty is at peace with contemplative leisure. The scenes lack any hint of narrative. They evoke a timeless, placeless world of unending youth and guiltless pleasure. "I couldn't tell a single thing about Daybreak," he replied to the House of Art when it asked him to write a brief story about the print. "There isn't a single thing to tell. The picture is all there is. There is nothing more." The prints were a sensational success, adorning dormitory walls, living room mantels, shop windows, department stores, and hotel lobbies. Together with his calendars and advertising work, they became both Parrish's main source of income and his claim to popular esteem. At the crest of Parrish's popularity in the early 1930s, J.L. Conger, art director for General Electric, asserted that his imagery appeals to vast numbers of people who are left emotionally unmoved by the work of others. Parrish's popularity suggests that Walter Benjamin may have been wrong, or at least premature, to assert that technological reproduction would deprive art of its status as an instrument of magic. He produced his prints for the explicit purpose of mass production, yet he just as explicitly intended them to act as vessels of some kind of enchantment, intimations of an unseen world, evocations of the spirit of things. The prints are portraits of sensuous grace, windows onto eternity, an iconography of enchantment in which flesh and spirit embrace in immaculate tranquility. In a world where evangelical certitudes were crumbling, Parrish helped millions maintain a faith in the dearest freshness of things. Yet, the prints were, at the same time, commodities. The glimpse of beatitude came at a price not only in dollars, but in the hope of a broader communion. Stars, for instance, depicts a single young woman admiring the heavens as she sits on a rock near the ocean. Interlude shows us three young friends enjoying a round of lute playing. For all their intimations of transcendence, the Parrish prints are portrayals of solitude. For the owners, as well as for the figures in Parrish's world of commodified enchantment, communion with the world of grace is a limited, even wholly private affair. Part 4. The Beloved Commonwealth. Visions of Cooperative Enchantment, 1870 to 1920. Though he feared the rule of the dynamo and its cult of infinite force, Henry Adams had no regrets about the collapse of the Protestant dispensation. He never delivered a jeremiad, never admonished a wayward people to renew their devotion to the covenant. Too mindful of the past to take refuge in it, Adams put aside any hope for a proprietary Protestant restoration. The current of his time was to be his current, lead where it might. So when Adams asserted that the new man of the future could be only a child born of contact between the new and the old energies, he rejected whatever old energies remained from the Puritan evangelical past. Indeed, by the time he wrote his Prayer to the Virgin of Chartres, 1901, Adams was depicting the Puritan migrants as sanctimonious marauders. Crossing the hostile sea, our greedy band saw rising hills and forest in the blue, our Father's kingdom in the promised land. Conquering a new world, they lost their souls. They seized it and dethroned the Father too. With the Westinghouse dynamo never far from his mind, Adams hinted that the Puritan quest had now reached the nadir of idolatry. Ourselves we worship, and have no son. The dynamo marked the culmination and transcendence of the Puritan evangelical covenant. The old energies on which Adams now hoped to draw belonged to medieval Catholicism. Like many other Protestant bourgeois who suffered from nagging religious doubts, Adams turned to Catholic art and ritual. Adams grew steadily more absorbed in the religious culture of the Middle Ages, traveling to French monasteries, studying Gothic architecture, contemplating the cults of the Virgin Mary and the populist communion of saints. Enchanted by devotion to Mary and the saints, Adams enshrined the Madonna in the heart of his own idiosyncratic faith. As he wrote in Mont Saint-Michel and Chartres, 1913, the Virgin was, after her son, the greatest philosopher and musician and theologian that ever lived on earth. If medieval sinners cowered in terror at Christ's majesty and justice, not even the weaker human frailty could fear to approach his mother. In the ardor and radiance of the Virgin's love, all distinctions of class and merit dissolved. Lord and serf, monarch and subject, rich and poor, deserving and undeserving. Mistress of the liberal arts, the Virgin also possessed, in Adams's estimation, perfect mastery of economics. Most of her great churches were built in economic centers, reminding the guilds of a standard for trade and production that was higher than profit. As with the Virgin, so with Francis of Assisi, Adams's favorite among the saints. To Francis, humility, simplicity, and poverty were alone true science. They alone led to heaven. The Franciscan science of wealth was rooted in a lavish, sacramental imagination. All nature was God's creature. The sun and fire, air and water were neither more nor less brothers and sisters than sparrows, wolves, and bandits. The virginal and saintly opposition to corporate enchantment could not have been clearer. Emanating from an infinite source, their power could not be purchased with money or harnessed by industrial machinery. Divine love could elude and confound the calculations of pecuniary reason. Divine power could overcome and annul the forces of economic and technological compulsion. To a degree unusual in a professional scholar, Adams acknowledged, almost despite himself, the power of love in history. Facing the Virgin of Chartres, Adams finally grasped the meaning of history, the struggle of man's littleness to grasp the infinite, the swinish avarice of railroad speculators, the plaints of the unemployed and the homeless, the hubris of the new corporate professionals, on display in their science and technology, all exhibited a longing for the illimitable power that moves the sun and other stars. All that the centuries can do is express the idea differently. A miracle or a dynamo, a dome or a coal pit, a cathedral or a world's fair. The world's fairs were sacred spaces, the modern equivalents of temples and churches that housed the infinite power. But where the masonry and glasswork of Chartres had revealed this infinite power as love, the fairs and factories were sanctuaries of infinite power as corporate mastery. Enthralled yet terrified by the dynamo, Adams longed to escape its enchantment and devote himself to the service of the Virgin. I feel the energy of faith, not in the future science, but in you. Yet, Adams remained too much of a skeptic to kneel before the Lady of Chartres. The forces that lay behind the dynamo appeared more real, proximate, and ominous. If, as Jackson Lears has claimed, Adams was an anti-modern modernist, he was a believing unbeliever, yearning for the power of infinite love, yet uncertain of its ontological reality. Adams doubted that the popular movements of his time could bridge the chasm between power and love. In Adams's view, the new men would not arise from farmers' alliances, labor unions, or radical parties. So complex and so concentrated a machine as a modern economy, he wrote, could not be understood or governed by Southern and Western farmers in grotesque alliance with city day laborers. Love and power could not be fully reconciled in a grotesque alliance of the people. Historians have celebrated that grotesque alliance in spite of its ultimate failure to achieve the cooperative commonwealth, or the working men's democracy, or the House of Labor, or the populist movement. In this view, the champions of the cooperative commonwealth demonstrated that Fordism and consumer culture were not the only inexorable future. Beholden to the proprietary republic, an alternative America was possible, more humane, generous, and neighborly in spirit than the venal technocracy that prevailed. And if we remember this aborted future with sufficient vividness and fidelity, we might spark contemporary efforts to build our own cooperative commonwealth. This story is a jeremiad, a glorious ideal, an account of declension, a call to rededicate ourselves to the vision. The movements were, and their historians are, the heirs of the Puritans and evangelicals, and like previous jeremiads, the legend of the cooperative commonwealth continues to obscure some intractable difficulties. What exactly was this cooperative commonwealth? Populism, for example, has been seen as a heroic defense of producerism. In this view, populists stood athwart improvement or progress. They sought to prevent the world of bureaucratic administration, professional and managerial hegemony, technological fetishism, and consumer culture. And yet, appealing to the same producerist ethos, socialists such as Eugene V. Debs embraced corporate modernization. How could the producerist imagination sanction both resistance and assimilation to corporate modernity? Was popular resistance to corporate power as fundamental and adamantine as it has been portrayed? Was the cooperative commonwealth yet another beatific vision of capitalist enchantment? Although populists considered financiers and industrialists to be traitors to the covenant, the forces of Mammon against the God of the producers, they were not opposed on principle to the incorporation of America. Indeed, many populists considered combination a marvelous principle of divine cosmology. Reaffirming the presence of divinity in the midst of the people's labors, they continued the errand into the marketplace, recasting the proprietary order in the form of the cooperative commonwealth. Like the modern communion and the soulful corporation celebrated by corporate liberals, the cooperative commonwealth was a beatific vision, an ideal of enchanted modernity. The cooperative commonwealth was a reformation of the covenant theology of capitalism. The populist jeremiad continued to postpone a reckoning with the errand's futility. More ostensibly radical movements also recast the jeremiad. When they welcomed corporate consolidation, Debs and other socialists were not simply affirming Marxist accounts of historical development. They were reconciling socialism with the American producerist tradition. Even where they rejected the conventional Protestant form of the jeremiad, they created heterodox forms of the covenant theology. But in paying this high and fateful tribute to the proprietary dispensation, American socialists reinforced the possessive individualism of their supporters. Under the aegis of socialism, Protestant enchantment morphed into a cooperative commonwealth of proletarian consumers. As a result, American socialism, like its counterpart in Europe, accepted wage labor, large-scale production, and hierarchical forms of management. Anarchism and the arts and crafts movement carried on a romantic critique of incorporation. Proclaiming art and beauty as the paradigm of work and espousing an artisanal ideal, both movements posed incisive and fundamental challenges to the ideal of industrial concentration. The artisanal idea called into question not only the necessity, but also the desirability of mechanized production, Promethean techniques, centralized power, and managerial supervision. To the extent that even champions of art remained tethered to the old dispensation, the artisanal ideal became an upscale therapy, a bohemian enclave of corporate capitalism. But at their most visionary and uncompromising, American arts and crafters continued the romantic opposition to capitalism. They upheld the practice of craft as an enchanted way of life, a sacramental way of being in the world. Recast as the search for a passionate vision, the romantic quest for enchanted experience animated three other American critics: John Muir, William James, and Vida Dutton Scudder. Searching for God in the California redwoods, Muir was more than a patron saint of environmentalism. He was a romantic naturalist, a theologian of natural supernaturalism. Longing to become worthless as a practical being in order to divine the limitless significance in natural things, James articulated a form of pragmatism that was, at its best, an American romantic anarchism. Scudder turned to Anglo-Catholicism for fulfilling metaphysical experience. Although she embraced the centralization to which other socialists attached their hopes, Scudder harbored another ideal: the Franciscan way of poverty, a path of dispossession rooted in a confident, pre-modern ontology of love. Chapter 11. Modern Communion. Corporate Liberalism and Imperialist Eschatology. The corporate reconstruction of enchantment set the stage for the corporate liberalism that united many business people, professionals, labor leaders, and progressive politicians and intellectuals. Convinced that the laissez-faire principles of classical liberalism no longer obtained in an age of corporate enterprise, corporate liberals sought to harmonize relations among corporate capital, labor, and the state. From the 1890s to the present day, corporate liberalism has encompassed attempts to rationalize and regulate the accumulation of capital through the corporate administration of markets, to make more or less grudging concessions on the part of corporations and the government to workers, farmers, and other subaltern groups, and to create more or less stringent government regulation of business activity. Eager to avoid more radical reconstructions of the American moral and political economy, corporate liberals endorsed a range of social and political reforms: workers' compensation, public utility regulation, minimum wages, restrictions on child and women's labor, and a powerful bureaucratic apparatus of financial and commercial regulation. Corporate liberalism brought together business executives and professionals in the National Civic Federation, union officials such as Samuel Gompers of the American Federation of Labor, politicians such as Theodore Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and Robert La Follette, and progressive intellectuals such as Patton, Walter Weil, Walter Lippmann, Herbert Croly, and Jane Addams. Progressive in their concern to regulate capital in the interests of the commonweal, corporate liberals were conservative in their fundamental commitment to the preservation of capitalist property. In the words of journalist Will Irwin, the National Civic Federation and other reformist groups sought to subordinate certain private interests to the interests of the whole body commercial. As businessman and politico Mark Hanna told the Executive Committee of the National Civic Federation in 1903, enlightened corporate leaders promoted the elevation of the working class to a higher plane. Relying on the social sciences and the varieties of business and professional expertise, corporate liberalism would appear to be a thoroughly secular mode of thinking. Nothing would seem less enchanted than a corporate liberal political economy. Yet, since they arose from a still profoundly Protestant religious culture, corporate liberals inherited the hopes of the Puritan errand. They received the halo of the saints on the city on the hill and the evangelical Herren. They accepted the manifest destiny of beloved communion in accumulation. As Robert Crundon once wrote of progressives, corporate liberals harbored an innovative nostalgia, longing for the sense of neighborly community once defined in evangelical paternalist terms. They enlisted the science and technique of modernity to achieve their desire in a world now grown to ever-expanding proportions. In the new economy of the post-Civil War era, corporate liberals looked to the soulful corporation as the vessel of American communion. John Bates Clark's prediction of a cooperative society suffused by the corporate soul was an early premonition of corporate liberal communion, as was Patton's evocation of the socialized capitalism enlivened by social religion. Their eschatological dreams anticipated those of progressive intellectuals and politicians. Though usually considered antagonists of business, progressives were among its most enlightened acolytes, convinced that a reformed capitalism constituted the cooperative commonwealth desired by populists. As we will hear, populist critics of the corporate order were themselves hardly anti-modern, but progressives embraced the corporate moment as the denouement of the American errand. To Josiah Royce, one of the triumvirate of philosophy at Harvard, along with William James and George Santayana, corporate enterprise modeled the beloved community he imagined in The Problem of Christianity, 1913. Eager to find a surrogate for the weakening bonds of organized religion, Royce longed to discover or create a community united by love in one individual soul. In War and Insurance, 1914, one of the oddest volumes of moral speculation in the history of American philosophy, Royce found a paradigm for beloved community in, of all places, the insurance industry, a growing and oft-maligned subdivision of finance capital. Royce regarded insurance as a momentous moral achievement, encouraging a large regard for the general welfare, thrift, and charity. Along with banking and other businesses, insurance, Royce wrote, brought an individual into a true and active union of interest with his possible beneficiary. This harmony was enabled by the corporate form. Artificially created but marvelously fruitful, and possessing an essentially intangible soul, the business corporation was a paragon of human relations which call out our most active loyalty, our most constructive devotion, our highest energy. The corporation was a force for the unity of mankind, a life of peaceful construction, a life of true love of mankind. 3 years later, this religious conception of insurance would receive the imprimatur of the industry itself. Addressing the annual convention of the Illinois Life Insurance Company in Chicago in January 1917, corporate vice president R.W. Stevens proselytized for the religion of life insurance. Stevens preached to the assembled salespeople that devotion to the financial well-being of clients that an agent should feel in the deepest recesses of his heart. Lippmann and Crowley, co-founders of the New Republic, echoed Royce's affirmation of corporate society in their philosophical charters for corporate liberalism. Lippmann's Drift and Mastery and Crowley's The Promise of American Life, 1909, and Progressive Democracy, 1914. Both men portrayed the corporation as the economic vessel of a beloved modernity. Musing that champions of proprietary capitalism were pilgrims to an empty shrine, Lippmann noted and applauded the demise of the old magic of property. The modern corporation had dispelled the old sanctities of private property, loosened the shackles of possessive individualism, promoted technological and organizational innovation, and forged a cosmopolitan sensibility. While doing so, it released millions from the strictures of property, custom, and myth. As immigrants in the industrial world, they were also immigrants spiritually. Like all immigrants, moderns longed for the safety of ancestral ways to which they knew they could never return. Indeed, many realized that the old sanctities were best left in empty shrines. Creatively destructive in spiritual as well as industrial and political matters, corporate capitalism was clearing a path for modern forms of enchantment. It fostered what Lippmann called modern communion, the recovery of that old sense of cosmic wonder to which the old religions could point as their finest flower. Raised by his parents in Auguste Comte's Religion of Humanity, Crowley welcomed the new corporate era as an arduous but liberating pilgrimage toward a holy city or consummate community. Like Royce, Crowley beheld in the corporation a new arc of religious identity, a bearer, along with the nation-state, of the progressive democratic faith that was needed in the wake of the older orthodoxies. Against the competitive individualism worshipped at Lippmann's empty shrine, Crowley posed as the promise of American life, a constructive individualism that would reach its apotheosis in the holy city of consolidation. As the more enlightened among the pilgrims through modernity, contemporary adherents of progressive democratic faith dwelled in a love that, like that of St. Paul, was, to Crowley, an expression of the mystical unity of the human race. United by this common faith that sanctifies those who share it, the people of the corporate era could draw upon a spiritual heritage, a fund of virtue, conserved and enlarged by a modern clerisy. Learned or holy men, exemplified by the democratic administrator and the scientific manager. In the holy city of progressives, the expertise of corporate professionals stimulated the aura of Protestant divinity. Like the Protestant archangels of virtue, corporate liberals claimed the inalienable right to admonish and smite the heathen, here and abroad. Progressives did not deny the coercive and imperialist thrust of modern communion. The journey to the beloved community would require legions as well as missionaries. In Progressive Democracy, Crowley explained the eschatological rationale for domestic pressure and foreign interventionism. Like righteous proselytizers for any faith, progressive liberals were obliged to bring pressure to bear on their less emancipated or more stubborn fellow pilgrims. While Crowley hoped that they could exert this pressure, not necessarily by force, he admitted tersely that violence was probably necessary. In The Promise of American Life, a book favored by Theodore Roosevelt and a source of new nationalist inspiration, Crowley pointed to unrest and insurrection in Latin America to argue that no American international system will ever be established without the forcible pacification of one or more such centers of disorder. Lippmann's panegyric to the modern corporation lay behind his defense of imperialism. The new imperialism is no simple affair, he observed in Drift and Mastery. Though thuggish and avaricious, it also underscored the fact that the real interests of the world have overflowed frontiers. Sounding a note that would define his career as the Plato of corporate liberalism, Lippmann insisted that only America could sponsor modern communion. If, as Lippmann wrote in 1915, American business activity promoted the interrelation of peoples, then any real friend of mankind must be passionately devoted to the regeneration of those territories which constitute the stakes of diplomacy. China, Africa, the Balkans, and other backward areas of the globe in need of capital investment. Freedom was mandatory. Corporate eschatology admitted of no liberty to refuse the offer of modern communion. Like the earlier Puritans and Indian haters, the new vanguard of the errant had to remember that violence is a start-up cost for redemption. Aligned with Jonathan Edwards and Emerson, Lippmann restated the global pretensions of American capitalist enchantment. As clerics and missionaries of the American errand, progressives and other corporate liberals joined an imperialist crusade that was already well underway. Between the Mexican War and the Spanish-American War of 1898, the United States embarked on a quest for foreign markets and material sources. As the continental frontier for territorial expansion receded, the architects of postbellum economic and foreign policy looked beyond North America, especially to Latin America and Asia. The hunger for markets derived not only from the need for raw materials and investment opportunities, but also from the desire to avert the acerbic class war that was raging at home. Especially after the frontier was declared officially closed in 1890, thus depriving the nation of an enormous palliative for social discontent, prominent Americans came to believe that the only solution to underconsumption and social conflict lay in overseas economic expansion. Shortly after the Pullman and Homestead strikes of the early 1890s, Henry Cabot Lodge warned that unless the nation discovered new markets, it would be visited by declines in wages and by great industrial disturbances. As the United States became Great Britain's leading imperial rival, the old expansionist eschatology lingered, even as it added Darwinist terms to its rhetorical repertoire. Some of the most prominent imperial ideologues, such as Brooks Adams, yet another of Henry's siblings, typified the Darwinian turn in expansionist eschatology. Writing in America's Economic Supremacy, 1900, that the nation was fitted to survive in the contest of the 20th century, Adams assigned to natural selection the role once given to divine providence. America's path to imperial supremacy was determined by forces which override the volition of man. Adams's Darwinian eschatology was less popular than the more Christianized Darwinism of Josiah Strong and Albert J. Beveridge. In his best-selling Our Country, 1885, Strong, a Congregationalist minister and secretary of the American Evangelical Alliance, predicted that the world was entering a new and final phase of history, the final competition of the races for which the Anglo-Saxon is being schooled. Having filled North America, Protestant whites would descend upon Latin America, swarm over Africa, and move on to Asia, displacing or civilizing the native inhabitants. In his saner and more benign moments, Strong conceded that lesser breeds could be Anglo-Saxonized through elevation of their consumer tastes. What is the process of civilizing but the creating of more and higher wants? The wants, that is, of a Christian civilization. For Strong, religion and profit could still jump together as they had for his Puritan forebears. Similarly, Beveridge, Republican senator from Indiana, stalwart ally of President Theodore Roosevelt, and progressive reform politician, urged his compatriots to undertake the tasks imposed by a wise and Anglo-Saxon providence. In speeches that were often reprinted, Beveridge expounded a more benign but nonetheless coercive eschatology of Anglo-Saxon predominance. Telling a packed Senate chamber in 1900 that God had marked us as His chosen people, henceforth to lead the regeneration of the world, Beveridge denied that the quest for empire had anything to do with avarice. Indeed, he prayed that mammon and the love of ease would not debase our blood and weaken our resolve to exercise worldwide dominion. Still, like the Puritans, Beveridge saw lucre as a fitting remuneration for performing the mandate of heaven. The divine mission of America, he assured his fellow senators, held all the profit, all the glory, all the happiness possible to man. Providence and capital went hand in hand in Beveridge's millennial vista. As he had told an audience while campaigning for his seat just after the end of the Spanish-American War, America's march toward the commercial supremacy of the world was inseparable from its accomplishment of heaven-directed purposes. European visitors such as H.G. Wells, G.K. Chesterton, and W.T. Stead were equally convinced that American corporate hegemony was unstoppable. Discovering The Future in America, 1906, Wells recoiled from the capitalist ethos while admiring the industrial efficiency it spawned. He endured much talk about the romance of business, quite horrible stuff morally, as readers of Tono Bungay would soon discover, but believed that American industrial methods would overtake and enrich the planet. Visiting America shortly after World War I, Chesterton, a Catholic conservative, deplored the very mechanization that Wells applauded. Though charmed by American vitality, Chesterton resented Americans' penchant for Americanizing everything, and feared what amounts to religious persecution in their zeal for industrial progress. He noted the religious fire of a salesman who accosted him on the art of salesmanship. Chesterton worried that Americans appeared to think that the world should be one vast model factory. Already well known to American readers as the author of If Christ Came to Chicago, 1894, Stead, editor of the Pall Mall Gazette, predicted the Americanization of the world, 1902. Surpassing the British Empire in population, resources, and vitality, the United States, Stead contended, now led the providential mission which has been entrusted to the English-speaking race. Indeed, Stead leavened his book with providentialist, millennial fervor. American primacy exemplified the great law which presides over the evolution of human society. And Stead urged his compatriots to cheerfully acquiesce in the decree of destiny. What Stead dubbed the principles of Americanism were, he wrote, illustrative of a divine order, part and parcel of the sacred deposit of truth. Throughout, Stead marveled that peoples around the planet were embracing American commodities and techniques, from typewriters, cigarettes, and sewing machines to blast furnaces, photographic equipment, and management methods. The industrial cornucopia of American capitalism enriched a thankful world. Formerly a friend of Cecil Rhodes until he broke with him over the Boer War, Stead considered American global dominance to be a peaceful brand of imperialism, in which production and trade, not bullets and warships, would resolve hostilities among nations. Still, even as he thought the Americanization of the world an irresistible and happy achievement, an end of history, as it were, Stead conceded that the road to destiny could be a harsh and ugly path. The relentless commotion of American life was an unlovely spectacle, he mused, and he concluded his book of Revelation with the biblical question, "What shall it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul?" Woodrow Wilson might have countered that a man could gain his soul and gain the whole world, while making a handsome profit as well. Historians have long appreciated the impact of Wilson's Presbyterian background on his political career. From the New Freedom to the League of Nations to his interventions in Central America and the Caribbean, Wilson's domestic and foreign policies exuded a haughty moralism that could put off friends as well as opponents. Wilsonian internationalism, in particular, is often interpreted as a secular version of the Puritan errand. In this view, the quest to build a city on a hill became, with Wilson, the imposition of liberal values on the world. But Wilson wrought no secularization of the American theology of expansion. For him, business activity was inextricably bound up with idealism, not antithetical to it. American corporate modernity was, to his mind, a model of virtue and a providential assignment. Business was not a hindrance to the crusade for freedom. Business was a crusade for freedom. Echoing Puritan covenant theology and manifest destiny, Wilson's providentialist conception of America suggests that, contrary to the parsing of U.S. foreign policy as a conflict between idealism and realism, Wilsonians have considered the pursuit of economic and geopolitical advantage to be a moral goal in itself. Fusing prophecy and prophets, Wilsonian internationalism was a potent rendition of corporate eschatology. The specter of predestination loomed whenever Wilson dwelled on America's history and future. "I believe very profoundly in an overruling providence," he once confided to a friend. As providence directed the course of history, Wilson echoed the Puritan sense of an unsought but sacred and ennobling mission. "We did not, of deliberate choice, undertake these tasks of promoting freedom and prosperity throughout the world," he asserted in 1901. The great pressure of a people moving always to new frontiers in search of new lands, new power, the full freedom of a virgin world has ruled our course and formed our policies like a fate, he wrote in the Atlantic Monthly a year later. Fate, to Wilson, was another word for God. From his days as a professor of political economy at Princeton, Wilson held that God worked through our mercenary ways to perform his redemptive wonders. He was not being a vulgar materialist when he told students in 1898 that, in the main, the conduct of men is determined by economic motives. As products of those motives, fashioned, he thought, by operation of irresistible forces, corporations represented another chapter in the natural history of power and of governing classes. The laws of that natural history had been decreed by a wise and munificent providence. 3 years later, writing again in the Atlantic Monthly, Wilson reflected that, in the face of the global power exerted by corporations, every man knows that the world is to be changed according to an ordering of providence. Painting in broad eschatological strokes, Wilson portrayed the arrival of a commercial millennium constructed in accordance with a great preconceived plan, as he wrote in 1901. The fate of all the world's peoples was to be included as part of the universal world of commerce. That republic of trade was cast in the image and likeness of Euro-American capital, and the rest of the world had no choice but to submit to the regime of economic freedom. Alluding to the open-door controversy, Wilson echoed Lippmann and Crowley when he declared that the East is to be opened and transformed, and that the standards of the West are to be imposed upon it. Like other corporate liberals, Wilson resolved this paradox of compulsory freedom by resorting to eschatological comedy. All manner of things shall be well, he assured himself, because American business was providing, in the spirit of service, a government and rule which shall moralize them by being moral. If the Puritans had moralized the Pequots with muskets, modern liberals would moralize the world with goods and services. This faith in the civilizing promise of capitalism lay behind Wilson's most tragic political failure. When, as president, Wilson presented the Versailles Treaty to the Senate in July 1919, he professed the same eschatological conviction. The stage is set. The destiny closed. The hand of God has led us into this way. We can only go forth with lifted eyes and freshened spirit to follow the vision. America shall in truth show the way. Wilson expressed the same faith when he spoke directly to business audiences. Although he professed to loathe the dollar diplomacy of his predecessor, William Howard Taft, his homily to the World's Salesmanship Congress in Detroit in July 1916 shows how central corporate business was to the eschatology of Wilsonian internationalism. Wilson told the salespeople that they were vending not just commodities, but the democracy of business. With high-minded Presbyterian bravado, Wilson exhorted his audience to embark on a peaceful conquest of the world, since permanent peace can grow in only one soil, the actual goodwill generated through commercial camaraderie. Wilson exhorted the salespeople to go out and sell goods that will make the world more comfortable and more happy, and convert them to the principles of America. Salespeople were missionaries preaching the gospel of corporate liberal internationalism. Lift your eyes to the horizons of business. Wilson swelled. Salespeople were meant to carry liberty and justice and the principles of humanity wherever you go. One salesman who had lifted his eyes to the horizons of business was King Camp Gillette, inventor of the safety razor and author of corporate utopian tracts. Gillette's fame as an inventor and businessman have overshadowed his utopian speculation, especially The Human Drift, 1894, World Corporation, 1910, and the People's Corporation, 1924, the latter a collaboration with Upton Sinclair. Gillette had acquired a disdain for business while working as a salesman. During his years on the road selling bottle caps for the Crown Cork and Seal Company, he witnessed, and no doubt committed, innumerable acts of fraud and duplicity. Perhaps as penance for his itinerant sins, Gillette wrote down his utopian dreams while still peddling caps and corks. Like Edward Bellamy, whose best-selling utopian novel, Looking Backward, 1887, was a prototype for other technological Edens, Gillette maintained that corporate consolidation would lead to global abundance and peace. Competition among corporations was reducing their number and enlarging their scope. Huge national and international firms, while ruthless and frightening, were also becoming more familiar. After a bloodless revolution, all men and women would be stockholders in a united company or world corporation that subsumed all necessary production and distribution. The new civilization would be lovely and plentiful, an endless vista of beauty. People and production would be concentrated in Metropolis, a super-industrial mega-machine in the vicinity of Niagara Falls, which, connected to an enormous infrastructure of dynamos, Gillette believed could power the city. He envisioned several such megalopolises on every continent. Metropolis featured massive, glass-domed apartment complexes with courtyards and dining halls, spacious boulevards, lawns and plazas, labyrinthine highways and tunnels, and subterranean walkways for strolling during inclement weather. While scholars have pointed to Gillette as a technological utopian, his true faith lay in the prowess of the managers and professionals he employed as an executive. Gillette may have recoiled from everyday moral compromises of commercial life, but he always espoused free enterprise and never apologized for being a salesman. "I am a businessman, a commercial traveler," he proudly declared in The Human Drift. For a utopian, Gillette remained profoundly faithful to the canons of pecuniary reason. "I look upon the consolidation of business and its centralization from a purely business standpoint," he asserted. Admiring the accomplishments of corporate enterprise, Gillette entrusted the leadership of the United Company to successful business and professional men, our wealthy and progressive men. If the People's Corporation was a cooperative commonwealth, it was hardly democratic. As Gillette observed, consolidation and its bloodless denouement does not need the support of a majority of the people. Promoters were the true socialists, he claimed in World Corporation, achieving, in a practical business way, what reformers and radicals vainly sought through class war or legislation. Gillette also reflected a post-Protestant turn in capitalist enchantment. Bound up with his praise for corporate expertise, the language of magic, sorcery, and divinity suffused his utopian reveries. Expressions such as "like magic" and "as if by magic" recurred throughout, and at one point Gillette described the corporation as an instrument of economic sorcery. "We have found Aladdin's lamp. Let us profit by its possession." At his most extravagant and revealing, Gillette echoed the transcendentalist proclamations of Emerson. In World Corporation, Gillette wedded Emerson's theology of power to notions of corporate personality. Like Rockefeller's angel of mercy, the unstoppable advance of consolidation was an eschatological force. "Heaven will be on earth," Gillette predicted, "and God will work through the great corporate soul." Through this corporate soul, humanity had evolved into a stockholding, if non-voting, partner in divinity. In the remarkable caption to a silly illustration, a muscular male dressed in a kind of girdle, holding and contemplating a globe, Gillette portrayed man corporate. He absorbs, enfolds, encompasses, and makes the world his own. He will do work. He will penetrate the confines of space and make it deliver up its secrets and power. For mind, the child of the great oversoul of creation, is infinite and eternal. Uniting the human race in a joint stock venture directed by managers and technocrats, the World Corporation would be a beloved community, a holy city of productivity. Gillette's World Corporation was a post-Christian restatement of the capitalist covenant theology. The Puritan evangelical errand had become corporate liberal internationalism. But Gillette's was not the only beatific vision to appear at the dawn of the corporate dispensation. If business apologists contended that the soulful corporation could be a commonwealth of love, other Americans believed that it stunted and perverted human flourishing. While Randolph Bourne agreed that the corporation had acquired a sense of the miraculous, he wondered whether it also was not inhibiting broader and more crucial visions. Writing on the eve of American entry into World War I, Bourne alluded to a rich and continuous generation of alternative Americas, visions of the cooperative commonwealth. To believers in that democratic promise, the corporation, if soulful, was nonetheless irredeemable. Redemption lay only in other forms of community, other ways of being in the world. Chapter 12. The Producer's Jeremiad. The Populist Reformation of the Covenant Theology. Emerging from post-bellum labor unions and the numerous farmers' alliances, populism stemmed from the incorporation of America, which brought together city and country in a new and volatile interdependence. After the Civil War, the spread of mechanization in the factories of the industrial North threatened skilled workers with unemployment, falling wages, degradation of craft, and dislocation from the small towns and villages that, in the 1870s, were still home to the bulk of American manufacturing. As the widespread support for the massive strikes that engulfed the nation in the last quarter of the 19th century demonstrated, the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the Great Upheaval in 1886, the Homestead Strike of 1894, industrialization unsettled not only artisans, unskilled workers, and local farmers, but also the small-town merchants and professionals who comprised the petty bourgeois business elites. At the same time, the Midwest experienced rapid economic development and population growth. Farmers relied on urban hubs such as Chicago for transport, marketing, tools, and finance, while cities depended on the countryside for foodstuffs and raw materials. The settlement of the prairie states triggered a frenzy of railroad construction, avid and unregulated land speculation, and a sharp rise in the indebtedness of farming families for freight charges, machinery, and mortgages. Rural resentment at urban bankers, distributors, and railroad executives ran deep, while metropolitan contempt for the countryside grew equally intense. Meanwhile, the post-Reconstruction South witnessed the rise of crop-lean and sharecropping economies that sparked a rise in farm tenancy. Many Southern cotton farmers, white and black, descended into debt peonage, sweating to repay loans from bankers and merchants for seeds and tools. In the West and the South, all these stresses were exacerbated in the mid-1880s by poor harvests and a precipitous worldwide drop in agricultural prices. The global agricultural cataclysm aggravated the already exorbitant shipping charges, increased the already usurious interest rates, accelerated foreclosures on farm mortgages, and underscored, with brutal clarity, the dependence of farmers on a structure of finance and distribution controlled by distant monopolies and trusts. Beginning in the 1870s, some organizations arose for mutual aid and eventually for political action. The Knights of Labor, the Grange, the National Farmers Alliance, the Northern and Southern Farmers Alliances, the latter also known as the National Farmers Alliance and Industrial Union. The populist movement was a motley social and political coalition of labor, agrarian, and other reform organizations that traversed the line between city and countryside. By the early 1890s, these groups had begun to coalesce at industrial conferences. Populism became a broad-gauged reform movement that ventured well beyond agrarian relief. Spearheaded by the People's Party, formed in 1892, a confederation of industrial organizations, populists called for women's suffrage, workers' right to organize and bargain collectively, a graduated income tax, federal insurance for bank deposits, and greater regulation, if not nationalization, of railroads and telegraph lines. They envisioned a system of producers' cooperatives, community-owned and operated banks, an enlargement of the paper money supply through free coinage of silver, and the abolition of the gold standard. At their most ambitious, they advocated the sub-treasury plan sketched out by C.W. McCune. The federal treasury would provide low-interest credit to farmers through certificates for which, in return, they would store crops in government warehouses, sub-treasuries. As the lords of finance capital realized, with horror, the sub-treasury plan would place the nation's monetary policy under the control of the treasury, hence under greater democratic supervision, and break the hold of big city merchants and commercial banks on American farmers. Based on a common antipathy toward the town clique, hundreds of thousands of Southern and Midwestern farmers and laborers launched a blazing and fearsome insurgency. Almost all historians of populism capture the blend of indignation and critical intelligence that suffused the populist press. The exhilaration of the rallies, encampments, and lectures that mobilized ordinary people, and the rhetorical power and flamboyance of populist orators and writers such as Ignatius Donnelly, Mary Elizabeth Lease, and Leonidas K. Polk. Yet, the desire for quick success overwhelmed the need for vision and patience. A chasm opened between free silver advocates and supporters of the more comprehensive reform agenda. In 1896, free silverites convinced their fellow party members to fuse with the Democrats. The eloquence of William Jennings Bryan, a former lawyer and debt collector, supplanted that of Donnelly, Polk, and Lease. The Democrats' defeat by William McKinley and the Republicans both sealed the fate of the People's Party and demoralized the populist movement. The Knights of Labor dwindled and waned. Samuel Gompers and the American Federation of Labor acceded to industrial discipline and business unionism. As agricultural prices rebounded and farm debt diminished, the passion of agrarian rebellion waned. Over the first 2 decades of the 20th century, farmers gradually resigned themselves to the incorporation of agriculture. The ideal of the family farm gave way to every farm a factory. Populism offers a Rorschach test of scholarly and political thinking. Were the insurgent farmers and workers a new model army of the producers' republic, or were they luckless and resentful petty capitalists, protecting themselves from the judgments of a market whose decrees they had previously affirmed? Were they clear-sighted critics of capitalist plutocracy, or were they backward-looking votaries of a pastoral mythology, eloquent hayseeds, blind to the virtue and necessity of industrial modernity? In The Age of Reform, 1955, and in several subsequent essays, Richard Hofstadter painted an indelibly abrasive and unflattering portrait of populists, depicting them as the precursors of Cold War reaction and ressentiment, the paranoid style in American politics. Populism, Hofstadter contended, was the latest version of an agrarian myth in which the yeoman farmer was the omnicompetent icon of labor and virtue, the favored son of God, the origin of all wealth, the Cincinnatus of the American Republic. Spellbound by this agrarian myth, populists cast the farmer's plight as a moral and political melodrama in which they played the roles of innocent pastoral victims of a conspiracy hatched in the distance. In reality, Hofstadter argued, the same forces that propelled Jacksonian democracy also unleashed an entrepreneurial zeal probably without precedent in history, a rage for business, for profits, for opportunity, for advancement. The farmers who supported the alliances and the populist party were not hard-working naifs. They were an organic part of the whole order of business enterprise that flourished in the city. Hofstadter's populists were sore and befuddled losers, protesting the outcome of a game they had previously played with acquisitive relish. Challenging Hofstadter, historians galvanized by the social movements of the 1960s claimed populism for a lineage of descent from capitalism. To Lawrence Goodwin and Christopher Lasch, for instance, populism represented, in Lasch's words, the producer's last stand against the forces of progress. Wage labor, large-scale mechanized production, and the redefinition of democracy in terms of access to consumer goods. In this view, the alliances in the People's Party contained not bewildered losers, but prophets. As Goodwin writes tersely, they saw the coming society, and they did not like it. Far from sharing the accumulative ethos of urban capitalist elites, populists, in this view, upheld the traditional moral economy of work, small property, and evangelical religion. In this celebratory account of populism, the chief significance of the movement lay in its prescient critique of modernization. As Goodwin argues, populists rejected the shared presumptions of progress that unite capitalists and socialists in a religious brotherhood. Populism, in Alan Trachtenberg's words, established itself as an opposing culture, an alternative view not only of politics and economics, but of the world as such. In the election of 1896, the archangels of the cooperative commonwealth suffered, Lasch writes, a crushing and conclusive defeat from which they never recovered, and in which subsequent generations have languished, absorbed into corporate modernity. One of the main virtues of recent scholarship on populism is its demolition of this dichotomy. As Charles Postel muses, Lasch and Goodwin projected their ambivalence on the unwitting farmers, laborers, and other common folk of the 19th century. Without returning to Hofstadter and the agrarian myth, Postel contends that populists were much more favorable to profit-seeking, opportunity, and corporate modernization than his predecessors had acknowledged. In the emerging account of populism, populists become not opponents of progress, but contestants over its meaning and content. Determined on what Norman Pollock calls modernization from below, they were less defenders of a yeoman past than prophets of an agrarian modernity. Likewise, small producers were not necessarily hostile to large-scale organization and bureaucracy, even by the corporation and the state. As envisioned by the populists, the network of producers' cooperatives and sub-treasuries was, after all, a large-scale political economy. A hybrid, as Postel characterizes it, between the chaos of competitive capitalism and the organization of state monopoly. Populists discerned democratic promise in, not against, the fruition of modernity. They saw the coming society, and they liked it, as long as it could work for ordinary people. Thus, the significance of populism lies, for Postel, in its role as an incubator for alternative models of capitalism. But if populism was an alternative model of capitalism, it was never an alternative to capitalism. Hofstadter's contempt for rural folk does not discredit the stubborn truth he captured about American populism. It has never imagined a fundamental revision of property relations in America. History, from the bottom up, was supposed to uncover a people of prophets speaking truth to power. But what if the truth the prophets uttered was the truth of power expressed in a populist style and vernacular? Perhaps it is better to understand populism as a jeremiad, a call to renew the Protestant covenant theology. The populist cooperative commonwealth was a reconstruction of the ideal of fellowship in accumulation. Populism was a beatific vision, a producerist myth of capitalist enchantment. The populist moment of enchantment was evident in the Knights of Labor, founded in 1869 by Uriah P. Stevens, a Philadelphia tailor, and taken over in 1878 by Terence V. Powderly, a Philadelphia machinist. Calling for the eradication of wage labor and its replacement by a cooperative industrial system, they created a movement culture of libraries and reading rooms, parades and pageants, picnics and concerts, sports teams, dances, and Labor and Independence Day festivities. Calling themselves a noble and holy order, the Knights cobbled together an assortment of rituals, symbols, and convictions. Documented and illustrated in their manual, the Adelphon Kryptos, Greek for secret brotherhood, which drew from Catholicism, Freemasonry, and the still vigorous evangelical ethos. Their assembly halls were temples or tabernacles, the dwelling place of God among men, as Stevens had admonished them, and their lodges were sanctuaries, holiest of holies, each with a vestibule. The ritual of induction included a master workman and a venerable sage who welcomed the inductee to this sanctuary dedicated to the service of God by serving humanity. Surrounded by hooded figures, the new member swore an oath to never reveal any of the signs, mysteries, arts, privileges, or benefits of the order, except in a legal, authorized manner. The Knights also developed a metaphysics and theology that undergirded their sense of beloved community. As the philosopher's stone, labor, they believed, possessed the real Midas touch. Everything it touches turns to wealth. The Great Seal of Knighthood was an equilateral triangle signifying elements which are essential to man's existence and happiness: land, labor, and love. The Great Seal also displayed the Knights' famous and stirring avowal of fraternity. An injury to one is the concern of all, a declaration redolent of the Pauline doctrine that Christians are members of one another. However bizarre and eclectic, Engels once scoffed at their rites and beliefs as little absurdities. The Knights' culture of beloved community testifies to the persistence of enchantment. Its religious character was certainly evident to Catholic bishops, who saw in the Knights both a revolutionary cabal and a competitor for spiritual allegiance, sensing a rival sacramental system in the order's moral, metaphysical, and ritual ensemble. As Catholic membership swelled to that of half the order by the early 1880s, Powderly was compelled to make some grudging concessions to Catholic prelates. Some of the secrecy was lifted. Some rituals were altered. The oath of initiation became a vow. These changes elicited a firestorm of protest from Protestant and many Catholic knights who considered the local temples to be working men's churches. To these stalwarts of the order, Powderly's concessions constituted heresy and appeasement. They certainly failed to assuage the bishops who condemned the Knights in 1884. Although the American Church softened its position toward the order in 1891, with the publication of Pope Leo XIII's Rerum Novarum, the Knights' indictment of pro-business clergy continued to exhibit all the passion of religious zeal. One of the Knights' more stem-winding spokesmen, Alexander Wright, admonished his brethren in an 1891 issue of the order's newspaper to ignore the smooth-tongued orations of sleek-fed priests. Wright was preaching to a dwindling congregation, since by the early 1890s the Knights were hemorrhaging members, many of whom had bolted to the American Federation of Labor or the various socialist parties. Weakened by internal strife and opposition from employers, the Knights progressively withered. While historians often point to factional disputes and external pressures to explain the order's demise, we must also wonder whether it was blinded and crippled by its fidelity to the capitalist covenant theology. The inductees were told During the initiation rite, the knights had no conflict with legitimate enterprise, no antagonism to necessary capital. They sought not to abolish distinctions of class, but to harmonize the interests of labor and capital. Crooned in the dulcet tones of bourgeois Christianity, harmony was the siren song of evangelical producerism. The knight's popularist jeremiad was unveiling precisely to the extent that it repeated the ideal of the covenant, the convergence of desire for communion with the imperatives of mercenary property relations. Despite a similar invocation of yeoman virtue and enchantment, the agrarian producer's jeremiad envisioned a corporate, industrial future. Populists often invoked the founders as the sages of the producers' republic. They followed the line laid out by the Revolutionary Fathers. As James H. Cyclone Davis put it, they adhered to the Jefferson theory of democracy. Thanks to the rhetorical gifts of Davis and numerous other writers and orators, the modern, forward-looking character of agrarian populism remains difficult to appreciate. The agrarian demonology of Wall Street, for instance, is a case study in bucolic melodrama. Sweaty, overworked farmers groaned in debt-laden servitude, while the satraps and pharaohs of Wall Street lit cigars with the money they extorted. When the pious Mr. Rockefeller makes his offerings to the Lord, one firebrand asked in 1895, does he ever think of the drops of blood from broken hearts, the groans from squalid misery, the tears from human agony, which have been coined into each shining dollar? As epitomized in the works of Ignatius Donnelly, especially Caesar's Column, 1890, the apocalyptic imagination of agrarian populism seems anything but progressive. Yet, when Donnelly and other agrarian populists described the future after the plutocracy, it often looked like a business paradise. Writing in 1896, Donnelly condemned every interference with the freedom of trade and market, and the right of a human being to sell where he can for most, and buy where he can for least. Donnelly echoed Nelson Dunning, chief publicist for the Farmers' Alliance, who had urged farmers in 1891 to adopt the business standpoint. Farmers should mobilize, he wrote, to secure individual benefits through combined effort. The Alliance, he added, offered the individual farmer a way to advance your business in a selfish world. Like Whitman's, Dunning's populist vista was a democracy of petty capitalists, moderate fortunes, moderate-sized farms, and moderate business enterprises. Other Alliance figures were equally adamant about the business standpoint of the movement. A lifelong enthusiast of Adam Smith, McCoon, together with Polk, insisted that the Alliance was above all a business organization for business purposes. Government, McCoon argued, should be reduced to business terms, placed upon a business basis, and attended to by business agents. Thorstein Veblen, who, as the son of a prosperous Minnesota farmer, knew a lot about the business standpoint, was right on target when he later wrote that American yeomen were cultivators of the main chance as well as of the fertile soil. The business standpoint of agrarian populism explains the movement's ambivalence about corporations. The Farmers' Alliance often railed against trusts and monopolies as threats to liberty and virtue. Corporations, one of its newsletters lamented in 1890, had absorbed the liberties of the community and usurped the power of the agency that created it. In Caesar's Column, Donnelly's protagonist and narrator, the wool merchant Gabriel Weltstein, ruse how corporations have reduced the people to slavery as the robber barons of old did the original owners of the soil of Europe. I should abolish all corporations, Weltstein tells his brother. The most ominous and belligerent populist philippic against corporations came from Cyclone Davis, an itinerant Texas firebrand renowned for his oratorical and polemical skills. In A Political Revelation, 1894, Davis portrayed the corporation as a venal, soulless golem, a money machine bent on reducing the republic to regimented anonymity. Yet, most populists objected not to corporations per se, but to their power to administer markets and fix the conditions of capital accumulation. In short, to take advantage of the people, as one Alliance spokesperson put it. The agrarian intelligentsia often exhibited considerable admiration for the modern corporation. The California Grange urged its members in 1889 to study well the lesson which these great corporations that dominate the country are teaching, that in intelligent cooperation there is strength, there is power. We must do as the corporations are doing, it concluded, meet combinations of capital and brains with like combinations. Alliance leader and historian W.S. Morgan wrote in 1891 of corporate executives as men of ability and integrity too. Morgan condemned not all corporations, but those that entered into a conspiracy against legitimate trade. Dunning stated the populist case for combination with the greatest concision and clarity. To all progressive minds, he counseled, organization was absolutely necessary for success in modern business. Nothing could withstand their power. Dunning insisted, if the farmers of America would organize as intelligently and solidly as the Standard Oil Company has. Populists reasserted the traditional legal concept of the corporation as an artificial and therefore dependent creature, subject to the will and sufferance of the people. As Tom Watson observed, we have created the corporations. They are our legal offspring, and children should obey their parents. Despite the persistence of the folksy, homespun, straight-talking rural icon, populism represented the ideals of an agrarian avant-garde. Most farmers simply wanted an end to their plight. Reasonable freight rates, lower interest on loans, more paper money, and protection from foreclosure. Their spokesmen, however, looked further into the future. Far from being retrograde hayseeds, McCune, Dunning, Polk, and others in the agrarian intelligentsia both displayed and exhorted farmers to adopt an omnivorous interest in science, technology, marketing, manufacturing, and agricultural innovation. Agrarian populists desired a middling modernity, a society of small-scale proprietors, all enmeshed and flourishing in the large-scale labyrinth of corporate technology and organization. The agrarian vanguard believed in progress. They reconciled the agrarian myth with the nascent fable of modernization. In the new mythology of agrarian modernity, the family farm thrived in yeoman splendor alongside the corporate homestead. In their view, far from being a tragedy, the incorporation of American agriculture was a providential blessing. In the words of John Tetz, a member of the board of directors of the Louisiana Farmers Union, monopoly is the outgrowth of a beautiful principle of combination. Most agrarian activists and reformers saw the cleansing of capitalism as a prelude to the Second Coming. The populists of today, Lease explained in 1892, represented a demand for the enactment into law of the truths taught by Jesus, the truths which must prevail before Christ's kingdom can be established. The movement itself, Thomas Nugent assured a crowd in 1894, was evidence of the sure unfoldings of God's providence. Recounting the purposes of the Farmers' Alliance in 1891, McCune, who after leaving the organization became an itinerant Methodist preacher in Texas, declared that business contests or political fights were incidental to the movement's more exalted aspirations. The Alliance was not just an interest group. It was a living, active, practical, and present embodiment of the cause of Jesus Christ. Following in the footsteps of the Divine Master, it was an imitatio Christi, resembling the Galilean who gave up his life as an example of the devotion due to principle. In agrarian populist eschatology, the Farmers' Alliance prefigured the communion of humanity at the end of time. Committed to the mission of the covenant, the agrarian vanguard renewed the Puritan errand and the evangelical quest for the millennium. As Lorenzo Llewellyn roared to an outdoor rally in 1893, the enduring faith of the agrarian insurgency was that the great march of destiny is forward. Henry George, crusading journalist and mayoral candidate in New York in 1886, was the Economist laureate of agrarian enchantment. In his widely read and cherished Progress and Poverty, 1879, as well as in the lesser-known The Science of Political Economy, 1897, George echoed the optimism of the clerical economists. Although political economy has been called the dismal science, it could still, George believed, be radiant with hope. Certainly populists gave a hearty amen to George's charge that only blasphemy could attribute to the inscrutable decrees of Providence the suffering and brutishness that come of poverty. Yet, George also attributed whatever justice, fraternity, and abundance humankind had achieved to a law of human progress that was preached by one who 1,800 years ago was crucified. The very title of George's revered volume indicates that the meaning of progress, not its defeat, was at stake in the populist moment, as the law of human progress was part of a broader metaphysics and eschatology. Nature, and especially land, was a bounty of gifts of the Creator, suffused with divine and infinite powers streaming through the material universe. Human labor enabled humanity to work in tandem with God, employing the energy with which the universe sprang into being. George marveled at the godlike quality of modifying and controlling conditions, and held up not only the farmer, but also any producer as the bearer of sacred power. Thus, progress, to George, was the march of humanity toward ever fuller participation in divinity, and in the opening section of Progress and Poverty, George celebrated technological and scientific modernity with an exuberance like that of Marx and Engels in the Communist Manifesto. Awestruck by the new powers born of progress, George chided reformers who opposed combination as agents of historical and moral regression. If tempered by justice and fraternity, the new forces of progress would build the metropolis foreseen in the book of Revelation. In the final pages of George's magnum opus, he concluded that St. John the Evangelist had beheld the producerist consummation of America, announcing the golden age of which poets have sung. John had witnessed in his trance at Patmos the culmination of Christianity, the city of God on earth, with its walls of jasper and its gates of pearl. Constructed with the new powers born of progress, the city would be ready for the only monarchy recognized by Republican producers, the reign of the Prince of Peace. Thus, George's single tax movement was a religious crusade to recapture the sacral powers indispensable for building a beloved community, one whose outlines were little different from the evangelical proprietary dispensation. Despite the populist debt to evangelicalism, the movement was also awash in a sea of modern heterodoxy. Many in the agrarian intelligentsia dabbled in or embraced spiritualism, theosophy, Swedenborgianism, mental science, new thought, and other forms of spiritual modernism. Pioneers of the soul as well as of the soil, agrarian reformers forged a modernist spiritual idiom that affirmed scientific and technological progress. When a Farmers' Alliance editorial of 1891 contended that reform would kindled the divine spark which is torpid in the soul, the divinity was not necessarily Christian. Henry Demarest Lloyd, author of Wealth Against Commonwealth, 1894, one of the first muckraking polemics of the era, told a People's Party rally in 1894 that they were incarnating in the lives of the common people the fullness of the divinity of humanity. But he made no reference to Christianity. In Civilization's Inferno, 1893, Benjamin Orange Flower, admirer of Emerson, populist advocate, champion of faith healing and spiritualism, and editor of The Arena, one of the most audacious and effervescent reviews at the turn of the century, warned that the divine in man cannot blossom or life yield its richest treasures while gold is society's god. Revered by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of readers, Donnelly was the ideal populist prophet. Born in Philadelphia in 1831, he lost his father as a boy, but his mother scraped together enough money to send him to the city's best high school. Though he studied law and won a prestigious clerkship, his practice was only moderately successful. Eager to make his mark, he became a leading booster in Ninninger, Minnesota, one of many settlements that sprang up in the state in the 1850s. After his boomtown went bust during the Panic of 1857, Donnelly embarked on a political career. As a Republican, he served Minnesota as lieutenant governor, state senator, and congressman. Dissatisfied with politics, he returned to practicing law, but in his spare time he indulged an array of intellectual obsessions. The Lost City of Atlantis, catastrophist accounts of the Earth's prehistory, the real authorship of Shakespeare's plays. Enthused with magpie interests and a febrile imagination, he penned a trilogy of amateur scholarship in the 1880s. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, 1882, Ragnarok, The Age of Fire and Gravel, 1883, and The Great Cryptogram, Francis Bacon's cipher in the so-called Shakespeare plays, 1888. While cranking out his books, Donnelly returned to politics, running for Congress as a Democrat in 1884, and then helping to found the Minnesota Farmers Alliance. Joining the People's Party, he wrote the preamble to its 1892 platform and became a virtuoso orator and polemicist. Donnelly's autodidact erudition flew in the face of the academic specialization that was beginning to engulf intellectual life, an enclosure movement of knowledge, much like the expropriation of craft underway among corporate professionals and managers. But if Donnelly's effrontery toward the university elite was rooted in producerism, he was also groping toward a new religious basis for producerism itself. If there's a thread running through Donnelly's erratic life, it is the search for a substitute for the Christianity he rejected as a young man. Donnelly had been baptized and raised a Roman Catholic. His father renounced the faith when Donnelly was a boy, and his mother apparently provided no formal religious instruction. Donnelly left the church in the mid-1850s, and he remained hostile to Orthodox Christianity for the rest of his life, a collection of incredible yarns, as he confided to his diary. His aversion to traditional Christianity occasionally surfaced in his trilogy. Noting approvingly in Atlantis that among the Gauls men would lend money to be repaid in the next world, he added sardonically that no Christian people has yet reached that sublime height of faith. Still, although an avatar of populist modernism, Donnelly employed the rhetorical arsenal of evangelicalism all his life, and he believed Christianity might still contain something of the spirit and purpose of God. This search for the spirit and purpose of God animated Donnelly's amateur scholarship, which is replete with biblical exegesis and religious speculation. The stories he narrated, the reality of the ancient but technologically advanced civilization of Atlantis, the destruction of the city and other early civilizations by comets and other natural calamities, rested on a wild, interdisciplinary froth. In addition to pursuing comparative religion and mythology, Donnelly collected an enormous range of material from geology, astronomy, archaeology, and paleontology, drawing startling and often bizarre conclusions from the flimsiest of evidence. Yet, the ineptitude and sensationalism of Donnelly's scholarship is less important than the enchantedly progressive lesson it conveyed. Modern civilization is Atlantean. He mused in Atlantis. The inventive faculty of the present age is taking up the great delegated work of creation where Atlantis left it thousands of years ago. Progress unfolded through creation, disaster, and further creation. As he concluded in the last few pages of Ragnarok, Norse for destiny of the gods, after every cataclysm the world has risen to higher levels of creative development. This law of progress through destruction is the decree of the Supreme Being. Not a particle of dust is whirled in the funnel of the cyclone, but God identifies it and has marked its path. Donnelly's providential catastrophism was bound up with a producerist cosmology. Since, in truth, the universe is industry, he wrote in the Great Cryptogram, no man should shrink from labor. Energy is God's glorious stamp set on his creature. Humanity was the image and likeness of a deity who was an independent, tireless proprietor. God was the great worker, a worker without a taskmaster who never pauses, never wearies, and never sleeps. The beatitude of work and the abomination of sloth are the moral principles of Donnelly's metaphysics. Once the inhabitants of Atlantis are overcome by luxury and greed, they are destroyed by a divine cataclysm. Similarly, Donnelly argued his tirelessly contemptuous case against Shakespeare in the moral lexicon of producerism. Hailing Bacon as a man of extraordinary and phenomenal industry, he maligned the bard in terms usually reserved for the Wall Street financial oligarchy. Like bankers and speculators, Shakespeare was an unproductive, decadent wastrel who profited from another man's ingenuity and labor. After calling him a poacher, fugitive, and vagabond, Donnelly added that he was also a moneylender and land-grabber. Like the exploiters of Minnesota's yeomen, Shakespeare was a thrifty, money-making, uncharitable, cold-hearted man who lent money at usurious rates of interests. But in Donnelly's producerist cosmology, the law of progress would put all things right. At the end of Ragnarok, Donnelly launched into a populist homily that makes sense only as a prophecy of impending destruction and renewed creative development. He imagined a modern-day Dives, the rich man in the parable of the rich man and Lazarus, and his unexpressed belief that heaven is only a larger Wall Street. Put no faith in your riches, the prophet warned, for if the law of terrestrial cataclysm is any guide, another comet might overwhelm you and your possessions, and your corporations, and all the ant-like devices of men in one common ruin. He urged the new Dives to repent. Put out your tentacles toward the great spiritual world around you, Donnelly implored, and the angels will exult over it in heaven. Clearly, Donnelly trembled at the thought that the angels were unhappy in the late 1880s, and the work he published over the next dozen years grew at once more politically and religiously charged. Donnelly's angels must have exulted as the coalescence of the myriad farmers' alliances, the meteoric rise of the People's Party, and the economic convulsions of the 1890s created a superheated political climate that forced him to clarify his populist vision. Into yet another trilogy, Caesar's Column, The Golden Bottle, 1892, and The American People's Money, 1896, Donnelly poured a populist social criticism that doubled as religious prophecy. Rehearsing the Jeremiad, the volumes describe corporate plutocracy as a malevolent form of enchantment, outline an eschatology of judgment, deliverance, and producerist redemption, and imagine a beloved commonwealth of proprietors based on a sacramental view of the world. Donnelly understood the tyranny of money as a fundamentally religious plight, the gospel of grab, as he dubbed it in The American People's Money, appealed to the hog in human nature. The hog in human nature was aroused and bewitched by the worship of precious metals. For Donnelly, as for the bearers of the gold standard, the money issue was not simply an economic or political matter. If, for the gold bugs, the gold standard represented and ensured the stability of civilization, the obsession with precious metals pointed, in Donnelly's view, to our inclination to misenchantment and idolatry. Gold and silver were not made money by law. They were first and sacred metals of our ancestors, adorning the temples of early civilizations, and then became the precious metals. Their use is a survival of primeval superstition. In The Golden Bottle, Ephraim Benazet, a People's Party candidate who becomes president, regales Congress on the history of monetary fetishism. It was a religion that rendered gold and silver valuable by making them sacred, dedicating them to the worship of the sun and moon. Precious metals were the religious, metallic, prehistoric emblems for those things that man has to eat or wear or use, and which are therefore real wealth. Just as in old times men carved out of wood and stone figures of men and called them gods, so the acolytes of gold and silver held up their metals and prostrated themselves before them. As Weltstein says in Caesar's Column, the adoration of gold and silver is a superstition of which the bankers are the high priests. Calling for demonization of precious metals, Benazet urges Congress to relegate the worship of gold and silver to the region of witchcraft and spooks. To Donnelly, the American ruling class itself resided in that region of iniquity, and he excoriated their gilded wickedness to greatest effect in Caesar's Column. Said in New York in 1988, close to the 1987 portended by Edward Bellamy in Looking Backward, Caesar's Column describes a United States ruled by the plutocracy, a callous and decadent business elite. Though the country is blessed with technological wonders, the benefits accrue only to the wealthy. Republican institutions are theatrical sets concealing a tyranny of money. Christianity has been replaced as the nation's religion by a vicious but well-mannered nihilism. In one sermon, Dr. Odyard, a learned and thoroughly abominable character, expounds the essentials of plutocratic theology. Preaching in what Gabriel describes as a clubhouse of the rich, Odyard proclaims a barbarous gospel to his well-heeled congregation. The blind and remorseless decrees of nature cannot be questioned or abrogated. She is omnipotent. With stony eyes the thousand-headed goddess sits, serene and merciless. In Odyard's plutocratic cosmology, it is pointless and even irreverent to lament the affliction and misery of the weak. Mocking the impotent charity of Christendom, he absolves his gorgeous listeners of any moral responsibility for the poor. We did not make them. We did not ask nature to make them. It is nature's business to feed them, not yours or mine. Echoing Emerson's paean to nature's grinding economy of cruel kindness, Odyard sees a ghastly but beneficent providence in the distribution of ordeal and felicity. It was said in ancient times, "Many are called, but few are chosen." Our ancestors placed a mystical interpretation on this text, but we know what it means. Many are called to the sorrows of life, but few are chosen to inherit the delights of wealth and happiness. Having explained the ways of God to the winners, Odyard envisions a Saturnalia for patricians, an endless festival of exquisite consumption, leavened by melancholy and sadism. On with the dance! Though we dance above graves, eventually, he concedes, of their own. Rather than close their eyes to suffering, the charmed should behold the lowly, for the sight of their anguish will sharpen pleasure and add a flavor to our viands. Donnelly's point is all too clear. The plutocracy is an infernal Atlantis, a hideous antechamber of hell in which the reign of money betokens a horrific misenchantment. In Caesar's column and the golden bottle, in the latter a similarly fiendish plutocracy exploits and demeans the people, Donnelly offers two different visions of judgment and redemption. In Caesar's column, the plutocracy is eventually overthrown by the Brotherhood, a clandestine international conspiracy. Just as the enervated citizens of Atlantis suffered divine retribution, the lords of the heartless megalopolis perish in a righteous revolutionary paroxysm. Led by Caesar, the rebels and the masses exact a deliriously sanguinary vengeance. As the violence escalates, the corpses pile up and have to be stacked and hidden in concrete. Caesar's column. As angry farmers descend on New York to join in the final conflagration of the city, Gabriel watches with sorrow, not schadenfreude, for the spiritual cancer that originated with the rulers has metastasized among the people. They were no longer the honest yeomanry of the antebellum republic. Now they are brutalized, fierce serfs, cruel and bloodthirsty peasants. Donnelly wrote Caesar's column at a time of gathering political turmoil. He published The Golden Bottle during the campaign of 1892, intending, as he wrote in an apologetic preface, to explain and defend some of the ideas put forth by the People's Party. Ephraim Benezet, a poor Kansas farm boy, is visited by a spirit, the pity of God, who hands him a golden bottle whose liquid can turn anything into gold. Empowered and emboldened by this enchanted gift, Ephraim, now a Midas without the curse, resolves to end the world's economic plight by increasing the supply of gold. He swiftly galvanizes a massive popular insurgency, buying up mortgages and settling debts with his limitless supply of gold. Forming a Brotherhood of Justice, he runs successfully as the People's Party candidate for president, passes, in tandem with Congress, a roster of populist reforms, and then invades Canada and Europe, setting up a universal republic with its capital in the Azores, on the site of the sunken Atlantis. But then Ephraim awakens and discovers that his brilliant career has been nothing but a dream. Distraught and almost suicidal, he sees another apparition, an elderly gentleman from the 17th century who explains the meaning of his fantasy. One lesson is in monetary policy. The golden bottle represents the power of government to create its own money, money so plentiful that the credit system will cease, debts will disappear. But the deeper lesson is in metaphysics and theology. Everything is charged with the grandeur of divinity. Channeling Blake and the early Emerson through Henry George and the Farmers' Alliance, Donnelly's metaphysics and theology represented a populist romanticism. The world is full of spirits, cycles upon cycles of creators, universe unfolding universe of activities and labors, endless arrays of angels and archangels, cherubim and seraphim. The earth is enchanted and sacramental. This is not a barren universe, the Spirit continues. It does not consist of the unnamed at one extremity, and man at the other, with only vacuum between. Every inch of matter is packed with life, for life is only spirit with its clothes on. Ephraim's visitor echoes Gabriel in Caesar's column, who assures one of the brotherhood that the humblest blade of grass preaches an incontrovertible sermon. Every blade of grass points with its tiny finger straight upward to heaven. In the golden bottle, the grass and everything else is an illimitably enchanted field of labor. Hearkening back to the great cryptogram, where he had written that the universe is industry, and that God labored as the great worker, Donnelly argued that while the universe is a home to the angels, it is also nothing but work. As the Spirit tells Ephraim, and we, all of us, have no place in it but as workers. Suffused by this laboring enchantment, Donnelly's populist utopia recalled the community of the Protestant covenant. After settling in Uganda, Gabriel and his cohorts set up a republic to recapture this ideal, making dependence on Almighty God the first article of the Constitution. Rooted in producerist divinity, Gabriel's utopia is the consummate cooperative commonwealth of populism. Universal suffrage, education and health care, abolition of interest on loans, ceilings on wealth and land ownership, achieved through progressive taxation. A sentiment of brotherly love dwells in all hearts of Gabriel's republic, a garden of peace and beauty, musical with laughter. God smiles down upon them from this throne beyond the stars. Gabriel's utopia is the beloved community of the American people's money, a middling populace, educated and industrious, a scene over which the angels hang with delight, and which lights up the face of divinity with smiles. Yet this God, or divinity, is only sketchily Protestant, or even Christian. Donnelly could not openly avow his spiritual modernism. Still, the Protestant harangue persisted in both Caesar's column and the golden bottle. Community, declension, confession of waywardness, and renewal of community. Although it departed from the hallowed script, Donnelly's modernist enchantment restated the American capitalist jeremiad, reflecting a deeper, more fateful incoherence at the heart of the populist vision. The futility, pursued with zeal since the Puritans, of reconciling the imperatives of capitalist power with those of evangelical fraternity. Like others before and since, the populist jeremiad foundered on the fissures of the covenant itself. Although, for instance, he castigated corporations and labor-saving devices as sources of moral and spiritual degeneration, Donnelly could never grasp that both emerged from the freedom of trade and the market he endorsed. Even celebrants of corporate modernization, such as McCune and Polk, never quite grasped that the logic of combination would ravage the evangelical republic of small property. From the business point of view, the centralization and mechanization of American farming that accelerated after World War I was not only a great success. As Postel himself observes, its foundations had also been laid by many of the agricultural cooperatives championed by the agrarian vanguard. Even those farmers' monopolies, composed of small and middle-sized proprietors, tended, over time, to succumb to the necessities of profit and industrialization. Call us a trust, if you will, but we're a benevolent one, as the head of the California Raisin Association said in 1920. The populist reformation of American capitalism found a fitting champion in none other than William Jennings Bryan, whose career underscores the affinity of producerist theology and corporate modernity. Then and now, many partisans of populism cast Bryan in the role of an impostor, an eloquent caricature of genuine populism. the author of the fusionist strategy that led genuine populists into a fatal alliance with the Democrats. Yet, the fusionists won over a majority of the delegates at the People's Party's 1896 convention, and their victory, preceded by many fusions with one of the two major parties in previous state and local elections, suggests at the very least that populists had enough in common with the establishment they vilified to broker electoral alliances. Indeed, since agrarian populists sought to reform, not to abrogate the capitalist covenant, then the fusionist strategy marked less a betrayal than a culmination of their modernizing program. Bryan was an acolyte of the populist vision, not a false prophet come from the plutocracy. Like many in the agrarian intelligentsia, Bryan had no problem with the corporate enterprise. He certainly had no problem with business. As a young lawyer in Lincoln, Nebraska, he had spent much of his time collecting debts that local farmers owed to corn suppliers. "We are not hostile to corporations," the great commoner assured the Senate in 1894, while arguing for a graduated income tax. "We simply believe that these creatures of the law, these fictitious persons, have no higher or dearer rights than the persons of flesh and blood whom God created." Bryan did not say that these persons had no rights at all, even as he openly recognized their fictive metaphysical status. Unlike Cyclone Davis and other populist skeptics of corporate personality, whom we must now recognize as a minority of the movement, Bryan never bemoaned the Santa Clara decision, nor did he ever challenge the moral or ontological standing of business corporations. Like other populist writers and politicians, Bryan adopted the business standpoint. The essential harmony of Bryanism, agrarian populism, and the evangelical dispensation was evident in Bryan's renowned acceptance speech at the Democratic Convention in 1896. The Cross of Gold has become so famous for its defiant concluding line, "You shall not crucify mankind on a cross of gold," that its fundamental endorsement of the business standpoint has been overlooked or minimized. Declaring that the Democrats had behind them the producing masses of this nation and the world, supported by the commercial interests, the laboring interests, and the toilers everywhere, Bryan introduced this sea of humanity as a broader class of businessmen. The definition of a businessman, he complained, is much too limited in its application. The man who is employed for wages is as much a businessman as his employer. Bryan said. In a passage from which Donnelly, McCoon, Polk, George, or even Powderly would not have dissented, Bryan went on to enlarge the definition of businessman. The attorney in a country town, the merchant at the crossroads store, the farmer who goes forth in the morning and toils all day, and who, by the application of brain and muscle to the natural resources of the country, creates wealth, is as much a businessman as the man who goes upon the Board of Trade and bets upon the price of grain. From industrial worker to Wall Street speculator, every man was a businessman in Bryan's universe, a cosmos which, in its beautiful fruition, would bustle with virtuous, middling strivers, over whom Donnelly's angels would fly in acquisitive jubilation. Populism has long been America's favorite fable of popular righteousness. The working people, the grassroots, or the 99% against business, the elites, or the 1%. The fable has been moving and often effective. Even in co-opted form, the populist movement was, as Postal Riley notes, far more successful dead than alive, as many populist reforms were eventually adopted in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. Yet, the mythology remains so strong that even Postal, going against the grain of his own evidence, can write that the populist vision of the late 19th century was increasingly eclipsed by a corporate vision. But populism was a corporate vision, an alternative model of capitalism, to recall Postel's own description, and the populist Jeremiad underwrote a reformation of the capitalist economic theology. Like their Puritan and evangelical communion of saints, populists kept one eye on God and one eye on the main chance. They did not dissent in any fundamental way from the tenets of the capitalist covenant. Chapter 13. The Cross is Bending. The Socialist Jeremiad and the Covenant Theology. Socialism would seem to have promised a more thorough repudiation of the covenant than populism. The call for a revolutionary overthrow of capitalist society, coupled with the secular effort to dispel the effects of the opium of the people, struck at the heart of the Protestant moral and political imagination. The identity of capitalism and Christianity in the Protestant mind was nowhere more evident than in religious polemic against socialism. Socialism places the will of the collectivity above the will of the individual. One clergyman inveighed in 1909, while Christianity maintains the absolute freedom of individual choice. A year later, another minister noted that because he wanted to use the apostles' money for the poor, Judas was the only socialist among professed Christians. Not to be outdone in vituperative ingenuity by Protestants, one Jesuit maligned socialists as hell's lowest vomit. To be sure, many American socialists shared Marx's hostility to religion or enchantment in any form. Yet, they often downplayed their secularism or tolerated comrades who saw no conflict between religious faith and socialist commitment. Indeed, many socialists wrote of the cause as a religious crusade. Describing a meeting of radical workers, Hutchins Hapgood, Greenwich Village bohemian and self-described pagan, reported admiringly that the spirit of labor resembled an emotional relationship to religion. Writing in The Larger Aspects of Socialism, 1913, journalist and labor reformer William English Walling reflected that because it promised relief from injustice and poverty in this life rather than the next, socialism provides a substitute for religion. John Spargo, one of the movement's most prolific writers and popular public speakers, believed that class conflict was essentially a spiritual struggle. To Spargo, the spiritual significance of modern socialism lay in the realization that social and economic equality was the only basis on which the divine fabric of human brotherhood can be raised. Jack London captured the religious passion of the socialist crusade in The Iron Heel, 1907, his ominous tale of reactionary tyranny. As the protagonist, Avis Everhard writes of the revolutionary devotion she shares with her ill-fated comrades, the revolution took on largely the character of religion. It was the divine flashing through us. This religious élan goes a long way toward explaining why, before World War I, socialism was the broadest and strongest radical movement in the United States. American socialism was both remarkably ecumenical, embracing Marxist militants such as Daniel De Leon, Protestant ministers of the social gospel, and self-styled progressives, and sociologically diverse Boston students, Manhattan bohemians, Chicago meatpackers, and Oklahoma farmers. While journals such as The Masses extolled the delights of paganism, free love, modern art, iconoclasm, indolence, periodicals such as The Appeal to Reason, published by Julius Wayland out of Girard, Kansas, made the case for socialism in more respectable, even impeccably bourgeois terms. Where metropolitan pagans, such as John Reed or Max Eastman, brashly denounced patriotism and religious orthodoxy, Wayland would invoke the revolutionary red, white, and blue of our forefathers. Affirming the spirit, if not the letter, of the Protestant Republican tradition, American socialism reimagined the covenant and revised the Jeremiad. If American socialists relied on the powerful residue of Protestantism, most Protestant critics of capitalism never carried the revolutionary banner. The social gospel was rarely a socialist gospel, and most of the Christian socialism that appeared was, as in Europe, tepid and ameliorative. Led by theologians, clergy, and seminarians, the social gospel exuded the musty air of the small-town pastor's parlor. When its acolytes sought to Christianize the social order, they signaled their acceptance of capitalist property and industrial regimentation. Long on prophetic exhortation, but lamentably short on analytical acuity, most preachers of the social gospel settled for the bromides of industrial partnership. Lyman Abbott and Washington Gladden typified the modesty that characterized much of the social gospel. Successor to Henry Ward Beecher in the pulpit of Brooklyn's Plymouth Church, Abbott was a prophet of industrial reform, sure to comfort his affluent congregation. The remedy for industrial ills is less a new organization than a new spirit. Abbott proclaimed in Christianity and Social Problems, 1896, the good news of a revitalized capitalism. Abbott's ardor for spiritual rather than political transformation was shared by Gladden, a Congregationalist minister in Columbus, Ohio, and a frequent champion of workers. Explaining the differences between Christianity and socialism, Gladden concluded that the deepest need is not a change of forms, but a change of aims and purposes and tempers. Echoing the evangelical call to individual purity of character, Gladden opined that the genuine socialism is that of the heart, in the spirit, not the letter. Another Congregationalist pastor and writer who made justice a tally of his individual changes was Charles Sheldon. Best known for his novel, In His Steps, 1897, from which countless Protestants have taken "What Would Jesus Do?" as the gold standard of reform and morality, the Topeka minister was a champion of workers' rights, racial equality, women's suffrage, and temperance. Although In His Steps became his signature work, it cannot be read apart from essays and other novels. The Heart of the World, 1903, and Jesus is Here, 1914, the sequel to In His Steps, in which Sheldon imagined a capitalist order invested with loving kindness. The traditional Protestant cosmology persisted in Sheldon's moral universe. When Stanton, a conservative preacher turned righteous radical and the hero of Heart of the World, brings a greedy mill owner to spiritual regeneration, the very air seemed pulsing with the divine presence. The Holy Spirit pervaded the room. Later, when Jesus returns to earth in Jesus is Here, like an average man, only different, the divine strides through the world with palpable force, but without leaving any physical traces. An omnipresent but shadowy Savior, Jesus eludes capture by modern photography. Yet, to judge by the changes that Sheldon envisioned, what Jesus would do was certainly benign and emollient, but hardly radical. The program of socialism in the Heart of the World combines common ownership of certain necessities and utilities with fair wages in an otherwise capitalist system, plus a heavy dose of evangelical moralism, temperance, Sabbatarianism, and a rejuvenated family life. In His Steps, Milton Wright, a newly converted merchant, revolutionizes his business with personal love. Wright's firm becomes a system of cooperation, a real sharing in the whole business that is not, as Sheldon goes out of his way to insist, a patronizing recognition of inferiors. The Jesus of "Jesus is here" inveighs against alcohol. It's all water and no wine for this divine prohibitionist, and harangues business people who show no feeling of sympathy or affection for their employees. For Sheldon, as for most social gospel reformers, the cooperative commonwealth was capitalist property through which Jesus had gently stepped. The social gospel spoke to popular demands for justice and desires for metaphysical renewal. Eager to address these longings, the most popular socialist writers and orators, Lawrence Gronlund, Edward Bellamy, Julius Wayland, Henry Demarest Lloyd, and Eugene V. Debs, portrayed the arrival of the cooperative commonwealth as a religious consummation, an achievement of sacramental communion with the forces that enlivened the universe. In his trilogy of socialist theory, The Cooperative Commonwealth, 1884, Our Destiny, 1891, and The New Economy, 1898, Gronlund, a former member of the executive committee of the Socialist Labor Party, who rejected violent revolution, argued that socialism reflected the will of the universe and its providence for humanity. Socialism, he believed, vouchsafes us a complete, true revelation of the supreme will. Animated throughout by God's Spirit, the Commonwealth would represent the kingdom of God on earth, where God's presence will be a demonstrated fact. Before writing his best-selling utopian novel, Looking Backward, 1887, Bellamy filled unpublished notebooks with musings on a religion of solidarity, in which socialism would afford the individual soul a more perfect realization of its solidarity with the universe. After gaining fame as the author of the muckraking classic Wealth Against Commonwealth, 1894, Lloyd likewise filled journals with Notes on a New Religion, in which socialism figured as the Eden of the past and heaven of the future. In his posthumously published Man, the Social Creator, 1906, Lloyd envisioned socialism as a realm of enchantment in which humanity would realize its divinity. All life is incarnation, he wrote, and there is no dead matter. We are coming to see God in everything that lives. Love was foreordained to crown and consummate, like magic, the long historical struggles of men to be godlike in power and goodness. Yet, the instrumental and pecuniary rationality that formed part of the evangelical ethos vitiated even these rapturous visions of socialist communion. The regimented, technocratic character of Bellamy's utopia in Looking Backward, 1888, is one of its most conspicuous features. As William Morris put it in his perceptive review of the novel, Bellamy exhibited a curiously limited imagination, and his Boston Beautified was an antiseptic bourgeois fantasy, organized with a vengeance. Morris was so appalled by Looking Backward that he countered with News from Nowhere. Lloyd asserted that the love animating the world was eminently usable. We should get this God at work performing the chore of today. Love, Lloyd insisted unromantically, needs now to be discussed in matter-of-fact language, as though it were mechanics or arithmetic or housekeeping. Echoing the Knights, Lloyd, the self-proclaimed socialist, told readers of a liberal Protestant magazine that all men will become capitalists and all capitalists cooperative. The Protestant proprietary legacy was most pronounced in Wayland, whose Coming Nation and Appeal to Reason were the most popular radical newspapers in the country before World War I. In The Coming Nation, Wayland argued that socialism was the contemporary form of Christianity, and for most of his career he evangelized for socialism in this Protestant vein. Socialists preached, The Gospel of Christ, a Higher Civilization. He wrote in 1893. Yet, Wayland's socialism was eclectic to the point of incoherence. Like other radical magazines, Appeal to Reason published exposés, fiery editorials, and lacerating cartoons. But it also accepted advertising from capitalists, featured promotional fanfare indistinguishable from that of the bourgeois press, and avidly competed with other socialist magazines. More a collection of yarns and homilies than a rigorous theoretical system, the one-hoss philosophy Wayland preached was a small-town socialist boosterism in which the Chamber of Commerce joined comradely hands with the Second International. Business people who prayed for the millennium on Sundays were not intentionally bad or hypocritical, Wayland wrote in one typical editorial. They are simply ignorant of what it takes to have the prayer realized. Reading through Wayland's one-hoss sermons, one often gets the impression that socialism is just a sharper brand of business sense. Capitalism is not wholly bad, he wrote near the end of his life. While it exploited workers and crushed small business people, it also demonstrated that goods can be made and distributed under the system of largest production with the least amount of labor. Most of Wayland's most devoted readers were impeccably Protestant in habits and outlook. Their letters exhibit an abiding fealty to thrift, hard work, temperance, monogamy, and faith in a loving providence. Anointed by millions with what a biographer called a status near to divinity, Debs was the first and final saint of American socialism, infusing industrial modernity with the small-town evangelical sublime. Debs was an unlikely and reluctant evangelist. He openly detested clergymen as pious minions of the ruling class who prostitute the name and teachings and example of Jesus to the power of Mammon. Skeptical of saviors, Debs sought to dissociate himself from his own messianic image. If you are looking for a Moses to lead you out of this capitalist wilderness, you will stay right where you are, he told a typically large and spellbound crowd in Detroit in 1906. Yet, his halo was well-deserved, for Debs was a pious, if unorthodox devotee of the Protestant covenant. Growing up in Terre Haute, Indiana, during and after the Civil War, Debs heavily imbibed the producerist ethos of industry, perseverance, and Republican civility. As a member of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen, and later as head of the American Railway Union, Debs sang hosannas to the progressive, enterprising working class, and insisted that hard work and social mobility were standards by which Christ measured men. As leader of the American Railway Union during the Great Northern Railway Strike of 1894, Debs explained to jubilant workers after the Union's victory that the battle had been about ending class conflict as much as winning material demands. Convinced that an era of close relationship between capital and labor is dawning, Debs imagined a time near at hand of mutual justice when employer and employee can respect each other. In Debs's and the other strikers' eyes, the Great Northern had violated the spirit and letter of the Protestant ethic. This commitment to the Protestant covenant shaped Debs's conception of socialism. Debs joined the movement while serving a 6-month prison term for his participation in the Pullman strike. While in prison, he read Marx, Karl Kautsky, Gronlund, Bellamy, and other socialist writers. The subsequent timbre of Debs's oratory and writing suggest that his conversion owed much to Gronlund's evocations and Bellamy's ideal of mass-produced abundance. Indeed, for Debs, as for countless followers and admirers, The socialist movement was a modern jeremiad, a proclamation of ideals, a confession of declension, and a reclamation of corrupted but redeemable promise. Debs envisioned the socialist future as an eschatological consummation. As he wrote in The Arena in November 1908, socialism partook of the nature of a religious movement and awakens something of a religious enthusiasm among its adherents. On occasion, traces of providential animation surfaced in Debs's homilies to radical workers. Speaking to the founding convention of the Industrial Workers of the World in Chicago in June 1905, Debs asserted that the working class is permeated with the conquering spirit of the class struggle, and as if by magic, the entire movement is vitalized. We move forward to certain and complete victory. Debs took so seriously the glorious preamble to the Wobbley's Constitution, declaring that the Union was forming the structure of the new society within the shell of the old, that he could write in 1908 that a man could be so completely consecrated to the socialist cause that he lives within the realization of it, even now. Debs's own prophetic magnetism drew on what remained of the current of Protestant divinity. Like a John of Patmos, as one speaker described him to the Social Democratic Convention in March 1900, Debs had revealed a vision of things that were to be, of the new kingdom, of the new era. It was like a sacrament to meet him, Max Eastman, editor of The Masses, recalled. Debs was a vessel of the old real love, the miracle love that utterly identifies itself with the needs and wishes of others. Though uncomfortable in his role as a saintly tribune, Debs could not have been unaware of the parallels made between his own travails and those of an earlier Messiah. Marveling in 1914 at Jesus, the supreme leader, Debs venerated the master proletarian revolutionist and the completeness of his transcendental consecration. Preaching pure communism and vilifying private property as a sacrilege, Jesus was martyred by the Rockefellers of his day. But his generosity and courage in the face of martyrdom gave to the ages his divine inspiration. Debs's own divine inspiration reached an eloquent pinnacle at his trial for sedition in September 1918. Debs had openly opposed American entry into World War I, and when he called for resistance to the draft in June 1918, he was arrested and indicted. At his sentencing hearing 4 months later, Debs addressed the court with all the lyrical, quotidian majesty of radical hope. Speaking for everyone, seized in the remorseless grip of Mammon, Debs reflected that when the mariner, sailing over tropic seas, looks for relief from his weary watch, he turns his eyes toward the Southern Cross, burning luridly above the tempest-vexed ocean. As the midnight approaches, the Southern Cross begins to bend, and the whirling worlds change their places, and with starry finger points, the Almighty marks the passage of time upon the dial of the universe. Let the people take heart and hope everywhere, for the cross is bending, midnight is passing, and joy cometh with the morning. Debs's oration was the finest rhetorical moment in the history of American socialism, aligning the history of proletarian struggle with the designs of a loving providence. But because that providence was a metaphysical relic of Protestant producerism, it wasn't clear that the mariner's weariness would end, or that the morning would arrive with joy. Socialists shared with their antagonists a belief in the historical necessity of competition. The merciless contest of the marketplace would, in their view, produce a corporate leviathan that could be civilized into a democratic, cooperative commonwealth. At the same time, sharing the old proprietary devotion to unending economic growth, socialists were committed to retaining, while somehow transfiguring, the capitalist apparatus of industrial technology and professional managerial supervision. Debs often asserted that socialism meant direct control of industry by workers themselves, the end of alienation from production and product, and the commencement of a new community of neighborly, felicitous, artisanal labor. The whole people will take the title deed of Rockefeller's trusts and operate the machinery of production and distribution. In the cooperative commonwealth, he wrote in 1905, each worker will express himself in his work and work with joy. Here, Debs sounded like John Ruskin and Morris, but his favorable view of corporate consolidation was fundamentally at odds both with workers' control and with pleasurable endeavor. Convinced that large-scale, routinized production was beneficial and inevitable, Debs, like most other socialists, defined the cooperative commonwealth as an oligarchy of benevolent experts, presiding with managerial chivalry over a mass of fraternal proprietors. The whole industry will represent a giant corporation in which all citizens are stockholders, he asserted in 1908, and the state will be a board of directors acting for the whole people. Details of organization and performance may well be left to the experts. True to Marx's and Engels' endorsement of industrial despotism, this acquiescence in the Fordist techniques of corporate domination was common among socialists. As anarchists and other communists recognized at the time, they supported what amounted to state capitalism, the retention, under capitalist or socialist auspices, of the hierarchical relations and methods of capitalist property and production. Indeed, Debs's failure to recognize any conflict between democracy and corporate consolidation was shared by Lenin, who famously embraced the Taylor system, thereby confirming that the authoritarian features of Soviet industry were modeled directly after the most imperious brand of American corporate discipline. Convinced that material abundance was the essential precondition of justice and emancipation, both Lenin and Debs ratified managerial and technocratic authority in the workplace, equated democracy with distributive equity, not active participation in production and planning, and affirmed the mega-techniques of control over nature and humanity in the name of freedom. Thus, precisely to the extent that it recast the producerist ethos of hard work and practicality in Fordist terms, Debsian socialism lent an unwitting sanction to the authority of industrial management. The producerist tradition to which Debs is regarded as the socialist heir did not and could not serve as a reliable, let alone effective, source of opposition to corporate power. Like scientific managers and corporate liberals, American socialists accepted and even celebrated the corporate mechanization of communion. The socialist assent to corporate modernity was challenged by Christian socialists unsatisfied by the sheepish reformism of the social gospel as represented by Abbott, Gladden, and Sheldon. Convinced that socialism and Christianity were not irreconcilable enemies, they were confident that, as the theologian Walter Rauschenbusch wrote, the future belonged to those who can effect the completest amalgamation of the two. Parting company with other knights of the Golden Rule, Christian socialists joined in a broader Anglo-American effort to reconstruct socialist thought. Worried that Fabian socialists, such as Sidney Webb and Beatrice Webb, were succumbing to the undemocratic features of capitalist production, some writers attacked the socialist consensus on industrialization. For instance, distributists such as Hilaire Belloc, G.K. Chesterton, and A.J. Penty called for a disassembly of the industrial apparatus and a restoration of small farms and workshops. Renegade Fabians, such as G.D.H. Cole, advocated guild socialism, the abolition of wage labor, the elimination of a distinct managerial stratum, and the control of industry by guilds, trade unions reclaiming full technical prowess and political power in the workplace. Uniting the workers' cause with the romantic quest for beauty in the manner of Ruskin and Morris, Guild socialism offered left-wing Anglicans a chance to reconcile socialism and Christianity. Anglican socialists such as Stuart Headlam, J. N. Figgis, and Maurice Reckitt preached a sacramental socialism, in their view a fuller and richer materialism than the secular Marxist variety. Like their British counterparts, Christian socialists in America were maverick pastors and intellectuals determined to win the workers for the gospel, not through the calls to individual regeneration, but through social salvation and sacramental radicalism. Christianizing the social order meant eradicating production for profit and replacing it with production for love. As the members of the Christian Commonwealth colony outside of Columbus, Georgia, proclaimed in 1898, they were a love-ruled, fraternal, non-profit-seeking body. Christian socialists drew water from many of the same wells that nourished their Anglican comrades. References to Ruskin, Morris, and Tolstoy abounded in Christian socialist literature. Writers such as Rauschenbusch, W. D. P. Bliss, George D. Herron, Book White, and Vida Dutton Scudder refused to follow in the timorous steps of Sheldon's rabble-soothing Jesus. Instead, they beckoned Americans to bring heaven down to earth, end the reign of Mammon, and live in beloved, sacramental community. Denying the covenantal bond between Christianity and capitalist property, they came closer than anyone before them to repudiating the terms of the Jeremiad tradition. Calling for a universal communism of spiritual and material goods, Herron called in The Christian State, 1895, for common possession of the machinery, forces, and production of great industrial monopolies. For the Knights of the Socialist vision, the cooperative commonwealth was the earthly prelude to the fullness of the kingdom of God. In an 1890 issue of The Dawn, Bliss, pastor of Boston's Church of the Carpenter, an archetypal labor church, asserted plainly that, on earth, we are to realize heaven. Hearkening back to some of the earliest, forgotten hopes of Christianity, Bliss wrote that in the coming socialist millennium, even God is not to rule over man. Man is to be one with God, and God is to be realized in men. Bliss criticized less radical acolytes of the social gospel for equating socialism with reform. Socialism was no system of profit-sharing, no individualistic scheme, no associated charities and model houses, and aristocratic patronage. Following Jesus in his steps should lead to the abolition of the capitalist property system. The socialist Jesus walked in workmen's shoes. Jesus, the proletarian, abounded in the radical literature of the early 20th century, from cartoons in the masses and the call to John Richard Brown's Jesus the Joyous Comrade, 1911, the Savior appeared in overalls, preaching a muscular socialist Christianity. In her academic but accessible study of social ideals in English letters, 1898, Scudder upheld William Langland's Piers Plowman as a model of a workman Christ. One of the more lyrical and cantankerous exponents of Christian socialism, White depicted Jesus as a working-class rebel and seer in several popular volumes. In The Call of the Carpenter, 1911, and The Carpenter and the Rich Man, 1914, White argued that Jesus, with a hale, brawny, red-blooded masculine makeup, augured not a heaven beyond the stars, but a paradise in the here and now, an industrial commonwealth. He anointed the labor movement earth's holiest holy, and proclaimed that the cause of the workers bent not with the cross, but with the ark of the cosmos. Debs was so moved by the call of the carpenter that he praised it as the truest interpretation of Jesus. Claiming in Letters from Prison, 1915, that socialism was the lineal offspring of Christianity, White reasoned that the moral imagination of the left must therefore be as big as the universe. As grandiose as this advice may sound, it stemmed from a materialist ontology, as White contended that the doctrine of the Incarnation put a blessing on material life. Embracing, rather than rejecting materialism, White admonished his brethren that it neither bereaves the race of its halo, nor degrades the story of the past into chronicles of a pigsty in the kennel. Echoing the medieval and romantic lineage, socialist theologians espoused a sacramental materialism, an account of the world as a vessel of supernatural grace, power, and love. Just as Ruskin had drawn a line between ilth and wealth, these theologians distinguished between the lethal rights of capital and the Eucharist of the socialist future. Writing in Dawn in 1894, Bliss described George Pullman's industrial village as a devil's sacrament, revealing the inner secret of the system in the midst of which we live and move and have our being. By contrast, the beloved communitarians of the Commonwealth colony portrayed their work, in 1898, as a continuous sacrament which conveys the divine life and love to each and all. Preachers, farmers, and mechanics dwelled in a most delightful common fellowship, a communion of the saints. In Christianizing the Social Order, 1912, Rauschenbusch attributed sacramental significance to socialist reconstruction. When invested with great religious hope, the socialist movement was akin to the cup of water that becomes a sacrament when it is hallowed by the thought of Christ. As the most flamboyant of the Protestant avant-garde, Heron was obligingly baroque in his account of socialism as an enchanted world. Material goods are sacraments of grace, he wrote in The New Redemption, 1893, through which God creates and unfolds the powers of men. Even after he repudiated organized Christianity, Heron remained a sacramental materialist. All material things are the common coin of the spiritual realm, he told the Social Democratic Party in Chicago in 1900. His speech was so well received that the radical publisher, Charles H. Kerr, included it in the Pocket Library of Socialism, a popular collection of radical tracts. The graceful transparency of matter made property a religious as well as moral affair. Property forms must promote communion with God and brotherhood with men, Heron taught in The New Redemption. Property is a sacrament of the unity of life, he asserted in The Christian State, 1895. And through its use men enter into fellowship with each other and communion with God. Thus, Heron vilified capitalist business as mammon worship, through which profiteers crucify the Son of Man afresh. To Heron, socialism was the inexorable consequence of Christian metaphysics. As the sign of beloved community, mutualism of property is the logic of any Christian doctrine of property. He concluded in 1894, the political economy of the Lord's Prayer. Yet, many Christian socialists succumbed to the allure of industrial centralization. Bliss, for instance, deemed the Fabian Essays the best all-around statement of modern practical scientific socialism. Rauschenbusch vacillated between hopes for a restoration of the early Christians' primitive communism and technocratic concessions to the corporate present. Like Debs, Bliss, and the Fabians, Rauschenbusch discerned in corporate society the evolution of a cooperative economic organization. and put considerable faith in the idealism of experts, trusting in their presumed capacity for disinterested mediation between classes, their talent, in his words, for interpreting each to the other. Even Heron beheld a providential necessity in the unfolding of capitalist industrialization. Progress, he wrote in The Christian State, is a divine journey, a sacred pilgrimage. As progress ascends, in the movement of history toward unity, God employed even the avarice of capital to serve his ultimate purpose. Alluding to the corporate concentration of industry, Heron declared that God was directing the selfishness of mammon to teach the lessons of brotherhood, and investing the gold of mammon to pave the streets of the new Jerusalem. Almost alone among Christian socialists, White remained unenchanted by the mythology of industrial progress. Educated at Harvard and Union Theological Seminary, he welcomed socialists, anarchists, wobblies, and bohemians to his Church of the Social Revolution in Lower Manhattan. He denounced American entry into World War I, urged young men to resist conscription, and burned the flag as a symbol of nationalist idolatry. A masterpiece of prophetic theater, White's inflammatory witness for peace overshadowed the social criticism of his earlier work. Articulated in The Call of the Carpenter and The Carpenter and the Rich Man, White's philosophy of the universe portrayed the world as charged with the grandeur of God, unstinting to those who treat it with love and refrain from predation and avarice. Stinginess is not Earth's natural disposition, he wrote in The Carpenter and the Rich Man. To those enamored with money and production, scarcity is the fundamental fact of the world, exhibiting an infidel distrust in the competency of Mother Earth to nourish all of us. They create the combative privation they fear. But those in league with the Galileans share his faith in a universe alive and restless. Jesus could herald a paradise in the here and now because he trusted in the native kindliness of the earth. Bearing the mark and bounty of divinity, broad-bosomed earth has store of nutriment for all her numerous progeny. Diametrically opposed to the barbarous fantasy at the heart of capitalist economics, this romance of the favorable earth told the truest story about the world. Because White cherished the broad-bosomed earth, he remained ambivalent about industrialization and its degradation of artisanal skill. Asserting that every workbench is an altar, White decried the profanation and debasement of the worker's tabernacle by pecuniary enchantment. Invoking Ruskin and Morris, he wrote that Mammon, besides being immoral and untrue, is ugly of feature, a hideousness to behold, wreaking upon the workshop an imperious cupidity to the vitiating of craftsmanship. Socialism, for White, meant the restoration of artistry and craftsmanship in labor's sanctuary. Once they recaptured the means of production from the crutches of the infidel, workers would be permitted to be artists, finding in one and the same task self-support and self-expression. Like Morris's revolutionary medievalism, White's ideal of the liberated artisan blended the best of Marx and Ruskin. Indeed, Jesus the carpenter was the patron of industrial art. To the extent that a workman is wholly free, he goes a craftsman, incarnates himself in his product, enshrining mystic values. This philosophy of the universe, a romance of the favorable earth, also contained a critique of the modern dread and horror of poverty. While White never denied the brutality and meanness enforced by scarcity, he also observed that some of the greatest achievements of the human spirit have been amidst a material environment which today would be called beggarly. People were capable of such moral and artistic sublimity only if they trusted in the reality of abundance, an abundance that could not be equated with possessions. Humanity can get along without wealth, and has, he reminded his socialist readers. White dissented from the prevailing wisdom on the left because he feared that the workers' movement could be corrupted by the very mistrust of the world that propelled the fury of capitalism. If the native kindliness of the earth was real, then the frenzy of accumulation was delusional as well as iniquitous. The gargantuan techniques of industrialization were unnecessary as well as destructive, and the joy of creative expenditure in beautiful production was not an illusion. When White insisted that workers needed a new philosophy, with Jesus as its patron of industrial art, he was beckoning toward a romantic socialism of artisan communards. Once let the labor movement be touched with the spaciousness and grandeur of spiritual things, it will open to all mankind the closed doors of paradise. Alas, the doors of paradise remained bolted, as the great majority of American socialists, Christian or otherwise, found White's sort of philosophy unconvincing or irrelevant. As labor's war for industrial democracy came to naught, Christian socialists receded even further to the margins of mainline Protestantism. Convinced that the future lay with the extension of mechanized, hierarchical production, Protestant leaders made their peace with the incorporation of America, following Sheldon's Jesus down the path of clerical stewardship to corporate capital. When the Federal Council of Churches issued its statement, The Church and Industrial Reconstruction, 1919, it confronted the corporate order with insipid admonitions to employers to provide the fullest consideration of human values. Chapter 14. The Priesthood of Art. Anarchism, Arts and Crafts, and the Re-Enchantment of the World. White's Romanticism pointed to two other sources of opposition to corporate enchantment, the anarchist and arts and crafts movements. Enshrining mystic values, in White's words, the artisanal ideal cast a powerful spell over many middle-class professionals who feared industrial displacement and objected to industrial aesthetics. At the same time, familiar with anarchists through his work at the Church of the Social Revolution, White praised them as valiant and invaluable allies in the march to the doors of paradise. Though dreaded by all respectable folk as the theory and practice of hell, anarchism, White mused in one of the Church's pamphlets, was rather the most spiritual idea ever born among men. Upholding an artisanal ideal, anarchists and arts and crafts enthusiasts posed the most fundamental challenges to the incorporation of America. Unlike populists and socialists, who accepted the trajectory of the corporate juggernaut and sought to master rather than reverse it, anarchists and artisanal crusaders aimed to arrest, not hasten, the process of consolidation. Profoundly influenced by the romantic lineage of opposition to industrial capitalism, they insisted that wisdom about the ends of production must inform any struggle over the means of production. Embracing the ideal of the artist, they spoke beauty as well as truth to power, defied the industrial division of labor as a desecration of the human person, insisted on pleasurable work that united loveliness and practicality, and resisted the mechanization of communion promoted by mass production. Yet, in the end, they proved unable to mount a convincing and effective offensive against incorporation, and much in their beautiful crusades was eventually absorbed into bourgeois culture. The American anarchist and arts and crafts movements have met with considerable ambivalence from historians. Anarchists are praised as crusaders for feminism, sexual freedom, and civil liberties. They are remembered as courageous opponents of American participation in World War I. When aligned with the Bohemians of Greenwich Village, they are applauded as partisans in the revolt against prudery, superstition, and banality. The toppling of the Victorian regime of reticence, repression, and propriety, espousing both personal liberation and self-expression while calling for the overthrow of capitalism, they arranged what they thought would be the indissoluble marriage of cultural and political radicalism, idealizing, in Christine Stansell's words, a self full of rich possibilities, fated to be joined felicitously with others. Yet, they also never received support from more than an infinitesimal faction of the working class, and even worse, as Christopher Lasch contended, the alliance of radicalism and Bohemia had devastating consequences for the American left. Typified by the Armory Show and the Patterson Strike pageant of 1913, the coalescence of culture and politics under the auspices of Bohemia exposed the left, in Lasch's view, to an insidious kind of exploitation. The transformation of radical politics into entertainment, easily uncoupled from the broader project of economic and political change, paganism and self-expression replaced class politics and popular mobilization. Personal happiness supplanted, or was even equated, with revolutionary transformation. Indeed, in this view, Bohemian radicalism augured colorful new styles in corporate cultural authority, staging a rehearsal for the conquest of cool. The lyrical left in this view was an exotic, iridescent laboratory for commodity fetishism, a vibrantly unprofessional research and development division of the culture industry. Similarly, historians have lauded arts and crafts as an attractive and incisive protest against the banality of mass production, the alienation of industrial labor, and the triumph of managerial hierarchy. Encompassing a broad and often disparate range of reformers and activities, the movement attempted to restore moral, aesthetic, and spiritual meaning to increasingly monotonous work. But even sympathetic scholars maintain that it failed to become anything more than a balm for affluent bohemians, yet another incorporation of dissent. Reduced to hobbies and weekends in the country for artistically inclined bourgeois, arts and crafts became a therapeutic project of personal rejuvenation and fulfillment. Yet, even if these forms of resistance to industrial capitalism degenerated into the lifestyle politics of bourgeois bohemians, it remains essential and rewarding to visit the promise these movements once held, and might still possess if we knew how to educe it. The much-maligned therapeutic ethos preys on real needs for healing and reparation, and it resonates with our most enduring desires for integrity and beatitude. What sounds today like the lissom, manipulative cant of therapy and management, self-expression, potential, liberation, creativity, gives voice to unsatisfied longings for joy and communion. Therein lies the secret of the therapeutic ethic, the dream of beloved community achieved through gratifying expenditure of self. Conceived as a cure of souls whose health resides partly in useful work, the politics of production contains a radical therapy of desire. By insisting on the erasure of the lines between delight and utility, the anarchist and arts and crafts movements beckoned to a world populated by Whitman's friendly companions, a paradise of people and things, a realm of earthly enchantment. Thus, in a manner unlike that of bourgeois sociology, they identified, in the language of artistry and beauty, the deepest source of modern discontent. They realized that, at bottom, as Lears observed, discontent was religious, and that happiness depended not on the timetable of progress, but on living joyfully in the here and now. Arts and crafts and anarchism were siblings under the skin, as artisanal idealists and anarchists sought sacramental ways of being in the world. Both the anarchist and artisanal movements drew on European as well as indigenous sources. Ruskin, Morris, Kropotkin, Tolstoy, Carpenter. The Americans aimed squarely at the Protestant proprietary heritage, broaching an incipient repudiation of the covenant theology and its perennial jeremiad. The attack was led by young Americans such as Van Wyck Brooks, Waldo Frank, and Randolph Bourne, anarchists such as Emma Goldman, Alexander Berkman, and their allies in American Bohemia, and arts and crafts writers such as Horace Traubel and Ralph Adams Cram. Recalling the antebellum American Renaissance, they enlisted art, beauty, and craftsmanship in a heretical phalanx against capitalist enchantment. An early example of the artisanal aesthetic critique was William Dean Howell's Altrurian novels, A Traveler from Altruria, 1894, and Through the Eye of the Needle, 1907. Set in the midst of the Gilded Age, the Altrurian volumes portray the American journey of Aristides Homos, an erudite and gracious emissary from the classless society of Altruria. Shocked by the squalor of the new industrial cities, Homos recounts to his incredulous hosts the rise and fall of the accumulation, like Ignatius Donnelly's plutocracy of venal and decadent oligarchy, and its replacement by an egalitarian community, the kingdom of heaven on the earth. In Altruria, the worker is not jostled in a labor market or overseen by managerial stewards. Rather, he follows his fancy as to what he shall do and when he shall do it, or whether he shall do anything at all. Altrurian workplaces are tabernacles of labor. They look like temples, and they are temples, dedicated to that sympathy between the divine and human which expresses itself in honest and exquisite craftsmanship. Unlike Americans who worship businessmen, a veritable priesthood, as one banker tells Homos, Altrurians idealize artisans and artists. As the human type which is likest the divine, the artist works from the love of his work and is, in Altruria, the normal man. Edgier and more iconoclastic than Howells and other genteel Protestant reformers, intellectuals associated with Seven Arts magazine, self-proclaimed avatars of a young America still in the early years of a renascent period, repudiated the entire Puritan evangelical inheritance of pecuniary culture, embracing beauty, grace, friendship, and love as their touchstones of social and cultural criticism. In Bourne's words, the good life of personality lived in the environment of the beloved community. The Seven Arts group hated business as much for its banality as for its avarice. As Frank later recalled of the Seven Arts Circle, himself, Bourne, Brooks, James Oppenheim, Paul Rosenfeld, and others, they loathed American business, not because we knew it would not work, but because we judged it, even in success, to be lethal to the human spirit. From this standpoint, there was no point in a jeremiad that would only reaffirm the very worst in the American past. With no tradition to continue, as the editors put it in 1917, the young Americans, Frank declared in Our America, 1919, were the first generation consciously engaged in spiritual pioneering. To the Seven Arts radicals, the most nefarious enemy of the human spirit in America was Puritanism. The Puritan theocracy is the all-influential fact in the history of the American mind, Brooks wrote in America's Coming of Age, 1915, as its theology bestowed a benediction on the country's catch-penny opportunism. The devout accumulators of New England unleashed the acquisitive instincts and repressed the aesthetic impulses. Puritanism continued to wreak havoc in the form of industrial civilization, the clamped dominion of Puritan and machine, in Frank's words, sustained by what Bourne termed the Puritan will to power. Obliged by their God to acquire omnipotence over nature and their own desires, the American descendants of the Puritan idealized a ferocious and aesthetically analgesic productivity. Insensitive to beauty, reproachful of idleness, and obsessed with sin and decline, Puritans imparted to subsequent generations an abhorrence of sheer delight. A race that has never cultivated life for its own sake. Americans lacked any criterion of value beyond business or technical utility. Even the revered Emerson came under fire as a divine literatus for business. Emerson, Frank asserted, supplied the needed philosophic decoration for the seats of learning where men were prepared for the business of life. Burdened with this spiritual history, young American intellectuals felt the chill of the grave, Brooks reflected with anger and melancholy in 1917. Brooks and Frank surveyed pre-industrial ages and peoples for a cure to the malady of Puritanism. Brooks surmised that, suffering from an immemorial inhibition of our humane impulses, Americans should forsake the Puritan past and look to Europe for a cultural renaissance. In Europe, he argued in 1917, the great traditional culture, the culture that has ever held up the flame of the human spirit, has never been gutted out. More attuned than Puritanism to the poetry and charms of life, this pre-industrial culture had enabled human nature to get its back up as soon as the dark satanic mills first appeared. Constructing a romantic modernist lineage of opposition to industrial capitalism, Brooks praised Carlyle, Ruskin, and Morris for rediscovering the beautiful and happy art of the Middle Ages. Brooks touted Morris in particular in America's Coming of Age, 1915. With his creatively unrepressed and contagious personality, Morris had opposed the ideal of craftsmanship to the ideal of cheapest work and largest money, and substituted for the inhumane stimulus of competition the humane stimulus of fellowship. Frank was less optimistic about the appeal of craft traditions, doubting that the artisanal ideal would have any purchase on the American imagination. Because the average American has no peasant or guild background, Frank believed that the memory and articulations of craft would mean little to him. Still, he explored and celebrated the animistic varieties of Native American spirituality, Pueblo culture and mythology in particular. Astonished by the Pueblo's unaffected and unassuming sense of natural enchantment, Frank noted how the Great Spirit touched upon his dwellings, upon his pottery, upon his jewelry, and ceremonials and dress. Like many middle-class intellectuals infatuated with the primitive, Frank hoped to borrow an ancient sense of the sacred to enliven a flagging spiritual vigor. But, like the peasants and guildsmen of yesteryear, the Great Spirit and its charms were marked for extinction by the westward march of industrial disenchantment. Frank regretted that the Pueblo way of life, like those of other indigenous peoples, would soon be swept into oblivion by progress. The Indian is dying and is doomed. If Brooks hoped that the revival of craft would breed a moral and spiritual rebirth, Frank's path of spiritual discovery took a more overtly religious direction. Musing in Our America, 1919, that there can be no such thing as an irreligious people, he set out in the 1910s to imagine a new religion for modern America. In The Unwelcome Man, 1917, an autobiographical novel, Quincy Burt, alienated from the business world in which his wealthy father flourishes, seeks escape from the prison of mercenary masculinity. To be a man in industrial America, Burt reflects, was to be moved by ugly things like business and money and machinery. In his love for his mother and in subsequent relationships with women, Burt seeks the virtues of a feminine ideal, receptiveness to nature, openness to feeling, and renunciation of striving and possessiveness. As he gradually rejects the life of business and money and machinery, the patriarchal deity of enterprise yields to a mystical, womanly enchantment. When praying as a child, Burt's hands, clutched in prayer, touch not God at all, but a still older, more eternal mother. Throughout his life, some semblance of this nurturing divinity pervades the natural world, and Burt experiences occasional epiphanies in which he recaptures the childlike sense of union. In these mystical episodes, Burt slips the bonds of body and exults in communion with nature, in tremulous unison with the earth and the other stars. In Our America, a modernist sequel to Walt Whitman's democratic vistas, Frank transformed this mystical consciousness into a religion for American modernity, forsaking, like Brooks, any futile appeal to the Protestant jeremiad. With little in the American past to summon for a new religion, Frank turned increasingly to modernist art as the vessel of modern enchantment. He had long thought that the goal of poetry and fiction was to provide compelling proofs of God. The writer's highest objective was the re-enchantment of the world, to make stones sing without their ceasing to be stones. In The Unwelcome Man, nature was a hymn book of feminine divinity. In Our America, art became the basis of religion and politics, the materialized passion of beauty that conveyed the ever-ardent immanence of God. Frank importuned contemporary artists to seize the sacerdotal status of the clergy. As the acolyte of a new divinity, love for life, love for being, the artist is the servant of the soul, worshipper of the revelations of life. Art was the directest route to human consciousness. The more fervently a man pursues art, the more surely he finds God. In an effusive encomium to Alfred Stieglitz and his Manhattan Gallery, 291, Frank sketched a modern life of the saints and their preternatural powers of aesthetic witness. One who has seen God and has dared to speak, Stieglitz was the prophet, the true apostle of self-liberation who takes up the ancient destiny. His gallery was a religious fact, like all such, a miracle. With a priesthood that included Marsden Hartley, Georgia O'Keeffe, and other artists, it was a church consecrate for those who had left old gods and whose need was sore for new ones. 291 was a tabernacle, a liturgical site where Stieglitz's photographs were miniature modernist sacraments, revealing the being of depth beyond the surfaces of space and time. This religion of art attracted converts outside the seven arts circle. Greenwich Village bohemians wedded modernist art and revolutionary politics, pronouncing the vows in the oracular, magniloquent tones of aesthetic ontology. The priesthood of art, Mass's editor Max Eastman explained in 1913, was not to bestow upon the universe a new aspect, but upon the beholder a new enthusiasm. Through poetry, painting, and the other arts, we are reborn alive into the world, receiving a spirituous refreshment, as our souls are made naked to the touch of beauty. The divinity of art was consecrated and proclaimed most energetically by the village's anarchists. Reflecting in 1910 on the tendencies of modern literature, one writer for Goldman's Mother Earth asserted that modern art is religious and God-seeking in its tendency. Like religion, true religion, he emphasized, not the religion of the Church, art brings humanity near to God, to goodness, and to beauty. Goldman was an especially enthusiastic acolyte of the anarchist religion of art. Art, she rhapsodized, was always reaching towards the heavens, itself a star on the firmament of life. For Margaret Anderson, founder of the Little Review, art and anarchism were complementary forms of a single spiritual devotion. A temple was what I wanted. She recalled of her days among the Bohemian intelligentsia. A temple of the great, the permanent, versus the transient, exquisite. The sanctuary of art belonged to the anarchist religion of love and freedom from possessions. If modern art was a herald of the triumph of beauty, anarchism was an omen of historical consummation. Anarchism, like all great things, is an announcement. American anarchists appealed to art as a surrogate for traditional enchantment, acclaiming beauty as a legitimate, even primary standard for social and economic progress. The élan vital of Bohemian anarchists was a post-romantic naturalism, an affirmation of the goodness of nature without recourse to orthodox religious metaphysics. Not that the attempt was altogether successful in eradicating the traces of religion. As Stansel observes, the anarchist celebration of modern, secularized notions of self-expression echoed an older, Protestant evangelical tradition that pushed against barriers between the self and cosmic creation. Anarchists such as Goldman, she writes, sought to fire the soul for a secular age. Contemporaries also remarked on the religious vehemence of anarchist conviction. Although a large part of their activity is employed in scoffing at and reviling religion, Hutchins Hapgood wrote, in An Anarchist Woman, 1909, all the anarchists I have known have, more or less, the religious temperament, a sense of a beyond world that Hapgood identified with Wordsworth's something far more deeply interfused. Hapgood himself was obsessed with God. God pursued him, and he pursued God. Bohemian patron Mabel Dodge later recalled, looking into every dustbin for him. Thus, there was more than ostentatious rhetoric in Goldman's homage to the truth and beauty of anarchism. For Goldman, as for many intellectuals, the sensuous delights of art and nature replaced organized religion as the vessel of moral and ontological wisdom. I have never known a people more rabid about art than the anarchists, Anderson later recalled. Anything and everything is art for them. As an instructor at the Ferrer School in New York averred, anarchism allowed him to enter a more capacious and resplendent world. Art, music, craftsmanship, creative imagination of literature. Under the sign of beauty, anarchists and their bohemian fellow travelers embarked on the highest vocation of modernism, the reunion of art and life, the transformation of daily existence into a commonplace world of wonder. Scorning the fraudulent, Platonic aesthetics of ruling-class theology, the conventional Christian postponement of paradise into a distant, ethereal afterlife, anarchists announced the arrival of an everlasting but earthly dispensation of love. Once released from its bondage to religious metaphysics, beauty, Goldman wrote in 1916, would no longer be considered a gift from heaven. Men and women would realize that it constitutes the very essence and impetus of life on earth. Anarchism was, in Goldman's rapturous, eschatologically redolent peroration, the great, surging, living truth that is reconstructing the world and that will usher in the dawn. If anarchism announced the impending radiance of freedom from capitalism, the present darkness bore the ugly, censorious scowl of Puritanism. Contending for the human soul, Puritanism and anarchism were, to Leonard Abbott, the two most vital spiritual tendencies of the age. Here, Goldman's anarchism merged with the paganism espoused and pursued by metropolitan bohemians, the uninhibited, guiltless enjoyment of the senses, unrestricted and uncontaminated by Victorian morality and sensibility. But before it was a noxious sexual code that poisoned and enervated pleasure, Puritanism was a rage to accumulate, sanctioned by a callous, patriarchal deity. Representing more than the sanctimonious prurience of Mrs. Grundy, Puritanism connoted the feral and boorish compulsions of the Protestant ethic. A volley in the attack on Victorian morality, Goldman's diatribe against the hypocrisy of Puritanism was also a declaration of independence from the Protestant covenant theology. To Goldman, prudery and sexual repression were the grim monastic disciplines of possessive individualism. Full of the horrors that have turned life into gloom, joy into despair, naturalness into disease, Puritanism wrought these afflictions for the sake of its profit-taking, soul-destroying purpose. The Bohemian advent of sexual modernity exemplified this apostasy from Herrenvolk enchantment. From Goldman and Hapgood to Bourne, Floyd Dell, and other proponents of sexual liberation, the Bohemian pioneers of a new morality were often at pains to distinguish free love from libertinism. As the Victorian regime of sex and love grew more untenable and idealated among the college-educated bourgeoisie, Bohemians responded with a new ethic of polyamorous but morally earnest intimacy. Yet, while they rejected the sacramental vernacular of Christian patriarchal marriage, Bohemians and anarchists relied on a kindred language of metaphysical romanticism. Although never an anarchist, Bourne celebrated the experimental life in love as well as in politics. Sexual love partakes of a cosmic quality of a divine personality. Bourne wrote in Youth and Life, 1913, diffusing our life with a new beauty, it embodied a subtle corroboration that we feel from some unseen presence wider than ourselves. Since sex was one of the strongest and most fundamental forces in nature, there is no tragic antithesis between eros and devotion to the collective good, Bourne assured. Indeed, they are beautifully compatible, they tend to fuse, and they stimulate and ennoble each other. Though more venomously anti-religious than Bourne, Goldman wrote of erotic life in similar terms of existential sublimity. Goldman promoted free love as impassioned earthly communion, a voluptuous transcendence of the alienation enforced by Protestant mercenary culture. Open relationships and frank conversation about sex fostered true companionship and oneness, she asserted. Sex was a rapturous physical premonition of beloved community. Erotic freedom invigorates the body and deepens our vision of human fellowship. Stansel notes that Goldman's letters to her lover, Ben Reitman, oscillate between graphic sexual details and ruminations on the omniscience of the great, good, and beautiful. For the Bohemian pioneers of sexual modernity, erotic freedom was not ultimately about liberation from codes, emotional restrictions, or reproductive necessity. For Goldman and other sexual revolutionaries, eros would generate the ecstatic solidarity once produced by common faith in divinity. Having forsaken the patriarchal, pecuniary metaphysics of Protestant enchantment, anarchists adopted a romantic, naturalist idiom of ontological wonder. The extravagant veneration of nature and beauty that characterized so much anarchist literature suggests a desperate effort to re-enchant the cosmos by sheer sublimity of aspiration. Mother Earth was an evocative emblem of naturalist reverence, maternal warmth, affectionate abundance, and the loving kindness of a verdant and animate world. The cover of the early issues featured an unmistakable reference to Eden. Free from chains, lying broken in the foreground, Adam and Eve, unashamedly unclothed, beckon hopefully to a rising sun. Anarchy was paradise re-entered upon the fall of religion, property, and the state. A frequent contributor to Mother Earth and an icon in bohemian circles, poet and critic Sadakichi Hartman urged readers of My Rubaiyat in 1916 to commune with trees and birds, with the soil and the moss-green roads, and pray at the shrine of the gods. In his Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist, 1912, Alexander Berkman recounted two epiphanies that sustained his revolutionary zeal. During his trip to Pittsburgh in 1892 to assassinate the steel mogul Henry Clay Frick, Berkman's train stopped briefly in Washington, D.C. While waiting to reboard, Berkman gazed at the early morning sun, golden and generous. The sun's amber rays enveloped the building with soft caresses, as if to dally with the branches and leaves. The Capitol, the trees, and the avenue quiver with newborn ecstasy. All nature heaves the contented sigh of bliss and nestles closer to the golden giver of life. At that moment, Berkman felt the great joy, the surpassing gladness of being. 14 years in prison did not weaken his piety. Awaiting his impending release, Berkman vowed to renew his joy and gladness of being. Close to the breath of nature I will press my parched lips. On her bosom I will pass my days, drinking sustenance and strength from the universal mother. He would kneel on the warm sod and kiss the soil and embrace the trees, and with a song of joy give thanks to nature of the blessings of sunshine and air. Within the would-be assassin lay a devotee of nature, a Franciscan girded with a pistol. Berkman's song of joy and his willingness to murder suggested a conflict between beauty and power that beset the anarchist imagination. An idealized world of beauty and craft pervaded anarchist visions of the future. Explaining in 1910 what anarchism really stands for, Goldman echoed the Ruskin of Unto This Last, asserting that real wealth consists in things of utility and beauty, in things that help to create strong, beautiful bodies and surroundings to live in. This genuine wealth was generated wherever man is free to choose the mode of work, the conditions of work, and the freedom to work. Once liberated from the grubby obligations of capitalist property, the true maker was an artisan stepping from the pages of Morris or Carpenter, one to whom the making of a table, the building of a house, or the tilling of the soil is what the painting is to the artist and the discovery to the scientist. Goldman's summoning of anarchism's artisanal archetype was echoed in Berkman's own periodical, The Blast, where one writer lamented in 1916 that the machine drove out the artisan and art. For Goldman, the reclamation of Eden entailed the communist decentralization of industry. She chided her socialist comrades and others who extolled the deadening method of centralized production as the proudest achievement of our age. Centralized industry was the death knell of liberty, but also of health and beauty, of art and science. Later, almost 20 years after the Bolshevik Revolution, from which she fled in terror and disappointment, Goldman would condemn the Stalinist economy as a Sovietized Taylor system, the crassest form of state capitalism. The true revolutionary philosophy of labor was syndicalism, whose vision of social reconstruction along autonomous industrial lines was the economic expression of anarchism. With a repressive state rendered unnecessary, workers would create voluntary associations of production and exchange, gradually developing into free communism. As Goldman's artisanal communism demonstrated, anarchists believed that a world of beauty could be built by ordinary people, yet she, like many other radicals, affirmed the aristocratic hauteur of Nietzsche. Reading Nietzsche, she swooned, transported her to undreamed-of heights of magic and rapture. Nietzsche's frisson for cultural radicals was obvious. His brash and unbridled contempt for the decrepit morality of Victorian Christianity augured a twilight of those idols still remaining in the tabernacle of proprietary Protestantism. The American bohemian, Nietzsche was a heroic crusader against Puritanism. Among Nietzsche's American epigones, the Übermensch morphed into the Emersonian ideal of creative genius, self-legislating sage, vessel of innocent, unencumbered power. Often linking him to Emerson and Whitman, cultural radicals sketched Nietzsche into their democratic vistas of beloved metropolitan community. But as Jennifer Ratner Rosenhagen points out, they also bleached many of Nietzsche's more unsettling and reactionary ideas, overlooking or creatively misinterpreting the more unsavory features of his work. No friend of the new woman could have tolerated Nietzsche's brazen and virulent misogyny. The philosopher with a hammer was never a friend of democracy, socialism, or anarchism, all of which represented, in his eyes, modern mutations of Christian herd morality. Goldman may have soared to rapturous, undreamt-of heights when she first read Nietzsche, but ordinary people seemed small and bovine from so lofty an attitude. For a tribune of the lowly, Goldman could exhibit an extravagantly vituperative spleen toward those she championed, convinced that the masses were too fearful and superstitious to be capable of self-emancipation. Goldman shared, and cited, Emerson's Brahmin lament. The masses are crude, lame, pernicious in their demands and influence, and need not to be flattered, but to be schooled. In true Emersonian fashion, Goldman rehearsed the Nietzschean melodrama of Übermensch and doltish herd. With barely concealed self-pity, Goldman often implied that she felt like Zarathustra, proclaiming the death of the gods to be a stupid, indolent, and ungrateful rabble. Always, at every period, the few were the banner-bearers of a great idea, she wrote in Minorities versus Majorities. Not so the mass, the leaden weight of which does not let it move. The people crave display, a dog show, a prize fight, or a lynching. Industrial workers were brainless, incompetent automatons. Most people desire to be dominated, to be led, to be coerced. Dismissing the suffrage as a bromide, Goldman complained that the typical woman was a fetish worshipper who wore her patriarchal chains like jewelry. Indebted to Emerson and Nietzsche and their mythos of the unfettered spirit, Goldman and other cultural radicals draped a bourgeois ontology of power in the exotic raiment of Bohemia. Thus, although she condemned rugged individualism as a counterfeit of genuine freedom, her own version was at least as atomistic as the competitive anthropology of laissez-faire. Society was a collection of individuals, the social contract fiction of liberal politics from Thomas Hobbes to Margaret Thatcher, and the individual, she declared, was the fountainhead of all values, a cosmos in himself, a grandiosity worthy of Emerson and soon to be elaborated into a middle-brow theology of money by Ayn Rand. As it turned out, Bohemia was great for business. The divine literatus came into his or her own as a cultural impresario. In Bohemian Americanism, the artisanal unconscious of anarchism merged with the capitalist romantic ideal. Bohemia comprised the founding fathers and mothers of the modern countercultural republic, ancestors to subsequent creative classes and their lucrative insurrections in style. America's first modernist intelligentsia consisted not only of writers, artists, and political dissidents, but also of designers, booksellers, restaurant owners, and other converts from the ranks of the enemy, as Malcolm Cowley observed. Yet, as Cowley quickly surmised, the path of conversion had two lanes, not one. The traffic between Greenwich Village and Main Street was always busy and unrestricted. By the time Cowley and the second wave of immigration from middle-class Protestantism had arrived after World War I, many of the villagers had already entered business for themselves, and many more were about to enter it. The erstwhile scourges of the petty bourgeois had opened tea shops, antique shops, bookshops, bridge parlors, dance halls, nightclubs, and real estate offices. Exploiting labor and extracting surplus value with keener aesthetic panache, they accumulated capital in a delightfully free and intimate atmosphere on the best principles of business accounting. Upwardly immobile promoters of fiction, poetry, art, and ideas, their counterparts were the graphic artists, marketing specialists, and art directors of corporate advertising agencies. As Cowley was among the first to observe, Bohemia heralded the eclipse of the production ethic by a new consumption ethic. Containing multitudes of nonconformity, the incorporation of America could proceed under the maverick auspices of professional Bohemians. Dionysus descended from Olympus and settled into an office at an advertising firm. All this is not to simply rehash the familiar tale of co-optation. To be sure, paganism was the Bohemian prototype of what would later be called consumerism, the sublimation of potentially revolutionary desire into mass-marketed joie de vivre. But ironic accounts of co-optation can obscure the persistence of longings for enchantment. Fashion, where so much of the modern temper for self-expression was ensnared in consumer culture, suggests the profoundest tragedy in the industrialization of Bohemian allure. Like many other trenchant accounts of the annexation of Bohemia by the culture industry, Cowley's portrayal of sold-out, gentrified radicalism captured the irony, but not the aspiration of Bohemia's apostles of beautiful living. Fashion has always offered moralists a perfect, albeit ever-moving, target. Every fad and every model gives occasion for reminders of our vanity, avarice, and injustice. In the dudgeon of anti-consumerism, fashion drapes our enslavement to appearance, as well as our callous indifference to the ugly machinery of accumulation. But if fashion conceals finitude and blemish in a camouflage of mass-produced glory, it also expresses the eternal desire for material beatitude. The body, rescued and transfigured, not only from decay, but also from the everyday doom of banality, it preserves, in the lexicon of style and couture, the ancient religious conviction that beauty is a sign of metaphysical enchantment, a countenance of the transcendent. This more overtly religious understanding of beauty resonated in the arts and crafts movement in America. Like its English parent and counterpart, American arts and crafts arose from a traditional professional class and members of a new intelligentsia: architects, academics, clergy, writers, and artists, all fearful of displacement, subordination, or irrelevance in the new industrial epoch. Alarmed by the acceleration of the division of labor and the entrenchment of managerial oligarchy, arts and crafts attempted both to bridle and circumvent the forces of incorporation. The movement aimed to promote the revival of handicraft, restore an ethos of craft that extolled joy in work and producers' control of technology, and, to a degree that was especially American, reconcile the regeneration of artisanal culture with the advantages of mechanization and mass production. Arts and crafts spawned a variety of styles in domestic architecture, interior design, ceramics, jewelry, furniture, and glassware. It gave rise to a number of craft societies, experimental communities, and artisanal enterprises. The Boston Society of Arts and Crafts, BSAC, and the Chicago Arts and Crafts Society, the National League of Handicraft, and the Industrial Art League. William Lightfoot Price's Rose Valley outside Philadelphia, Edward Pearson Pressy's New Clairvaux in Montague, Massachusetts, Ralph Radcliffe Hamilton's Birdcliff in Woodstock, New York, Elbert Hubbard's Roycroft in Aurora, New York, and Gustav Stickley's United Crafts Furniture Firm. The movement's philosophy appeared in a handful of handsomely crafted periodicals: The Craftsman, The Artsman, Handicraft, and Country Time and Tide. Arts and crafters failed to obstruct industrialization and incorporation. They produced precious objects and homes for the wealthy, but even the rich eventually tired of and rejected the simplicity of many arts and crafts designs. Their attempt to reconcile handicraft and Fordism proved abortive. Many of them ended up applauding efficiency and scientific management. Yet, we may not have exhausted the meanings of its brief but vigorously lovely efflorescence. If the romantic drive to restore a sense of enchantment animated much of their work, then arts and crafts may have represented one of its most robust and concentrated expressions. In its many, often wildly divergent forms, arts and crafts ideology conceived a beloved synthesis of work, beauty, and fellowship, but at its most expansive and profound, it envisioned a sacramental way of being in the modern industrial world. Arts and crafts writers rooted their ideal in a romantic, artisanal humanism. Recounting the story of New Clairvaux in 1910, Pressy recalled that it had envisioned a unity of brain power, character, and culture, based on a conviction that the brain, the hand, and the moral nature were inextricable. The archetypal artisan was a saint of making and a master craftsman of beloved community. Writing in the BSAC's Handicraft in 1903, Mary Ware Dennett, bookbinder, suffragist, and future crusader for birth control, asserted that handicraft combined a love of justice and a love of beauty, and insisted that its flourishing would revivify the most vital and essential relations between art and democracy. As the expression of true life, art for life's sake, handicraft was a moral and aesthetic pursuit that demanded not only talent, but also faith and sacrificial devotion. Addressing his fellow craft reformers in Boston in 1901, Arthur A. Carey had mused that every craftsman should ask, before embarking on his career, "Do I care so much for the pleasure of making useful, beautiful things that I am content never to be rich in money?" Although such dedication was praised, craft ideologues longed for the day when such a dire choice would be unnecessary. Especially when linked to socialism, the arts and crafts movement beckoned toward a broader political economy of friends. In a 1904 issue of Rose Valley's Artsman, Morrisite socialist Peter Burrows declared that with the arrival of socialism and the restoration of craftsmanship, the earth shall become an atelier, not for bread alone, but for beauty and fellowship. Because the artisanal idea was so exalted, craft writers condemned mechanization not only for the degradation of workers' skills and the deluge of shoddy items, but also for the desecration of human nature. Will Price, Philadelphia architect and a founder of Rose Valley, averred in The Artsman in 1903 that The real motive of craftsmanship was to make us worthwhile, to make us fit to love and be loved. By stripping men and women of manual and artistic prowess, mechanization made us unloving and unlovable. Stickley complained in The Craftsman in 1906 that mass production has so intoxicated us that we have gone on producing in a sort of insane prolificness, and our imaginary needs have grown with it. Modern industry, he rued, has befuddled our standards of living. Explaining the introduction of arts and crafts education into the curriculum of Hull House, Jane Addams asserted that she and Ellen Gates Starr saw the children of art devoured by the uncouth stranger, modern industry. The Chicago Arts and Crafts Society opened a shop at Hull House in the mid-1890s, and Starr founded a bindery. Why do we permit the waste of this most precious human faculty, this consummate possession of civilization? A Harvard-educated printer with a shop in Pressy's New Clairvaux, Carl Purington Rollins contended in Handicraft in 1911 that the revolt of the proletariat would erupt when industrial workers realized that they were denied something of our inspiration and hope. Thus, Pressy was not engaging in hyperbole when he characterized arts and crafts in 1903 as a soul reaction from under the feet of corporations and the wheels of machines. The craft intelligentsia used religious terms to describe both the blight of mechanization and the mission of artisanal revival. They depicted industrial work and technology as an evil liturgy, and they feared that the extension of human power over nature led to animosity, and violence. In one ruefully representative essay, a rabbi reflected in a 1902 issue of The Craftsman that "We have worshipped machines so long that we are tired of the iron gods." A contributor to Country, Time, and Tide traced mechanization, alienation, and ugliness to the modern obsession with terrestrial comfort and happiness. Pouring all their spiritual energy into the best methods of producing and distributing material commodities, moderns suffered the ironic fate of fatigue and lassitude, neurasthenia, in the parlance of the time. Against this pervasive idolatry, craft crusaders recognized that their mission was religious as well as industrial. Chiding other BSAC members who put faith in schools of handicraft or industrial education, Dennett emphasized that the arts and crafts problem is at bottom not an educational so much as an economic, moral, and religious problem. The most fervent advocates for handicraft considered the movement an urgent religious crusade against the disenchantment of the world. In his Chapters in the History of the Arts and Crafts Movement, 1902, a compilation of chronicle and craft ideals in England and America, Oscar Lovell Triggs, architectural critic and an officer of Chicago's Industrial Arts League, asserted that the movement was part of the growing religious perception of our time. Often blending a medievalist sensibility with modern, heterodox religious views, arts and crafts ideologues insisted that religion lay at the heart of their struggle to reinvigorate the artisanal ideal. Dennett's view of handicraft as a religious problem stemmed from her belief that the fusion of beauty, pleasure, and character had been ordained by a most kind providence. Noting in The Craftsman in 1902 that St. Francis's life and teachings were quite subversive of all orthodox principles of political economy, Ernest H. Crosby, a journalist and poet, hoped to supplant the dismal science so as to fructify the coming ages with the truest wealth. Echoing Ruskin, Crosby argued that a Franciscan science of wealth would enrich us through communion with the eternal. Crosby's invocation of Francis underscored the medievalist character of craft ideology. American acolytes inherited from Ruskin, Morris, and English craft writers the modal figures of anti-industrial dissent: the competent and contented artisan, the closely knit village, the fraternal guide, and the handicrafted object, all enveloped in a religious penumbra. Artisanal ideologues repeatedly quoted Ruskin and Morris in books, articles, and catalogues, while invocations of medieval guilds and craftspeople abounded in arts and crafts publications. Some writers pointed to non-Western pre-industrial cultures as models of sacramental design and handicraft. One art historian explained in Handicraft, in 1903, that since they believe that everything animate or inanimate has a spirit, Native Americans thought of craft as manual dexterity with the divine, an act of religion. In a 1904 issue of The Craftsman, another writer maintained that Oriental rugs bore sacerdotal meaning and power. We tread on thoughts of eternity and themes of deity and the soul, she admonished readers. Though used as interior decoration by Westerners, the rugs were sacred among the people who wrought them. They spoke great religious truths. Weavers were contemplatives who translated the beatitudes of their religion into beauty itself. Many craft intellectuals were especially fond of the work of Lafcadio Hearn, whose popular books about Japanese life portrayed what appeared to be a more spiritually tranquil, craft-based alternative to the brutalities of Western industrialism. In volumes such as Kokoro, 1896, Hearn, journalist and quintessential purveyor of Orientalist exotica to the middle classes, contrasted the graceful, penurious freedom of Japanese artisans with the burdensome riches of Americans. With us, Hearn wrote, the common worker is incomparably less free than the common worker in Japan who produces his miracles in a small, simple workshop without the help of machinery and large capital. Hearn attributed the beauty of Japanese handicraft to the Buddhist doctrine of impermanency, the belief that transience and imperfection had their own real, if evanescent, splendors. If this was not quite Western sacramentalism, it aligned material life with a religious metaphysics and humanism, and recalled Ruskin's appreciation of human limitation and inexactitude. In Hearn's view, the Western obsession with eternity compelled reliance on the babbles of machinery to ensure a false, anxiety-ridden security. The sacramentalist nature of arts and crafts surfaced vividly in two craft communities, New Clairvaux and Rose Valley. Founded in 1901 by Pressey, a Harvard-educated Unitarian minister, New Clairvaux was an experiment, as one inhabitant wrote in Country, Time and Tide, in 1904, in making the mechanic and the liberal arts subserve theology. Naming the colony after the Cistercian monastic community established by Bernard of Clairvaux in the 12th century, Pressey declared that the revitalization of the arts and crafts would show forth the redemption of this present world. Pressey and his fellow redeemers drew on a motley variety of inspirations: New England transcendentalism, British arts and crafts, Kropotkin's vision of decentralized fields and factories, and John Dewey's educational ideas, all enveloped in liberal Protestant medievalism. Combining handicraft and agriculture, New Clairvaux's residents, never numbering more than 24, produced textiles, furniture, baskets, dyes, and prints. Relying on subsistence farming and the sale of craft products in the village shop, New Clairvaux always struggled to survive, and it eventually folded in 1909. The re-enchantment and redemption of the world through handicraft was postponed indefinitely. Shortly after the community dispersed, Pressey idealized the experiment in The Vision of New Clairvaux, 1909, a brief but exemplary testimony to the hopes that inspired his comrades in redemption. To be sure, Pressey could not hide the colony's failure. He cautioned readers that the volume was a sheer utopian tour de force, and that several episodes were purely imaginative. Still, Précy's portrait of artisanal beatitude displayed their ardent desire for enchantment. Though its witness was unsuccessful, New Clairvaux represented, Précy believed, the awakening of a new generation fresh from their young dreams in God. Eager to build the city of God, the communards had devoted themselves to the law of God, the law of love, and the light thereof. Blending craft, farming, and religion, New Clairvaux was a site of realized eschatology, the socialism that is already beginning to be. The future in the present was a special resort for skilled mechanics, artists, and authors. It was life and industry itself. It was a church, a discipline, a new ideal of society. Each workshop had been a temple, a living temple, and not a dead sanctuary. The village shop had pioneered in elevating the idea of work and for bringing practical religion down from the skies. Like New Clairvaux, Rose Valley was established in 1901. Its founders, Will Price and Hawley McClanahan, were Philadelphia architects with progressive social and political views. In the same year, Price helped to set up a single tax community in nearby Arden, Delaware, and both men were enthusiasts of Ruskin, Morris, and Ashby. With money provided by McClanahan, wealthy local investors, and Swarthmore College, Price purchased 80 acres studded with old and abandoned barns, farmhouses, cottages, and mills. Over the next 9 years, Rose Valley attracted craftsmen in ceramics, furniture, and bookbinding. The products were sold out of Price's home in Philadelphia. The colony sported a library and a theater. The print shop published The Artsman, one of the most prominent and attractively illustrated periodicals of the arts and crafts movement. The residents enacted a morality play of medievalist modernity. Calling themselves the Rose Valley Folk, they met in a guild hall, dubbed their community government the Folkmote, and extended the suffrage to all inhabitants, male and female, over the age of 5. In the exhilarating days of the experiment's commencement, Rose Valley thought of itself as a bold, irrepressible, anti-industrial vanguard. In the inaugural issue of the Artsman in 1903, McClanahan proclaimed that the community, in trying some experiments in economic gravitation, was leading a general protest against the often vulgar product of the modern machine and against the consequent degradation and ruin of the craftsman. In the eyes of Rose Valley's proponents and residents, the artisanal haven was also a liturgical and sacramental space. Price once referred to the Artsman as a kind of parish record, and the journal included a regular section titled Rose Valley Scriptures that featured snippets from Emerson, Thoreau, Whitman, Ruskin, Morris, Carpenter, Tolstoy, Kropotkin, and other sources of craft ideology. In the years of the Artsman's publication, 1903 to 1907, contributors often dwelled on the enchanting character of craft, remarking in sacramental terms about Rose Valley's attempt, as McClanahan put it, to revise industry to the interests of the soul. In a 1903 issue, Triggs opined that art, at its best, consists of materials transfused, sublimated, idealized. In 1904, Burroughs, a New York socialist and editor of The Comrade, dilated on the sacrament of common things. The restoration of beauty and dignity to everyday useful objects was a religious vocation, a recognition of sacraments. Investors who supported ventures like Rose Valley used their money sacramentally. A year later, Percival Wixell, a Boston dentist and president of the city's Whitman Fellowship, observed that, drawing on the joy forces of the universe, the craftsman put something out of the fullness of himself, freely and plentifully into the work. Calling for the beautiful omnipresence of art in daily life, Ernest Newland Smith, a British musicologist devoted to the reconciliation of art and religion, wrote in 1906 that art manifests the divine spirit, and that people and their objects were sacramental tokens, vessels of loving enchantment. Everyone is himself a work of art, in the sense that he is an outward material manifestation of an inward spiritual essence or content. Together with the Rose Valley Scriptures, the artsman left no doubt that Rose Valley was a venture in enchantment, as well as a commune of craft. As Horace Traubel summarized what amounted to Rose Valley's sacramental theology of handicraft, in Rose Valley, labor is creed and ritual. The Rose Valley shops are temples. Here, men pray in their work, practice fellowship in their work. I can see God woven in tapestries and beaten in brasses and bound in the covers of books. Traubel was editor of The Artsman, and his career illustrates the merger of religion and radicalism that animated much of arts and crafts. Born to German immigrants in 1858, Traubel was raised in Philadelphia, where his father worked as a lithographer. Young Traubel read voraciously as a child, acquiring a wide erudition on which he drew later as a journalist and critic. Leaving school at the age of 12, Traubel worked as a newsboy, printer's assistant, bank clerk, and reporter. After marrying, he settled across the Delaware River in Camden, where he befriended the aging Walt Whitman, to whom he became an apostle and amanuensis. With his growing fame as Whitman's Boswell, Traubel swiftly moved to the center of the Philadelphia bohemian scene that emerged in the 1890s. He founded The Conservator in 1891, a journal highly regarded by the literary intelligentsia. His volumes of free verse, especially Chants Communal, 1904, and Optimos, 1910, garnered praise among radicals in America and Europe. Traubel corresponded with Goldman, Jack London, Upton Sinclair, and many other reformers, artists, and writers. He met Price through mutual progressive friends in Philadelphia, and during his editorial tenure, The Artsman was the most radical handicraft journal in America. Even before his death in 1919, Traubel had elicited a lavish and gushing hagiography. One of his admirers anointed him a great prophet and a great mystic, a bard who expressed the great and central idea of modern art, the divinity of all life. With his faith in the immanence of God, Traubel, this writer insisted, articulated a vision of the unity of all life and of the divine reality of our relationship with one another. Traubel's immanence as an oracle is well deserved, as his verse clearly echoed Whitman and Carpenter as the record of a modern search for enchantment. Whitman, he had written in 1893, forecast new religious and political revelations, and Traubel devoted his life to sketching the lineaments of a sacramental vista. As he wrote in Chants Communal, the goal of socialism was not simply justice and plenty, but ecstasy, Traubel asserted. We should go about our business each day chanting hymns. Socialism is the new earth. Yes, the new heaven, too. As his portrayal of Rose Valley's workshops indicates, Traubel hoped that the socialist nexus of heaven and earth would be a realm of poesis, an artisan's grove of useful and beautiful production. In 1908, a year after The Artsman folded, and 2 years before the Rose Valley experiment ended, Traubel lauded Howell's Altrurian trilogy in The Conservator as a sacred invocation to which my heart jubilantly responds. The theology of Traubel's ecstatic vista could be found in his poetry. Like Whitman, Traubel longed to be a divine literatus, arriving with a post-Christian, materialist divinity to replace the enervated dogmas of the churches. As an enlightened merchant descants in a poem in Optimos, the savor of my soap counter is as sweet to God as your incense, O priest. For Traubel, As for many other left intellectuals, art, poetry, and labor supplanted theology as the vernacular of modern enchantment. I am not inanimate dust. I am animate song, as he declared in Chants Communal. Socialist artisans could chant hymns while working because God no longer resided outside the boundaries of time and space. Traubel's God was in some ways eminently traditional. In Optimos, God sustains the last atom of substance and the last pulse of life. God pushes the tides along and holds the stars to their courses and says nothing. God sticks very closely to business day and night without a word. Yet this God was also utterly humble and familiar, common to the commonest earth, performing quotidian wonders in this sacred enclosure, this holy open. Traubel's ontology was utterly hopeful and harmonious. Despite real and manifest evils, nothing is finally wrong with the world. He concluded in Chants Communal. A vague eschatological certitude energizes Traubel's socialist verse. This commonest God appears to be leading or driving humanity to a glorious destiny. Something is moving us on, as he closes the final poem of Optimos, something that takes no account of castes, that only takes account of love. Traubel's democratic socialist vista was not the only political prospect that emerged from the arts and crafts movement. As the life and work of Ralph Adams Cram makes clear, a sacramental and anti-capitalist imagination did not ensure a democratic vision of the future. Born in New Hampshire in 1863 to a Unitarian minister and his wife, Cram always considered himself one of the last of the squires caught in the decline of New England's rural elite. Moving to Boston to study architecture in the 1880s, Cram became a luminary in the city's small but effervescent bohemian community, who shared an intense conviction that the last desiccated remnants of the Victorian age had to be destroyed. The aim of destruction was sure, he recalled, but the substitute revelation was murky in the extreme. To Cram, the substitute revelation became clear during a trip to Rome in 1887, when he underwent a powerful conversion, and for the rest of his life he remained a high church Anglo-Catholic Episcopalian. After returning to the United States, he set up an architectural firm in Boston, commencing what became an illustrious career in Gothic Revival architecture. Although never officially associated with the arts and crafts movement, Cram was an enthusiastic fellow traveler. His religious opposition to industrial civilization echoed that of many craft ideologues. Despite his high Anglicanism, Cram retained the bohemian malcontentedness of his youth, transmuting his hunger for spiritual realities into a theology of architecture and material life. Indeed, as his professional success accelerated in the 1910s, capped by commissions for the Cathedral of St. John the Divine in New York and Princeton University Chapel, his polemical drive and pugnacity increased. Written in between designing and supervising, Cram's books and lectures of this period, especially The Ministry of Art, 1914, 6 lectures on architecture, 1917, and Walled Towns, 1919, comprise a trove of right-wing craft ideology, a theology of reactionary sacramentalism. The sacramentality of matter was the leitmotif of Cram's ruminations on art, architecture, and society. Sacramentalism, to Cram, was the very underlying law of life itself, extending into the farthest reaches of being. Art is both a realm of simple, sensuous joy and refreshment, and the vessel of a secret spiritual grace through an outward and visible form. Through art and architecture, men and women receive some faint adumbration of the beatific vision. Cram waxed incessantly on the sacramental character of art, beauty in the cosmos. Art is, itself a sacrament. Beauty is one of the sacraments in the universe, wholly and absolutely sacramental in its nature. Thus, the unbeautiful or the ugly thing is the thing of the wrong or evil shape, whether in art or religion, philosophy, government, or the social fabric. The talent for shaping sacramental beauty belonged not merely to an aesthetically privileged caste of genius, taste, or wealth, but to all working people. Beauty, as a sacramental presence, could be wrought through power of craftsmanship. As the craftsman possessed a sacred skill, he bore an exalted responsibility. He could be either one of the greatest agencies of righteousness and light, or the servant of domination. For Cram, the Middle Ages represented the apotheosis of sacramental art and society. Medieval art was at bottom sacramental. Only medieval art would permanently endure, since it alone was in eternal conformity with life, which also is essentially and unchangeably sacramental. Medieval architecture, in particular, was a monument to and vehicle of divinity. All the joy of life, the vivid vitality, the human romance and mysticism find outlet through the wrought stone and wood, glass and metal that assembled under eager hands and at the impulse of ardent brains. The enchantment of the triune God supplied, in Cram's view, the élan vital of the Middle Ages, pervading social and commercial life with a sense of divine immanence. In Cram's tale of declension, the medieval Eden was poisoned by capitalism and modernity, but an age of renewal might be at hand. Like other medieval critics, such as Belloc and Chesterton, Cram traced the genesis of capitalism to greedy monarchs, avaricious lords, and heretical Protestants. Capitalists destroyed the guilds that once nurtured craftsmanship and freedom, and they supplanted beauty and sacramentality with an idolatry of money, quantity, and mechanical efficiency. Epitomized in scientific management, capitalist mechanism fostered religious infidelity and state worship, blighted the landscape with the pestilence of billboards, the gross humbug of the art fakir, and infected democracy, socialism, and communism with its vapid soullessness. Cram believed for a time that capitalism was heading toward a final catastrophe, and that a new medievalism would arise from the ruins of godless, mechanical modernity. Speaking at the Art Institute of Chicago in 1915, he asserted that the war in Europe had exposed the shallow and meaningless nature of our own civilization. The modern West's self-congratulation on its scientific and material successes had ended in rapine and butchery. The chariot wheels of industrialism had ground to a bloody halt, and Cram waited for signs and wonders portending the arrival of a post-capitalist epoch. Near the end of the war, in an essay on the Great Thousand Years, 1918, of medieval culture, Cram declared that if secular modernity contained no powers of regeneration, the wellsprings of renewal lay within a revival of Christianity. The times would produce, he hoped, a new prophet, son of Saint Benedict, who would release the West from its secular captivity. Cram's new monasticism never appeared, but even if it had, it would hardly have appealed to many people. Calling for joyful living through simplicity, Cram could not have been more out of step with an urban, industrial America more devoted than ever to the unsimple life. In walled towns, for instance, the very title redolent of fear, Cram envisioned the eradication of industrial capitalism, the abolition of usury, the restoration of the guild system and family proprietorship, the discouragement and regulation of advertising, and the imposition of sumptuary laws, all capped by the disappearance of Protestantism. In his survey of The Nemesis of Mediocrity, 1918, Cram bellowed an even more shrill and ugly indictment of American life. advocating strict controls on immigration and taboos on racial intermingling. Insisting on the just and normal barriers of race, he lamented the substitution of the mongrel for the product of pure blood by reason of the free and reckless mixing of incompatible strains. Cram's right-wing romanticism may have assuaged the anxieties of conservative professionals, but to workers increasingly inured to factory labor and industrial technology, his medieval idol would have seemed utterly bizarre and more than a little invidious. Cram once hoped that labor unions would see that guilds were quite in harmony with the high ideals they openly avow. But as the American Federation of Labor concentrated ever more resolutely on more, the labor movement faded from Cram's political imagination. Dismissive of democracy and progressive reform, he eventually put faith in an alliance of enlightened business people and professionals like himself. This medievalist bourgeoisie would, he hoped, transform itself into an anti-capitalist vanguard through a second naivete, a re-enchantment of themselves, if not of their contemporaries. In his autobiography, Cram claimed that the guiding idea for the design of his estate, Whitehall, was to think and work as would pious but quite ignorant peasants who knew nothing about architecture. In Cram's view, the renaissance of sacramental handicraft depended on the hearts of chastened professionals who, like Carlyle's captains of industry, would constitute a modern guild of wonder. Cram's medievalist retreat into enlightened professionalism partook of the broader vitiation of arts and crafts in the decade before World War I. Like many other former partisans of handicraft, Cram had effectively abandoned the movement by the mid-1910s. A movement that once seemed to promise so much had been corrupted by the very division of labor it had once denounced. Cram wrote in 1914, "More and more craft idealists were reverting to industrial production. One man making the design, the other carrying it out." Cram was registering the swift reconciliation of artisanal ideas with industrial realities, corporate imperatives, and managerial hegemony. Indeed, both observers of and participants in the movement had predicted or assisted in its demise from the beginning. As we've seen, even sympathetic acolytes of art, such as Waldo Frank, had doubts about the appeal of arts and crafts to an America lacking a peasant or guild tradition. Reviewing Triggs's History of Arts and Crafts in 1902, Thorstein Veblen, though sympathetic to the movement, worried that arts and crafts would become an anemic fad upon the fringe of modern industry. Over a decade later, Veblen had grown less sympathetic and even sardonic toward Triggs and his allies. In The Instinct of Workmanship, 1914, he maintained that the mental habits of handicraft attributed an anthropomorphic coloring of personality to machines, thus inhibiting the cultivation of scientific consciousness that he deemed indispensable to modern, democratic production. Veblen's critique of arts and crafts pointed to a fundamental flaw in the movement's vision, its ambiguity about the future of mechanization. Few craft writers could ever elucidate, beyond vague generalities, the relationship between machinery and handicraft. Indeed, arts and craft advocates could be as enchanted by industrial technology as any technocrat, executive, or progressive. In his History of the Movement, Triggs proclaimed that the machine is an object of wonder, one of the special triumphs of the age, and worthy of all homage. Echoing Veblen, Dennett predicted that in a society of artisans, machinery would be a true savor of labor, providing the majority of people the time for leisure, cultivation, and education, while aesthetically rejuvenated workers would perform all the beautiful, inspiring work. Machines would be accomplishing all the degrading or stupefying work that needs to be done. Thus, Dennett argued, rather than diminish in importance, machinery would, in the new order of craft, have a much wider scope than its present one. If the crucial issue was how to identify degrading or stupefying work, many arts and crafts supporters increasingly resolved, or rather evaded, the problem by relying on business imperatives. Despite their frequent avowals of reverence for beauty and skill over profit and money, craft partisans also insisted on their sturdy business sense. H. Langford Warren, an architect and member of the BSAC, spoke for many professionals and business people when he asserted that arts and crafts shops and sales rooms should be run on business principles. Seeking in part to dispel caricatures of arts and crafts as a quixotic, sentimental folly, the founders of both New Clairvaux and Rose Valley emphasized that their beloved communities of sacramental labor were also solid business enterprises. As Pressey reminded both customers and prospective investors in a 1902 issue of Country Time and Tide, "We carry on a productive business." Similarly, McClanahan emphasized in the very first issue of The Artsman that while Rose Valley was reforming industry, in the interests of the soul, it was not an impractical or visionary undertaking, but a concrete business proposition. Hubbard and Stickley were the most openly and successfully entrepreneurial participants in arts and crafts. Believing that business should be beautiful, Hubbard veiled the increasingly conventional industrial practices of Roycroft with his carefully crafted mystique of nonconformity. The Roycroft began as a joke, Hubbard told a friend in 1903, but did not stay one. It soon resolved itself into a commercial institution. Although Hubbard dutifully parroted artisanal rhetoric, "Work is for the worker. It's not so much what a man gets in money wages, but it's what he gets in terms of life." He ruled his English Gothic domain like a benevolent lord of business, disparaging unions, regulating employees' spending, and supplementing low wages with gifts. The socialist Cole smirked that Roycrofters were paid in privileges and flowers. The Henry Ford of arts and crafts, Hubbard recast handicraft as a form of industrial paternalism. Though far less flamboyant than Hubbard, Stickley, founder of Craftsman Furniture and editor of The Craftsman, 1901 to 1916, was more overtly managerialist. Stickley's Craftsman published a range of articles on craftsmanship, design and designers, Japanese and Native American crafts, manual arts, gardening, furniture, and socialism, the conception of which, however, was so amorphous and elastic that references to Morris or Carpenter could sit alongside practical business advice. Indeed, as Stickley's furniture attracted more and more affluent customers, ruminations on the joy of work and craft yielded to pieces on technical skill, salesmanship, and advertising. By 1911, Stickley had turned from the celebration of art and craft to the malediction of waste and inefficiency, calling waste our heaviest national liability, and admonishing unions to combine for greater efficiency. He praised Frederick W. Taylor and extolled the aesthetic as well as the industrial merits of scientific management. Since the very idea of waste is unlovely, Stickley mused, the efficiencies achieved through Taylorist methods would offer a sense of beauty. Craft intellectuals were following Stickley's example, subordinating the religious and political goals of the movement to profit and industrial efficiency. Although handicrafted objects should be judged by their aesthetic merits, everything must stand the test of the market. Denman Ross, a design professor at Harvard, told BSAC in 1903. Other members of the BSAC came to share Ross's enthusiasm for craft and industrial competition. Arthur A. Carey, his Harvard colleague, while conceding that there is a real antagonism between business for the sake of gain and art for the sake of use and beauty, asserted reassuringly that the antagonism is between the motives, not between the business and the art. In Warren's view, commercialism, the subdivision of labor, and the machine had brought larger opportunities to so much larger numbers than at any other time in the world. In Chicago, Triggs, who had declared the machine worthy of all homage, looked, like Cram, to an enlightened elite to sponsor the revival of handicraft, idealizing some philanthropic proprietor who would endow schools and libraries dedicated to craftsmanship and craft literature. The willingness of more and more partisans of craft to compromise with the devil induced despair among the movement's true believers. A.R. Orage complained in 1907 that, on both sides of the Atlantic, the craft crusade had lost its aesthetic and political vitality. In words almost identical to Veblen's, Orage charged that the disappearance of sociological ideas was rendering the movement pale and anemic. Pointing to a failure of artisanal idealists to capture the imagination of the working class, Ashby disparaged American arts and crafts as a narrow and tiresome little aristocracy working with high skill for the very rich. Pressey echoed these cries of betrayal, asserting that handicraft was devolving into a pastime for the intellectual dilettante class. As Pressey quickly discovered, even working for the wealthy was no guarantee of success. Rose Valley went under in 1908. New Clairvaux folded in 1909, and other craft communities and companies closed their doors during the war. By 1920, the dilettantish fate of the movement was sealed, as arts and crafts firms found themselves appealing to an ever more narrowing market. Wealthy customers were rejecting simplicity, while poor and working-class consumers preferred ornate, elaborate styling for furniture and other domestic goods. As one historian of the movement puts it delicately, arts and crafts products increasingly reached Americans in a handicraft style as distilled by manufacturers who were not always philosophers. It was a melancholy end for what little remained of the apostolate of arts and crafts, as the promise of sacramental production gave way to the embellishment of Fordism, the decoration of domesticity, and the amusement of middle-class bohemians. The therapeutic culmination of the craft revival, its artful composure of religious aspirations for labor with industrial capitalism, derived from the reluctance of many of its adherents to repudiate the spirit of the covenant theology. Their extraordinary evocation of the sacramental character of work, together with their devotion to heralding and crafting a new enchantment of the world, flourished alongside and eventually yielded to the accumulative canon of business. Once incorporated, arts and crafts became a studio for mechanical enchantment. During the 1920s and 1930s, the heyday of the machine's ubiquitous presence as an icon of American modernity, a new breed of industrial designers would press the spirit of Ruskin and Morris into the service of a corporate technological vision. The enlistment of the craft ideal in the service of mechanical enchantment was foreshadowed by Frank Lloyd Wright, whose legendary architectural career has obscured his prominence as a prophet of mechanization. Once head draftsman for Louis Sullivan, Wright fell out with his mentor in the early 1890s over business differences. Although the separation was bitter, Wright always considered Sullivan his dear master, and he shared his former boss's vitalist theology. He also shared Sullivan's inclination to cryptic pronouncement and abstruse prose style, both of which leavened two of his key early speeches, A Philosophy of Fine Art, delivered at the Art Institute of Chicago in 1900, and his homily on The Art and Craft of the Machine, a talk he gave to the Chicago Arts and Crafts Society at Hull House in March 1901 at the invitation of Jane Addams. However enigmatic and even incoherent Wright's thinking about art, craft, and machinery, he captured the allure of artisanal enchantment for disaffected but hopeful professionals, and he offered sublimation of their aesthetic and religious desires in the forms of machinery. While proclaiming his spiritual and aesthetic hostility to Mammon, Wright assisted in the corporate reconstruction of enchantment. Although the Chicago, or Prairie School of Architecture, with which Wright has been associated, was friendly to arts and crafts, Wright came to think that the movement was doomed to anachronism and irrelevance. The Prairie School's organic philosophy of design lent itself readily to craft ideology, and Wright's speeches invoked the romantic, artisanal heritage of Ruskin and Morris. At a time when the machine was deluging the world with a murderous ubiquity and wreaking the damnation of art and craft, Ruskin and Morris professed the artist and affirmed the glory of art. For Wright, the romantic architect, art possessed a divine metaphysical status, pervading the moral, aesthetic, and material lineaments of civilization. We say that God is love. Well, art is the very genius of love, he proclaimed at the Art Institute. If art was divine, then ugliness represented the incarnation of sin. There is not, nor ever was, room in right living for the ugly. At the core of all things, art was the great conservator of the finer sensibilities of a people. It was their only prophecy, and the only light by which civilization made its institutions commensurate to its conditions. Art and civilization constituted a magic process, Wright asserted. Yet in The Art and Craft of the Machine, Wright proceeded to reconcile art with mechanization. Although the machine has dealt art in the grand old sense a death blow, dealt a blow, in other words, to the old genius of God, Wright believed nonetheless that in the machine lies the only future of art and craft. After the death of the old God, we are now entering the machine age, Wright declared, and he described the arduous transition in terms of a new religious dispensation, one that would preserve the divinity of old in mechanical, industrial forms. Thus, while the new epoch entailed what Wright gingerly called an adjustment on the part of our heretofore cherished gods, and, however perplexing and painful in the extreme the fire of many long-honored ideals, they would go down to ashes to reappear, phoenix-like, with new purposes. Transfigured and redeemed by machinery, art would reciprocate by breathing the thrill of ideality into the machine, a soul. Clearly enchanted by industrial technology and its potentially soulful incorporation, Wright attributed a supernal agency and power to mechanization, urging his Hull House audience to make some good impression upon the machine, the destroyer of our present ideals and tendencies, their salvation in disguise. Yet, Wright feared the power of another deity, Mammon. While waxing romantic about the aesthetic and spiritual promise of the machine, Wright remained conflicted about the business culture that promoted mechanization. In the early 1900s, Wright began to express his lifelong ambivalence toward capitalist architectural practice. At Hull House, he complained of architects and their business clients who erected a pantheon to the god of money, their edifices comprising a mammoth aggregation of Roman monuments, sarcophagi, and Greek temples. Even the patient retinue of the machine, architects more open to the art and craft of the machine, pursued the unhallowed ambition of personal enrichment, an insult to the ancient gods. And yet, aware of his own ineluctable blasphemy, Wright finally, albeit reluctantly, deigned to accommodate the pecuniary spirit. In the summer of 1901, shortly after his talk at Hull House, Wright published a short piece in The Brick Builder, a prominent architectural monthly, in which he reconciled his devotion to art and the machine with the demands of Mammon. Sketching plans for a generic bank, Wright referred disdainfully to the structure as the town strongbox, a temple to the god of money. But he saw no alternative to arraying Mammon's tabernacle with a specifically modern beauty. If people wanted to embellish their temples, Wright was glad to oblige. Indeed, he thought their impulse to gild their pecuniary shrines was worthy of all respect. For back of it are probably the only instincts that make life bearable or desirable. Bending, if not violating his own canon of art, Wright suggested that these modern mercantile machines could be tolerated, not redeemed, by the cosmetic application of modern design. Infused with the thrill of ideality, architecture, under corporate capitalism, must aspire to a syncretic enchantment, endowing the shrines of mechanization and venality with a varnish of romanticism.